The main character, John, is holding a paper, his hand trembling. It's the results of his brain scan. He stands there, goosebumps rising all over his body. Sweat is dripping from his forehead. The doctor, sitting in his chair, tells him that it's better to try treatment than to do nothing. But it's clear these words don't give John any faith. He is in complete shock. The paper with the results slips from his hands. John stands up and stares at the doctor, completely confused about how he can go on living. With a disease like this, our main character is sitting in the park, near the hospital, talking to his mother. She asks him how the exam went, and if there was anything serious. He sits on a bench, completely lost. He answers that everything is fine, that his blood sugar is a little low, and that's pretty normal, but you can tell he is terribly worried and in complete turmoil after talking to his mom. Apparently, she passed the phone to his sister. She asks when his vacation is, because she misses him so much. He stares at a dead fly on the wet asphalt. He replies that he misses her too, a lot, and that he'll come tomorrow. Immediately, his cheerful father gets on the phone. He says they'll buy fish, and tomorrow mom will cook it. And with a happy voice, he tells him that he'll come pick him up tomorrow. He answers his father quite coldly. Okay, I get it. But inside, he realizes he didn't even think about telling his family the bad news. John says he has to get on the bus to get to the dorm. His parents worry about him and tell him to be careful. And his little sister says goodbye. The main character hangs up and sits there, completely bewildered about what to do next with his life. John starts to get really angry. It is clear that he is in a terrible state. You can see the aggression and confusion inside him. He is angry and pounds his legs with his fists. Then he sits down and holds his head in his hands. Tears come, mixing with the rain. He is terribly upset and sits there, not understanding why death chose him. Out of such a huge number of people on Earth, the little sister looks at the sky and closes one eye as a raindrop falls on her. She tells Dad that it will start raining soon. Mom picks up the conversation and says they can go home. They already bought everything. A passerby sitting in an establishment sees the family wandering through the market. The moment it starts raining, he comes out of the establishment and shouts to John's father to come into the shop, take shelter, and enjoy the brief rain. From a distance, his father replies that even if they sit in the cafe, they could still catch something. So it's better to head home and stay healthy, especially since it's pouring now and easy to get sick. The passerby who is at the exit of the cafe accepts John's dad's decision and doing a little advertising for the place. He says the food is simply excellent. While the people dining in this cafe talk behind him, he returns with a smile on his face. Although he has a smile on his face, it is still clear that he is a little dissatisfied and finds John's family a bit boring. He sits at his table and asks the chef to bring him some refills. Apparently, the food in the establishment really is delicious, as he is having more than one portion. The chef replies that he accepted the order. He continues dining on rice with meat. His facial expression shows that he really liked the food, and he keeps eating insatiably, talking about how incomparable it is. You can see the veins on his forehead, and he is sweating a little. At that moment, in the kitchen, the chef kills the animal, apparently for the dish, and blood spurts out. The boss is talking to a woman. Apparently, this is his wife or girlfriend. She tells him that lately they are doing very well, and that everything is fine with them. The dialogue continues, and the boss says that all that remains is to pay off the debts. At that moment, apparently, the animal does not want to become a dish, and bites the person who decided to kill it. The chef screams in pain. He looks at his bloody hand from the bite. It is clearly seen that he is not satisfied. Of course, the animal bit him quite hard, and now his whole finger is covered in blood. After the bite, sweat runs down him, and he decides to stop the bleeding with his mouth, so that it stops somehow. Meanwhile, John started bleeding, and his girlfriend, cleaning the blood, asks him if everything is okay with him. Apparently she is worried, but on the other hand, she doesn't mind teasing him, and says that maybe he is thinking about dirty things. Before the bus, she asks him if he got caught in the rain yesterday. She wipes the blood, still smiling at him. Whether he is thinking about something erotic, or maybe about her. He looks tired, and asks her to calm down. John. Sweat drips from his forehead, and he closes his eyes. In fact, he was remembering yesterday's conversation with the doctor and thinking about why his nose bleeds so often. In his head, he thinks that if he hadn't had brain cancer, he would have. Getting close to this girl. It's obvious he's not just whatever to her. They hop on the bus. But those guys are trailing right behind him. They're intimidating him. And the ringleader stands right on his tail. That cocky jerk grabs John by the shoulder and shoves him aside. With a hard shove, our main character hits the floor. He's sick of this. Calling them a pack of dogs that humiliates him at the end of every semester. The protagonist's girlfriend lunges at Tim. That guy was way out of line with John. But Tim tells her he hates her attitude, asking why she's even protecting a loser like him. Tim's lackeys start jeering, laughing and shouting that she should keep protecting her hubby. It looked bad for the girl. But she fires back with pure sass. She says she'd rather be John's wife than have anything to do with Tim, slapping away his hand when he tries to touch her. Tim's goons point out that she's always defending this little fool. Tim tells her to back off, saying it's none of her business. The guys keep mocking John too, saying he's not even worthy of being called a man. But it's not John's fault. He was born with a weak body and bad health. John holds back his rage, clenching his fists so hard they're sweating. It's obvious. This group has mocked, insulted, and humiliated him year after year, but he can't fight back. Tim, acting all cool, just walks right past John sitting on the floor. In that moment, John thinks about how sick and tired he is of Tim. How annoying he is. It looks like John snapped out of it. He's done putting up with this. He wants to end the bullying right now. John glares at Tim with pure fury. He can't hold it back anymore, thinking he doesn't have much time left anyway. John grabs him roughly. Everyone's totally shocked. Tim steps up to him, looking threatening. But John can't hold back his rage anymore and screams right in Tim's face. Eyes blazing. Tim's look says it all. He's pissed off at what John did, and he's about to do something nasty. He grabs the protagonist and slams him to the ground with all his strength. John hits the floor head first, and his phone goes flying out of his pocket. The phone hits the ground and shatters into pieces. The scene shifts to the hospital in the city where our main characters live. The news is reporting that people went totally crazy after eating meat at a market restaurant. Clearly, something is seriously wrong with that place. The father is worried sick about his son. He doesn't get why he isn't answering his calls, but the mom tells the dad to stop calling and just text him, figuring their son is already on his way home. The father is confused. He doesn't understand why his brother suddenly got so aggressive. Then, loud screams ring out. Come to think of it, he ate at that same restaurant recently. The doctors are trying to calm him down, but it's clearly not working. The man is incredibly aggressive. Veins are popping out on his forehead, and he's acting really weird. The father is worried about his brother, saying the only thing they can do is stay put. The mother asks what made him sick. The doctor is baffled and doesn't know what to say. He's seen so many people with similar symptoms in just a few days. The father is in total shock. He has no idea what's going on. We see a location with a sign. Strange sounds are coming from inside. Everything is tense. It's chaos. Angry locals are storming the establishment, demanding an explanation from the owner about why their relatives ended up in the hospital with some unknown disease after eating there. One guy loses it and starts bashing the door with something heavy, screaming furiously, "Open up!" The crowd roars with rage and bursts inside. But once the door is down, they see blood and flies everywhere. Something horrific happened in here. Tables are overturned. It's a complete disaster zone. Everything is smashed. Blood splattered everywhere. They step further inside, and a terrible stench hits them. People are totally confused what could smell that bad. Everyone turns to look at the inner door of the cafe. Wet, chewing sounds are coming from inside. The crowd is frozen in total confusion. One person finally pushes past the fear and decides to go in and check it out, since everyone is dying to know. Literally 1 second later, he screams in pure horror. We see a nightmare scene. Someone is devouring a person, making terrifying crunching sounds. Blood is everywhere, mixed with the stench of rotting meat. A dead body lies there. Looks like he died a while ago. Flies are swarming, eating him alive. The scene cuts back to the bus where our main character, John, is. You can hear people shouting, egging Tim on to hit John harder and just finish him off. With everything he's got, Tim punches John right in the face. The blow busts the main character's nose open. Blood pouring out. Tim grabs him by the shirt, glaring at him with a terrifying look, and growls. "How dare you mess with me?" John is lying there in really bad shape. He can't do a thing anymore. John's friend, Casey, decides to step in. She cuts right into the conversation because she really hates what's going down right now. She screams at them to get lost, but they just shoot back that this is man business, and the boss is just teaching him a lesson. Her eyes are burning with rage. She grabs one of the thugs and twists his arm hard. He starts screaming in pain. He definitely didn't see that coming. He starts apologizing, begging for mercy. But Casey just cranks it harder. Honestly, I think that's the least he deserves. The driver is super unhappy about the chaos in his bus. He yells at everyone to calm down because it's distracting him way too much. But in response, he takes a punch right to the face from one of the guys fighting. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the bus driver doesn't see the man, and bam, he hits him. The windshield shatters instantly. Looks like that was a serious impact. The driver slams on the brakes. Everyone inside is in total shock, getting thrown around from side to side by the force of the stop. Casey tries to grab onto a seat, but you can tell she's using every ounce of strength just to hold on. Once they stop, the driver immediately jumps out of the vehicle. He runs over to see what happened. Blood on the front bumper and a smashed windshield. That's all you can see. One of Tim's guys screams out the window at the driver, totally pissed off, and the driver is just standing there by the bus, still in shock. He has no clue how this could have happened. Tim yells from somewhere inside the bus, asking what the hell the driver is doing. It's clear everyone is upset about this. John tries to take a swing at Tim, but it's a weak shot and barely grazes him. Tim glares at him. Jack looks him right in the eyes, breathing heavily, while blood drips from his nose. Tim laughs and looks the main character in the eyes with a twitchy smile, telling everyone to look at this dog who's still trying to fight. Tim raises his hand to strike. He wants to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, thud, a loud bang on the window. You can see a bloody, clawed hand pressed against the glass. Tim freezes, totally confused, and stops his punch mid-air, staring at the sight in front of him, realizing there's fresh meat inside. The zombie starts screeching even louder. Casey and Tim are terrified. Cold sweat starts rolling down their faces. A man sitting on the ground watches the zombie hanging off the bus, staring at the people inside. The zombie didn't notice the victim right next to the bus and turned its attention to easier prey. Jumping off the bus, the zombie tackles the man to the ground. It sinks its sharp teeth into his shoulder and starts eating him alive. The people on the bus are horrified by what they're seeing. They jump out of their seats and scream. Zombies. Some start to run, while others are frozen in place, just staring at the horror unfolding. Tim reacts fast. He jumps up and sprints toward the driver's seat. Once he's behind the wheel, Tim turns the key. He slams his foot on the gas, flooring the pedal as hard as he can. The bus lurches forward and runs right over the zombie and the man with the front right wheel, crushing the head of the zombie, making sure it definitely doesn't survive. Slowing down just a little, the bus moves down the road, taking the passengers away from that nightmare. In the rearview mirror, you can see the silhouettes of two bodies and a trail of blood left by the bus's tires. Tim checks the mirror, thinking they went too far and need to head back to the city. Suddenly, a sharp scream from a terrified passenger warns Tim to look ahead. Tim looks forward and freezes in horror. A single drop of sweat rolls down his temple, right in front of Tim, sitting in the driver's seat. A zombie's head smashes through the windshield and bursts into the bus. Right before his eyes, Tim sees the zombie's gaping mouth, tongue hanging out, and razor-sharp teeth. Tim tenses up, realizing there is literally a zombie right in his face. He yanks the steering wheel hard to the left. The bus swerves violently, and the zombie starts to fly out of the windshield, but it gets snagged on the windshield wipers. Instead of flying onto the road, it starts climbing into the bus. The zombie claws its way through the broken glass, reaching for Tim's stunned face. Suddenly struck by a rapier. The zombie collapses, motionless, inside the bus, shocked by everything going on. Tim turns around to see who just saved him. Casey is standing there in a combat stance, holding a fencing sword in front of her. With the surprised passengers staring from behind, Casey delivers a solid kick, shoving the zombie's body toward the open door of the speeding bus. The vehicle just blasts through the checkpoint at full speed. John sits cross-legged on the bus floor, staring at the phone screen right in front of him. Behind him, you can hear the panicked screams of the other passengers. John stares at the cracked screen, his mind focused on just one thing. He just needs to know his loved ones are okay. Tim's face was covered in blood, and he looked seriously irritated by the chaos inside the bus. You could see a small guard booth in the side view mirror. The bus pulls up to a deserted stop, and the people inside cheer with relief. One by one, they start getting off at the empty station, where there isn't a soul in sight. Tim was the first one off the bus, scanning the area. Behind him, the other passengers got off more slowly, whispering about why it was so quiet. Casey got off the bus, holding John's arm. Walking just a little behind him, someone in the crowd screamed, pointing a finger straight ahead. Through the glass doors, you could see the blurry silhouettes of a crowd. Someone was crouching on the ground in the middle of them, holding their head, perking up. The passenger started shouting happily that there were living people over there. He bolted from his spot, running toward the crowd. The automatic glass doors slid open to let him through. Tim watched it happen and tried to shout at him to stop. The passenger put his hand on the man's shoulder and said, "You won't believe what happened to us." The woman turns around with a terrifying glare and red eyes. The traveler can't believe what he's seeing and stares at the woman in horror. Then he realizes it's not just one zombie woman in front of him, but a huge crowd of those same monsters. But it's too late. He can't do anything as several of the creatures attack him, one sinking its fangs into his shoulder. His loud scream of horror echoes through the street, sending everyone into a panic. Casey grabs John's hand, trying to pull him as far away from the zombies as possible. It might have worked, but a zombie's hand is already reaching for her neck to grab her and tear her apart. Just a second more and it would have got her. But John manages to shove her away, saving her from the attack. Because of his attempt to help, John falls to the ground and slams hard against a car, leaving him in a really dangerous spot. Casey knows they can't just stand there, or they'll be dead in no time. She pulls the sword out of her bag. John sits up, exhausted. All he can do is watch, without hesitating for a second. His girlfriend thrusts her sword with full force at the zombie, slashing its arm. But John is shocked by something else. He isn't looking at Casey. He sees a red car right in front of him with his toy in the back seat. John decides to move, but really carefully so the zombies don't spot him. The front door of the red car is open. John gets his hopes up and calls out for his mom and dad, expecting to see them inside. But as he gets closer, he sees the car is empty, and his heart sinks. Then, a surprised look crosses his face as he checks the car seat. John noticed something there. It was a phone with the screen lit up. He picks it up. A chat history with his dad is open on the screen, and the last message is telling him to run. John's eyes fill with tears, and his whole body starts to shake. He's overwhelmed with emotion, but after managing to hold it back for a second, he screams out loud, "Dad." He's still gripping the lost phone tight in his hands when suddenly, someone grabs his shirt. John spins around and looks through his tears at the back seat of the car. His little sister had been sitting there the whole time, terrified and crying. She whispers, "Brother," seeing him. She starts to cry even harder. John is incredibly happy to see his sister alive. He rushes over to hug her and calm her down. She tells him that mom and dad left and never came back. They hug each other tightly, and John strokes her head. She's still crying and asks her brother how he managed to come back. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a zombie appears. It tries to attack them, smashing the car window. Glass shards fly straight at them. The zombie starts reaching in. Its hand reaches for them, dragging half its body into the car through the broken window. It looks like the end for them, but Casey shows up and manages to knock the monster down. She stares right at the zombie. Gripping a sword, she swings the blade. In a split second, the tip of the sword pierces the monster lying on the ground. John is stunned by the sight. He looks at the beautiful, fearless Casey standing in the sunset, holding the sword that saved their lives. Casey walks over to the car and reaches her hand out to John, who's been hugging his sister tight this whole time. There are drops of blood on her face and on his savior's white shirt. She calls out to John and his little sister to follow her. They don't hesitate and sprint right toward her. They're in a rush, so John scoops up his little sister and runs for cover. Casey realizes that at this rate, they won't make it. He shoves John in the right direction, barely making it. They all scramble into the garage just as it's shutting. The door slams down with a loud roar. creating a safe haven to hide from the zombies. John stares at the door. Looking absolutely exhausted, he lets out a breath of relief. Two guys stare back at them. Looking just as tired and messed up, there are a lot of people in the shelter with them, all whispering about the horror outside. The zombies are trying to smash through the glass to get in. The blonde guy gets an idea, sends someone out to the zombies as a distraction so everyone else can escape to a safer spot. Immediately, people start shouting in outrage. No one wants to die or sacrifice themselves to save the others. Since no one volunteers, the blonde guy makes the choice himself, deciding who he'll send to their death. He grabs John's sister by the hand. Naturally, Casey and John are furious. They're completely against it, but the blonde guy ignores them. And so does his crew. They're dead serious about this. The poor girl is crying her eyes out, begging them to let her go. John reacts instantly to her scream. He shoves people out of his way and rushes to save his sister. The blonde guy just mocks the whole situation. He tells John he can go out to the zombies instead if he wants it that bad. That, they'll let his little sister go. It doesn't stop at mocking. The blonde guy kicks John right in the face and tells him he's gonna die right alongside his sister. John hits the ground, clutching his head in pain. Out of the corner of his eye, the blonde guy spots danger. A sword is swinging right at him. But he reacts fast, blocking the attack with a big wooden club. It's Casey. Looking pissed and refusing to just stand by, their eyes lock. And Casey demands they let the girl go immediately. The blonde guy shoves the little girl and tells his friend to grab her so she can't run away. The blonde guy strikes first, but Casey blocks it with his sword. The guy tells him to give up before it's too late. While everyone's distracted by the fight, one guy tries to seize the moment and quietly throw the girl out into the street. But she starts screaming. Other people just watch in silence, not lifting a finger to help her. Meanwhile, John, lying on the floor, starts to regain consciousness and calls out for his sister. He can't get up yet. His mind is flooded with thoughts of his bad exam results. John sees warm, happy memories of his family all together. They look so happy. He remembers the doctor's words, telling him not to give up, that trying is better than doing nothing. John is terrified. Questions race through his mind, bringing him to tears. Remembering the situation, he feels helpless. But then, John gathers his strength. His body is shaking, but he still crawls toward his little sister. As soon as she sees him, she calls out to her brother, hoping he'll save her. John shouts that he'll go in her place, even though deep down, he's terrified and doesn't want to die. Surprised looks are cast in his direction. Casey is the most shocked of all. John realizes he has to do this to save his sister. And with a trembling body, he stands up. In a confident tone, he orders them to let his sister go, insisting he'll be the bait for the zombies. He manages to convince everyone, and they hand his sister back. He takes her in his arms. John comforts his little sister, promising her everything will be okay and she has nothing to worry about. He tells her he'll find mom and dad, and that he'll definitely come back. But the girl doesn't want him to leave her. John pushes his sister away gently and tells Casey to take good care of her. Casey disagrees with John's decision to be the bait and tries to talk him out of it. But John silences him by putting a finger to his lips. He presses his finger to his lips, telling him not to say another word, because his mind is made up. Finally, John hugs Casey and his sister, telling them he loves them. Casey looks at him with worry in his eyes. John holds his little sister's hand and tells her to always listen to Casey from now on. He steps away from them and walks slowly toward the exit. His little sister cries out for him. The guys who wanted to throw his sister to the zombies jeer at him, shouting for him to get lost. The blonde guy gives John a harsh stare. John just looks back at him calmly. The blonde man opens the door for him. John steps across the threshold, facing a horde of monsters that are about to notice him. Suddenly, Casey tosses his sword to John, so he's got something to defend himself with. John catches it and grips it tight. In his hand, the sword gives him a boost of confidence. John locks eyes with a massive swarm of zombies, facing a whole crowd of monsters. He tells himself he's got to get back. John starts fighting off the zombies, swinging his sword, spraying blood all over the place. John managed to take out a bunch of zombies, but there's still so many monsters trying to get him. Things are looking bad. He doesn't have a chance to catch his breath. He fights one zombie, then the next. Immediately, another monster steps up. Something that used to be human. He trips over the zombie corpses. Lying in his path, John's sword. It's bending from too many hits, and soon it's going to be useless. He decides to make a run for it, just to get some distance. The ugly creatures started screeching, furiously, and chasing after John. A deep hatred for them wakes up inside John. He looks at them with total disgust. One of the monsters has its back turned. Seizing the opportunity, John aims his sword right at it. The zombie spins around and looks straight at John with glowing red eyes. John freezes, totally stunned. That zombie's gaze, it felt familiar. It was his dad, turned into a zombie. But standing in front of him wasn't his father, just a monster with greenish skin and teeth that could easily rip through human flesh. John couldn't hold back the tears, and he moved from his spot. As the zombie slowly got closer and closer, he becomes easy prey, and the zombie attacks. John doesn't fight back. He lets the zombies sink their fangs right into his neck. Other monsters want to bite too. They swarm our main character, causing him to finally fall to the horde. The protagonist hits the ground, crying, and remembers his mother's face. That image matched the zombie that just ripped a chunk of his flesh off with a bite. John grits his teeth in pain. Tears and sweat mix on his face. The zombies who used to be his parents keep biting his body. Piece by piece, lying in a pool of blood, John hugs his former parents. He screams, denying what's happening. He can't take this anymore. Tears stream down his cheeks as he realizes his parents are right there in front of him. The zombie's hand reaches for his eyes, just a little closer, and sharp claws will dig right in, and that's exactly what happened. John lies helpless in his own pool of blood. Everyone in the shelter is watching it all go down. Casey tries to cover the little girl's eyes, but she can barely hold back her own emotions. John's strength is leaving him. He can't even hold the sword anymore. It's just lying there next to his hand. Casey screams pitifully, calling out John's name through her tears. Even more zombies start closing in on the human body, eager to feast on him. The worst day in China is finally over. Vultures are circling in the sky. They don't leave a corpse alone, picking at the meat left behind by the zombies. A vulture flies straight toward John with the same idea. Before it even lands, the bird extends its talons, ready to tear into skin and flesh. Its beak gets close to John's pale, almost blue corpse. The vulture is ready to rip the skin, but then, John grabs the bird by the neck, denying it lunch. He glares at the bird with pure contempt. With glowing red eyes, John found the strength to stand up. He bites the bird's neck with sharp teeth, stopping it cold. Because of his tight grip, a jet of blood almost hits him in the eye. He loosens his grip and throws the vulture to the ground. The bird is dead, but its blood makes John throw up. He doesn't like it. All the zombies immediately turn around, and you can tell by their faces. They're surprised. John stands up. His hair has grown longer. His body is stronger, and his nails are long. But his eyes are still human. John only has one working eye left. He asks himself, what happened to me? He looks around, confused. John sees a black and white sky in front of him. The clouds have turned gray to him. The zombies' clothes are all shades of gray. 2. Turning his attention to a zombie, he snaps back to reality. John starts remembering what happened and how. He realizes he was eaten by zombies, but John still can't wrap his head around it. He was eaten by zombies, yet somehow, he's still alive. He starts walking, trying to figure it out. John remembers he didn't do anything while the zombies were biting him. Casey and his little sister come to mind. She saw her brother get killed by monsters. John realizes he needs to find them. Right now, he ran toward the shelter where everyone was supposed to be hiding. But what he saw horrified him. The tent was destroyed. There were trails of blood everywhere. John calls out his loved ones' names, hoping they'll answer. A sound caught his attention, and he looked over. Sitting right in front of him was a fat zombie, eating someone's flesh. Terrified, John didn't want to believe his own eyes. He was afraid the zombies had gotten into the tent. As he stood there, a zombie went for his leg, trying to take a bite. Sharp teeth sank into John's leg, but he didn't even flinch. It was like he didn't feel a thing as he walked toward another zombie. That monster was sitting with its back to him, totally ignoring him. John trembled at what he saw. The zombie was wearing a bandage. A bandage he recognized. It belonged to Casey. John was horrified. But that horror quickly turned into pure rage. He lunged at the zombies. The other monster biting his leg actually shattered its teeth because his wound healed instantly. John screamed at the zombie that ate Casey. He thought it would have been better if the zombies had just eaten them together. He called out for his little sister. Filled with fury. With his bare hands, John tore into the zombie's skin, and a fountain of blood sprayed out. His furious gaze was locked on the monster. John swung back to land a heavy blow. The punch smashed all its teeth. He shoved his hand right into the zombie's mouth. John leaned in close and told the monster to give back Casey's headband. With all his might, he ripped his hand out, pulling the headband with it. The ground was covered in blood. The zombie collapsed. John tightly gripped Casey's pink, blood-soaked bandage, which he was trying to tie onto his leg. He started sweating and breathing hard. Confused, he wondered, "Am I a zombie?" A sound from some boxes in the corner caught John's attention. He decided to check it out. John pushed them aside and froze. He saw a guy who looked terrified. John called his name, but the guy panicked when he saw John and started screaming. Zombie. John could hear the zombies were close. Too close. It was dangerous. The zombies tried to get to them. They climbed onto the cabinet, knocking down water bottles. The boy was terrified. But John wasn't scared at all. He turned to face the zombies. With a single blow, he took out 2 of them that were trying to eat them. John looked devastated. The boy recognized John and called out to him. John looked his way, but the boy was still petrified. At that exact moment, a zombie attacked the boy, biting him on the neck. The last thing he managed to say, looking right at John, was the word monster. Aaron's dead hand pointed at nothing, and John stood in the shadows, paralyzed, soaked in water and stained with the blood of the murdered Aaron. John was shocked by what he had heard. John realized the meaning behind dead Aaron's words. Aaron's hand lay in a pool of blood mixing with water on the asphalt. The main character took a step, but his legs felt like jelly. He could barely stand. John's legs gave out. He fell to his knees on the asphalt. The meaning of the corpse's words sinking in, John looked at his reflection in a bloody puddle and realized he had just been called a monster. The silhouettes of people sitting in blood against the scarlet sunset seemed to hint that he was one of them now. John's shocked face, reflected in the bloody water, showed his utter dismay at becoming a zombie. He noticed a zombie furiously eating Aaron's helpless body. John looked at the zombie and made a comparison. He realized he wasn't just a zombie. He was a monster. Aaron's face was frozen in a silent scream, his glassy, lifeless eyes reflecting John's image. John exhaled sharply and realized that it wasn't that bad yet. He could still think. Suddenly, a scream came from the supermarket. The zombies instinctively turned toward the scream. John grabbed his head in his hands and screamed at the top of his lungs. A cylindrical iron pipe came flying through the air. It hit him right in the back of the head. The heavy blow made John lose consciousness, and his eyes closed. He lay there, passed out next to the iron pipe. Someone approached, complaining about how noisy zombies are. Clint put his foot on John's head and told the others he might already be dead. Michael went crazy and smashed a zombie's head with a homemade bat, while Clint crouched down next to the main character's unconscious body. Clint tied John's ankles with a regular rope. Stock dusted off his hands after the job and told the others not to get carried away. Otherwise, they'd run out of energy fast and be useless. Michael grabbed the tied-up John by the legs. Michael dragged him toward the exit. We see a truck parked outside a closed shop. He threw John behind a parked car. The main character lay on top of a pile of zombies, and someone reported that John was the last one. Clint walked out of the room. The others started gathering, and someone gave the order to leave. The main character lay unconscious with the rest of the zombies, tied to the bumper of a truck. Clint grinned as he slung the metal pipe over his shoulder. Walking up to the truck, he turned back to the rest of the guys and noted that today's haul was excellent. The car started up and began picking up speed. John's body bounced and got dragged along. Behind the car after all that hard work, Clint let himself rest a bit. He drove the car with his eyes closed. While the main character was unconscious, moments from his life flashed before his eyes. He remembered a moment right before he turned into a zombie. John opened his eyes, confused about where he was. He sat up in bed and looked around the room. The main character looked into the other room while calling out for his parents. He looked into the kitchen, but no one was there. But there was a pot on the stove. It didn't have a lid, and a delicious smell was wafting out of it. John went over to the pot to check it out, to see what smelled so good in there. Tender-looking meat was simmering away. It was going to be soup. The main character gulped involuntarily at the sight and smell. Just one look made him feel starving. John stared at the pot, with cold eyes, never looking away from the meat. His hand, as if it had a mind of its own, reached for the pot, ignoring the fact that the broth was boiling hot. John, with a sudden, jerky movement, plunged his hand right into the pot and grabbed the meat. In John's hands, red from the heat, were chunks of delicious meat. His eyes went wild, his pupils constricted, and his eye color darkened. John, looking frantic, started to eat, devouring the meat like an animal. His mother walked into the room. She looked at her son, who was sitting on his knees in front of the stove. She called out to him. John stopped wolfing down the meat, surprised by her voice. He twitched and started turning toward his mother. The main character looked terrifying. His hair was a mess. His expression was crazed. His eyes looked bloodshot, and his pupils were like a predator's. Mom, seeing this scene, didn't even recognize her son. She screamed at the top of her lungs, like a zombie snapping out of it. He came to his senses. He felt sick at the sight in front of him. The main character was horrified. He backed away, unable to process what was happening. His sister lay there, covered in blood, whispering, "Brother." There was a huge pool of blood underneath her, and the blood on his hands was hers too. Cold sweat broke out, and John felt sick as he realized what he'd done. He couldn't believe what he'd just done. The main character screamed at the top of his lungs, snapping out of the memory. John woke up screaming his sister's name. An old man holding herbs and spices, and a kid holding a ladle, stared at the screaming main character with wide, shocked eyes. John was soaking wet and had no idea what was going on. The place looked like some kind of bathhouse. The old man and the kid were so scared seeing John that the grandpa fell over, dropping the leek from his hand onto the floor. The main character, naked amidst the grandpa's screaming, looked around to assess the situation, but he couldn't figure out what kind of place this was. He looked down and was shocked by what he saw. John was standing in a tub full of water, with a fire blazing underneath it. They were trying to turn him into soup, all kinds of spices, leeks, onions, and carrots were floating in the water. John looked at his hand and noticed it was covered in onions. Hearing a loud roar, John looked up in fear. Zombies were hanging there, tied to the ceiling beams. Even though they had homemade gags on, it didn't stop them from growling. Seeing this, the main character's jaw dropped. He just couldn't understand what was happening here. It was some kind of abandoned building. It was obvious no one had been here for a long time. Someone shouted to make sure he was ready, then threw an inhaler. Without even looking at the flying object, Clint caught it easily, right in front of his face. Clint stood there with the inhaler in his hand. Behind him, the rowdy guys were yelling, complaining that they used to get 5 pieces. But now there was only 1. Fred stood up. He clasped his hands and looked down at the others. Acting superior, Leo adjusted his glasses and told the crowd that the rules had changed. After he said that, Fred flashed a malicious, mocking grin. Clint and Michael were surrounded by Fred's guys. Clint stayed calm, but Michael was already getting nervous. Suddenly, Fred demanded 20 zombies from them. Michael thought that was a dirty move. Leo, standing to Fred's right, peered at them over the rim of his glasses, showing off his bright, wheat-colored eyes. He explained that medicine was the scarcest resource right now. If he didn't ration it, even he wouldn't get any. Anyway, Clint was getting tired of this whole thing. Standing there, twirling his white hair, he wagged his finger, grinned, and told them to stop lying. Fred looks pretty annoyed by that gesture. And Clint, still wearing that faint smile, eyes closed, just stands there twirling a lock of hair around his finger. Fred asked him, totally baffled. Fred stayed in a defensive stance, while Clint, resting his iron pipe on his shoulder, told them he'd heard everything. Clint's face changed dramatically. He turned angry, giving off a sinister aura, and said, I know you're trying to trick us." That sentence pushed Fred to his boiling point, almost exploding into a scream. He said, "How dare you?" Clint, saying he was already pissing him off, went ahead and smacked Fred with his pipe. Fred's people didn't expect a twist like that. No one had ever dared to attack their boss before. Fred's people got scared after Clint's words, and one of them shouted that they shouldn't get close or they'd be killed. Fred's whole team came to their senses and decided to rush him. But no one could move. Everyone seemed to be just standing around him. And Fred, hunching over a bit, held his head with his hand right where he got hit. Near the temple, Fred's anger skyrocketed. His eyes went bloodshot. And a pathetic puppy hissed through his clenched teeth. Enraged, Fred raised his hand to attack. His eyes rolled back white and, winding up to strike, he screamed at Clint. Die. Fred's fist flew past an unfazed Clint, who dodged it without any trouble. Clint's hand suddenly grabbed and squeezed Fred's shoulder. Clint pushed Fred effortlessly, sending him face first into the ground. Clint, with his hair in shadow but one glowing red eye visible, waved his iron pipe at Fred, who was lying there. On all fours in front of him was the dark figure of Clint, who finished bashing Fred's head with the iron pipe against a red background. Fred's men and Leo watch in shock as Fred falls unconscious after being beaten by Clint with a blood-dripping metal pipe. Out of breath, Clint exhales, takes his medicine, and then says he's really sorry he has asthma. After taking the meds, Clint rests the pipe on his shoulder and, exhaling, notes that sometimes it really annoys him. Gasoline was poured all over Fred's wicked crew, and they stood there perplexed. Clint, wiping his pipe on Michael's shirt while he stays silent, turns to Fred's people and tells them he has to decide what to do with them now. One of Fred's men, after checking himself and smelling the liquid, suggested that it was gasoline. Clint is standing above them looking down, but his eyes are hidden by his hair, asking, "Did you really think you could beat me?" And on either side of him is his crew with open bottles, dripping the remaining liquid. A matchbox and a match appear in Clint's hands, and he carefully lights the match. The match lit up in front of Clint's face, which looked pretty terrifying, and he said, "Bye-bye. Time to turn you guys into barbecue," to which Fred's men begged for mercy. Through the open door, the figure of a grandpa in a hat suddenly appears, the one who tried to cook John not long ago, and calls for the boss. Fred's men freeze in fear, while Clint, with a match in his hand, turns with a silent question toward the grandpa. A zombie's hand grabs the grandpa's head and drags him away before he can say what's there. "Zombies over there." From Clint's eyes, it was clear he was surprised. While someone sighed in the background, a shirtless John appeared where the grandpa just was and asked everyone in the room, "Who's in charge here?" Clint was in a tense stance, like he was ready for anything, and looking at John, who was approaching, he thought to himself, "He's that same zombie." Clint's thoughts left him in shock. Sweat ran down his temples. He remembered how he put his foot on John's head. From the unexpected memories, the lit match falls from Clint's hands. Clint and Jen watch the flying match in silent fear. Someone screamed that there was gasoline here too, and John's gaze focused on the match falling into a puddle of gasoline. Something passed by Clint at a speed invisible to the eye, ruffling Clint's hair with the wind. Clint stood frozen, staring straight ahead with his messy hair. Behind the motionless Clint, who just couldn't imagine that what just happened was even possible, stood John. After quickly catching the match flying toward the gasoline, small embers and smoke rise from John's clenched hand. John turns and looks at Clint's back and asks him, "What needs explaining?" Clint lowered his head a bit, covered his eyes with his bangs, and thought to himself, he was a special zombie. Clint's hand gripped the metal pipe tight, and he didn't care anymore that John, who was in front of him looking with a question in his eyes, was special. Clint, jumping into action, set out to take down the main character and raised the pipe to hit John, who was right in front of him. John stopped the blow. He easily stopped the metal pipe with his left hand, which was aimed to hit him in the head. John looked up and effortlessly grabbed the pipe in his hand. A tense silence hung between John, who was holding the now broken pipe, and Clint. The realization of what was happening hit Clint hard. He thought to himself that it was all over. Despair washed over him. After snapping Clint's pipe, John tossed it to the ground, where it hit the concrete with a sharp clang. Clint's men hung back. Only Michael dared to call out to him, sounding scared and stuttering. The two locked eyes. John stood looming over Clint, who cursed under his breath. Damn it. The main character stared ahead with a stone-cold face and remarked, I asked you a question. John was taken aback when Clint suddenly dropped to the floor. Clint groveled at the main character's feet, screaming, Don't kill me. John was stunned by Clint's behavior. Unable to comprehend what was going on, Clint screamed, begging for his life, saying he shouldn't have tried to rob him and that he'd made a huge mistake. Meanwhile, the main character calmly walked toward him. As John approached, Clint latched onto his leg and kept spouting excuses. It was my first time making a mistake like this. Please, forgive me. Clint's gang was shocked by their boss's behavior. Clint continued to beg for mercy. I'll do anything for you. John watched the scene unfold, thinking to himself, what the hell is going on here? John grabbed Clint by the scruff of his neck like a cat to pull him up. Accepting his apology, the main character turned his head toward Clint's crew and said they needed to talk. Fred, Angelina, and Leo sat on the sidelines, watching everything while trembling in fear. John sat on the ground, resting his elbow on his knee, while the rest of the group sat in front of him, listening to his story. Clint sat on some boxes off to the side. Clint, sitting with his back to the others, gulped down water greedily as John finished the story of how he became such a monster. After the intense story of his life, Clint's crew briefly recapped the details to clarify things for themselves, but they couldn't understand how he maintained his consciousness. John sat there, staring into the void, and remained silent while the others tried to digest the information. The crumpled, empty water bottle Clint had been drinking from hit the floor as he muttered, God, this is so romantic. Clint turned on the boxes to face the main character, crossed his arms, and spoke about sacrificing himself for the sake of his sister and his lover. He summed it up by saying it was cute. Raising his index finger and looking at John, Clint asked, what if I told you that nobody you knew was eaten that day? John couldn't believe Clint's words, but Clint continued, explaining that if they had been eaten, there would be skeletons left behind. Clint closed his eyes, rubbed his chin, and mused that if John hadn't seen their remains, they were most likely still alive. Clint opened his eyes and looked straight at the main character. Did they turn into zombies? Clint's words unsettled John, and he sat there, eyes wide with shock. The group stood in front of a boiling vat. John couldn't understand why the others weren't killing the zombies. They looked up at the hanging zombies and talked about calling the boss. Suddenly, the rope holding one of the zombies snapped. As the people screamed, the zombie fell into the fire. Its arms and legs were still tied. It writhed in the fire, growling. The smell of burning zombie flesh wafted toward the people, and they froze. One person started drooling and said, that smell. John noted that the zombies were screaming. Everyone turned to look. They saw the main character's back as he walked away. Clint asked where he was going. John stopped and turned his head toward him. He said he had to find them. As John walked away, he heard Clint ask how he planned to search for them. Clint took a step toward the main character, smiling smoothly. He draped his arm over John's shoulder. It looked like a friendly hug. He kept asking John to join him. Clint's team was surprised, and one of them shouted out. Clint turned his head toward them with an irritated look and simply clicked his tongue. John remembered that Clint was the one who had knocked him out earlier. Clint turned back to him. John shoved Clint's hand off his shoulder. The main character said he didn't understand why he should be catching zombies, and that he didn't trust these people. As he walked away, John continued, since we don't trust each other, there's no need for proposals like that. Clint watched his back, realizing he'd been rejected. He lowered his head. The shadow of his bangs covered his eyes as he stared at John's figure silently leaving the room. Clint, now surrounded by a sinister aura, turned toward the person who had interrupted his conversation, twisting a lock of his hair, twisting the guy's finger. He asks angrily who gave him permission to butt in. Furious at the sheer audacity, Clint punches the man who dared to interrupt his conversation. Terrified by the scene, the crowd tries to distance themselves from this unlucky newbie, who'd only been under Fred's command for a short while. Satisfied with his sudden impulse to punch someone's lights out, venting all the rage and emotion that had been building up over the last few minutes, Clint grins victoriously. Clint is feeling pretty pleased with himself, keeping that smirk on his face as he watches John's back while he walks away. John continues wandering down the hallway, his mind stuck on the little incident that just happened with Clint. Suddenly, John hears some noises coming from right next to him. Without thinking twice, the protagonist throws open the door to the room where those mysterious, intriguing sounds are coming from. The protagonist's shock knows no bounds. It's written all over his face. His eyes wide with pure disbelief. The room reeks of a disgusting stench, coming from the scattered, dismembered corpses. And there are a lot of them. Distracted from its lively activity, the sick creature locks its eyes on the sudden guest who dared to interrupt. Without a second thought, it lunges at John, who's still standing there like a statue with an unreadable expression. A rush of emotion finally hits the protagonist's face, showing he clearly didn't expect to see something like this. The stench from that tiny room quickly forces its way out, spreading to every corner of the place, eventually reaching Clint and the others. Fast, the guy standing behind Clint decides to crack a joke about the nasty smell, at his own risk making the boss roll his eyes hard. He knows full well he's surrounded by a bunch of idiots. Only the redhead kid senses the danger, tensing up as he anticipates the next move of enemies he hasn't even seen yet. Suddenly, a zombie's hand smashes through the wooden door behind the guy, missing his face by just a few inches, lightning fast. The zombie bites into the guy's neck before he even has a split second to process what's happening. The dead man's buddies watch in absolute horror, feeling a terror they've never experienced in their lives. After the first zombie bursts in, almost like it was scripted, the rest of its undead kin rush in to do exactly what they were born to do. They terrify the cowards who are only worried about saving their own useless skins, striking a horror that's plastered all over their faces. But out of nowhere, an iron pipe appears in someone's hands and flies at high speed, straight toward a face, right in front of the guy who was about to say goodbye to his life. Blood splatters from the zombie that was trying to kill him. Clint himself stepped in to help the unlucky kid, acting like some kind of world-class hero. Meanwhile, John is trying to handle a group of zombies swarming around him. The protagonist looks genuinely shocked when he realizes the incredible power these creatures have. With all his might, John shoves away a zombie trying to maul him. The protagonist is tired and distressed. He looks at his opponent with a proud, victorious glare. Realizing the thing is beaten, the impact was so hard that the zombie is noticeably weakened, collapsing to the floor, unable to fight the protagonist anymore. But the other zombies don't waste any time. They keep attacking John without giving him a single minute to catch his breath. John, bitter towards his opponents and exhausted from the fight, gets furious and decides to deal with them once and for all. Clenching his fist, the protagonist swings with massive force, pouring all his rage and anger into the attack. John hits several zombies with a single blow, but out of the corner of his eye, he spots an opponent closing in, ready to strike. The zombie aims to kill the protagonist with incredible speed, but before it can even take a couple of steps, it goes flying back in the opposite direction just as fast. Clint came to John's rescue, killing the crazed zombie with that same metal pipe. John is surprised, and he doesn't hide it. He doesn't understand Clint's intentions. Clint, down on one knee, keeps finishing off the zombies, standing back up. Clint shoots a smile at John, putting all his words and thoughts into that small, necessary gesture. But those weren't the last enemies they'd have to take down. The rest of the zombies keep closing in on the main characters. Clint, playing the big hero and savior, readies himself for another round, shielding a very surprised John with his back. Back to back with John, Clint says something. John pretends to give up the spot Clint wanted. He wanted to tell Clint something huge, something that's been eating him up inside for a long time. That's why Clint froze up, waiting for the question. But all of a sudden, John and Clint heard someone screaming, heading straight for them. It was Freddy's survivors. They were running from those crazed zombies too, rushing over to help our main guys. Since John didn't get the chance to say what he wanted, his face was twisted with irritation and rage. Clint took control of the situation fast, turning on the idiot and shouting some nonsense. But the zombies didn't waste a second. They kept closing in on the group, looking totally ready for a fight. Now, Clint and John were going to fight side by side, doing whatever it took to help each other survive. The survivors ran toward the main duo to help them handle the massive horde of zombies. The zombies surrounded the main characters from both sides, ready to strike. John was determined and ready for another battle. He knew he wouldn't be a loser today, because now he had a small team to back him up if things got dangerous. Meanwhile, Someone was trying to smash a hole in the wall to escape the chaos surrounding the survivors. It was none other than Leo. Desperately trying to save his own pathetic life, the survivors froze near the room, listening to some really weird sounds coming from inside. It felt like the zombies were endless. There were just too many of them. They kept attacking with the same fury and horror, but John was way stronger than a bunch of these monsters. Without realizing they were walking into certain death, he scattered them with a single powerful blow. But the zombies didn't give up. They kept fighting the main character. One of the zombies managed to lunge and bite John right on the neck. John looked at the zombie trying to kill him without showing a single emotion. But then, his face twisted in pure anger and rage. John grabbed the crazed zombie by the hair and started prying it off his neck with all his strength. John threw it aside. Amazed by the sheer nerve of this zombie, John jumped and kicked it right in the face. But it just kept screaming. But before he could kick it again, John stopped abruptly, his face showing complete surprise. The main character had a question. Who could possibly stop him from doing this? From doing something that gave him so much pleasure? He looked down. It was Clint. He saw Clint's hands clasping his to stop him. Turning his head, John noticed the white hair belonging to Clint, who had a death grip on him. The two main characters yelled at each other, trying to convince the other of completely opposite things. Clint held John's back firmly, wrapping his arms around him and stopping him from making even the slightest move. The iron pipe Clint had abruptly thrown away after what he saw lay not far from them. While Clint kept holding on to John, the zombies continued attacking Freddy's people. No one could stop this chaos. There were too many. Michael, realizing the danger, rushed to warn everyone that they couldn't hold them off. All because Clint got distracted for just a second. A zombie suddenly appeared behind him, ready to attack. Damn it, Clint cursed, staring at his opponent with a look of shock. But someone's hand grabbed the crazed zombie's head just in time, pulling it away from Clint. It was John who rushed to help Clint, looking him straight in the eye with a gaze full of warmth. Clint was totally thrown off by that meaningful look. To the side, John crushed the zombie's head with incredible force, stopping it from hurting Clint, whose face was showing a whole mix of emotions all at once. Clint's face was pressed against John's shoulder, twisting in pain, and behind him, you could hear the crunch of a zombie's skull. It only had a few seconds left. You could see the determination on John's face. He would do anything to save Clint's life, squeezing his opponent's skull as hard as he could. John tried to kill the zombie. Blood was everywhere, signaling its end. Clint lay on the ground, trying to process what just happened. Michael and the blonde guy stared at them in bewilderment, silently praying that Clint was okay. Michael looked at Clint's legs sticking out from the cave, hoping for the best outcome. Clint gasped, slightly surprised by what he'd just experienced a few seconds ago. Clint stared at John, trying to piece the puzzle together in his head. He couldn't understand the intentions or motives behind the man's actions. John looked down at Clint with a warm smile, reflecting on what he'd done. Out of breath, Michael and the blonde guy ran into the room to make sure Clint was safe and sound. Michael told the blonde kid to help him out, told him not to just stand there like a statue. But then, out of nowhere, he got grabbed by that same zombie, the one that tried to kill Clint just a few minutes ago. John stomped on its foot hard, real hard, just to stop it from attacking Michael. John looked at the zombie with sadness in his eyes. He realized, not long ago, this was a healthy person, someone who probably had a family, friends. A job. Michael, standing behind him, understood exactly what he was thinking. And the blonde kid, he recognized his own father in that zombie. The creature, full of anguish, didn't understand what was happening to it, so it just growled something unintelligible. It tried to get up to keep fighting, but suddenly, they doused it, shoved a bottle of gasoline right into its mouth. The zombie, not understanding what was going on, just looked at everyone with dead, empty eyes. John looked at him one last time, lost in his own thoughts. Then, suddenly, John struck a match. It flared up instantly, lighting the cave with a dim glow. John remembered a conversation they had a long time ago, back when this zombie was still a healthy human being. Realizing he was doing what had to be done, John slowly moved the burning match closer, right to the mouth of his old friend. The mouth that was holding a bottle of highly flammable liquid. Everything around them was consumed by flames. Fire that mercilessly snatched these creatures away from the world of the living. Through the fire, you could see the man's face. Frozen in horror. A look that would remain etched on his face forever. John, Clint, Michael, and the blonde kid. They all watched the fire consuming the room, taking those creatures down with it. The blonde kid, realizing that he just lost the most precious thing he had, the most valuable thing in his life. He couldn't hold back his emotions, and he started to, crying from all the built-up resentment and pain. Clint stared silently at the fire. The same fire he wanted to start just a while ago. The one that would have killed Fred's people. John looked at what he'd done just seconds ago. Filled with regret and sadness, smoke from the fire kept rising to the sky, just like the souls it was taking with it. Leaving zero chance of survival for the undead, the heroes just kept watching. Maybe. Just maybe. They were all thinking the exact same thing right now. After saying a mental goodbye to everyone, John turned toward Clint. Clint really wanted to help. To offer John some moral support. John closed his eyes to hide his emotions. Trying to find the right words of gratitude, Clint gave John a meaningful look. John kept walking, listening to every word Clint was saying. But when he didn't react, Clint decided to ask him the big question. Clint's eyes showed he was dead serious. He was desperate to understand exactly what John wanted from him, hearing a question aimed right at him. John stopped in his tracks. He couldn't believe what he'd just heard. He ran through possible answers in his head, taking his sweet time before turning around to answer Clint. In those few miserable seconds, Clint mentally fainted 7 times, had 3 strokes, bit his tongue off, and managed to say goodbye to his life. He had no idea why he just blurted that out, without answering the guy, who was dying to know the truth. John looked at him with the most charming, sincere smile he could muster, and then, John, totally misjudging his own strength, punched Clint right in the gut, like he was turning the whole serious talk into nothing. It was just a joke. Pushing the conversation off for later, the punch was so hard. Clint doubled over, a little stream of blood spurred from his mouth, and his eyes looked like he was facing a global catastrophe. Which kinda confused John. Michael and the blonde kid were shocked by the stunt. They looked genuinely worried about Clint. John grabbed the surprised Clint's hand to help him up. Then he threw him over his shoulder to carry him, trying not to bother Clint, even though he'd almost crippled him seconds ago. Happy with the joke, Clint looked at John with a calm smile. But then, suddenly, the car they were going to use to escape safely, it caught fire too, leaving them stranded. Everyone was confused and shocked, just staring at the burning car. We've got no way out. We're doomed, no one's gonna help us. We're gonna die. The blonde kid started panicking, realizing how messed up the situation was. Unexpectedly, Clint, who was still hanging over John's shoulder, managed to slap the kid across the face. He yelled that he had no right to say things like that. Michael tried to de-escalate things, calming Clint down and shielding the kid with his back. The boy, not expecting that slap, started bawling his eyes out again, and John tried to calm the man down, who was still screaming and cursing at the kid. But out of nowhere, they all heard a malicious laugh. It was Leo, while he flashed a fake smile. Everyone snapped their attention to the new player in this little drama, staring right at Leo. They saw him spinning his car keys on his finger, hinting that the way out was right there in his hand. Clint eyed Leo with pure disdain and suspicion, thinking this was just another setup. Leo mentally facepalmed, stunned by the guy's paranoia. But hey, time waits for no one. If he didn't hurry up right now, he'd be nothing but a memory real soon. Leo turned to the group and clasped his hands together, begging for help like his life depended on it, because it did. After finding Leo's car, he jammed the key in and turned it, wiping sweat from his face. Then it hit him. The thing was either busted or completely out of gas. Leo scanned the other cars, frantically trying to come up with a plan B to get them the hell out of there. He tugged at his shirt collar, clearly freaking out, and announced to everyone that he was out of gas. The group stared at Leo with unreadable expressions. They were mentally drained and just exhausted. Clint walked up to Leo with zero good intentions, shooting him a glare filled with rage and exhaustion. But suddenly, Clint's eyes landed on something that would help him work through his little emotional issue. Clint punched Leo in the face with everything he had, sending his whole body flying right into a small motorcycle parked nearby. Michael was totally on board with Clint's actions, but the blonde kid, He was clearly worried about Leo, probably because he was so young. Meanwhile, Clint and Leo were screaming at each other, venting all their hatred and hostility. Clint and Leo got distracted from their fight by the sound of chains rattling nearby. While those two were bickering, John had found a solution and rolled up in a bus. Everyone gathered around to check out John's new ride. Leo was the first one to hop on. Leo peeked inside to make sure the coast was clear and there weren't any zombies lurking in there, finding nothing suspicious. Leo, Michael, and the blonde kid boarded the bus in dead silence. Michael and the blonde kid were trying to keep their mouths shut so they wouldn't reignite the drama with Clint. Leo was clearly nervous about the people stuck in the cabin with him. John stood outside, gazing mysteriously at the moon that had just appeared after the clouds finally cleared up. Clint, who was also standing outside, thanked John for the quick fix and the save. Snapping him out of his thoughts, John just smiled, showing that his intentions were purely good. Clint left John with a mysterious smile and climbed onto the bus. The scene shifted, and we saw a guy named Will running for his life, trying to outrun a zombie that was gaining on him. The mindless creature kept chasing him, ready to tear him apart. Will ran right toward a trap he'd built himself to fight off these sick freaks. A whole horde of zombies was chasing Will, trying to catch him and rip him to shreds. Will fell to the ground, acting defenseless and unarmed. The female zombie lunged at him, ready to finish what she started. The zombie did exactly what Will wanted. She did the exact same thing as 100 others before her. Will smirked at the sheer brilliance of his plan. It was going to help him wipe out at least a handful of these zombies. The zombie raised her hand to strike, ready to kill the human just inches away from her. Right at that moment, Will dove to the side to avoid getting killed, and the zombie face-planted onto the ground. Will glared with pure hatred at the zombies surrounding him. Unable to understand how humanity had come to this, the mindless horde charged at their target, thinking they were about to kill him. But man, were they dead wrong. With a flick of his wrist, our hero lit a match and tossed it onto the ground, which was already soaked in gasoline. In an instant, all the zombies were engulfed in flames that would burn them to nothing. Will watched the fruits of his labor, the fire consuming the people who were once healthy, now burning alive. The settlement where Will lived thanked him for his hard work and his brilliant plan. While the wretched zombies continued to scream from the fire, all the zombies burned alive, leaving behind nothing but ashes and empty clothes. In the kitchen, a stew was just starting to boil, filling the room with a mouth-watering aroma. The village chief ladled the soup and chunks of meat into a bowl. Fred, wearing a sick grin, dragged a little girl by her hand while she cried and fought back with everything she had. Fred and the prefect were chatting, mentioning something about having a pretty good day. Down in the dungeon, other terrified people were huddled together, having no clue why they were there. Fred kicked the dungeon door open. The mothers inside clutched their babies tight. They look exhausted and terrified. The people are scared stiff. They don't understand the reality of what's going on, or the reason for this visit. Fred drags the girl toward a bowl of stew, but she fights back. The girl is force-fed a human organ, an experiment to see if it's even possible to eat it. Fighting back her nausea, the girl tries to chew what was shoved down her throat. Fred and the boss watch her reaction like hawks. Even while crying and screaming her lungs out, she manages to swallow the organ. Fred and the others cheer at the experiment's success. The stew is poured into bowls to feed the others. Everyone lunges at the food. Since it's so scarce in these hard times, the girl just keeps crying. She doesn't fully grasp what's happening to the world right now. It's a wonderful night, with a beautiful crescent moon, pale moonlight and a cool breeze sweep through the forest, shaking the treetops and scattering leaves across the ground. John drags an entire bus on his back, moving it as easily as a toddler playing with toy cars. Suddenly, something startles the undead man, as if his heart just skipped a beat. He's confused by sounds that probably only he can hear. Clint notices John acting weird and tries to ask him about it. Hoping for an answer from his silent friend, John snaps his head to the side, looking out with his wounded eye. Now he's definitely focused on something major. The sky. It's painted in shades of blood. The bright, pleasant atmosphere instantly turns tense, as if the sky is falling on everyone's heads. The mood shift isn't for nothing. It's gotten so intense. Hordes of hungry creatures are trailing the bus, for no reason at all. What a nightmare to run into them. Meeting these monsters in the middle of a dark forest. Their skin is peeling off, gray like ashes after a fire, But one thing definitely sets them apart from ashes. Unfortunately, the wind won't just blow them away. In every direction, Clint spots the threat. He's terrified, because that massive crowd is closing in on them. John orders Clint and the others to get on the bus. No unnecessary noise. The passengers on the bus are in a total panic. Some have already lost all hope for the future. All they can do is wipe the fog off the windows. John goes to scout the situation, checking the zombies and how they'll react to him. The dead are right on top of him. Something is driving them. Their target. They're looking in a completely different direction. If they were hostile, they'd attack our hero. But in that split second, the creatures pass right by John. Like he's one of their own kin. Apparently, they only hunt humans. That's both bad and good. It means he can use it to blend in, pretending to be something other than human. John is stunned. They swarmed around him and just kept going, like he was a ghost to them. Mindless creatures. Taken over by some virus. The danger passed them by. It actually felt kind of rude on their part. John was ready for a fight, and they just blatantly ignored him. Michael can't believe they're gone. Without taking a bite out of anyone, Clint calls out to John again. John finally pays attention. Clint decides to tease his undead friend, saying the other zombies think they're too good for him. Suddenly, one of the subordinates screams and points at the zombies. Everyone looks where he's pointing, and it's definitely worth seeing. The dead are heading straight for a town inhabited by humans. This spells disaster. The horde found a more interesting target than a tiny bus. They've decided to grind that small town into dust. Leo hopes they don't change their minds and follow them instead. He's shaking like he's freezing to death. Clint isn't happy about the dead heading for the town. He needs to make a quick decision. Otherwise, it'll be too late. John bangs on the bus window, signaling them to sit down and buckle up tight. He grips the steel chain with his blackened hands, gathering all his strength for an instant pull. John's last command makes even the bravest ones tense up. He's planning something to get them to town in seconds. Everyone tightens their seatbelts, fearing this might be a one-way ticket to the afterlife. John might have forgotten to issue tickets, but he didn't forget their safety. He made sure everyone is strapped in so no one falls out. His eyes are practically popping out of his skull. No seatbelt can truly save them from a ride like this. John is sprinting with a bus on his back. His strength is terrifying, and the speed is absolutely insane. Again and again, the bus finally stops hovering in the air and hits the ground. Our hero is dead serious. He'll smash through any obstacle that stands in his way. It's gonna level the playing field for our hero. And every single one of them is taking their final flight. A cloud of smoke is rising up to the sky. The apocalypse is really kicking off now. Somehow, a hellish fire ignited in the haystack, unleashing massive clouds of smoke. The dead still got to the town first, which is definitely bad news. People are greedily wolfing down meat that's suspiciously like the flesh of the dead. And this is way worse than a standard zombie attack. Consuming that stuff has terrible consequences. Just like the hardest drugs, it turns your brain to mush and your body into a hollow shell. The stench of that rotting meat draws them in, forcing the victim to enjoy one last meal while gaining unimaginable strength. But their mind, that gets buried 6 feet under. One of the maniacs, in between bites, turns his attention to the guy next to him. He grins like a lunatic at his guest, someone he hasn't seen in ages, like a loyal servant. The madman offers part of his dinner to a certain boss. The boss doesn't turn down the local delicacy dead man's meat, even though it destroys a person's very soul. After that, you might as well just wait for the end with a rope, some soap, and a rickety stool. The mysterious boss turns out to be Tim, John's longtime bully. Even here, he's causing trouble, forcing his underlings to eat zombie flesh. The sycophant reeked of roasted corpse meat, that vile stench mixing with his own sweat. Something distracted our tough guy from his meal. Maybe he needs a reminder that the zombies are right on our heels. Tim notices that amidst the hellish flames, the dead are rising from the earth, hungry to devour more and more flesh. The boss immediately lashed out at his lackey. A soup bowl shattered, knocking a grown man down with a single blow. You'd think escaping the zombie horde would be priority number 1. But not for Tim. He'd rather beat on his subordinate. He orders him to shut the door on the dead, but quickly realizes that was the wrong move, and that death is inevitable. The monster's fangs are as sharp as razors. Once they get close, you're done for. The fat guy understands the danger. But he doesn't even try to run. He just stares his impending death right in the face. He calls out to Tim, hoping for help. But you can't expect much from people like him. Tim points his crossbow right at his ally. He's a natural leader. Sure, but also a total tyrant, even if he makes himself hated. He plays the villain role to perfection, no matter how cold-blooded and confident he acts. You can see the anxiety on his face. He's terrified for his own life. The fat guy has no choice but to accept his master's decision. He distracts the dead from the boss while Tim sacrifices his pawns. The fat guy points toward the door. His whole body is shaking with fear. Like he's been electrocuted. He's been caught. And there's barely any chance he'll escape the jaws of death or do anything at all. He has no choice left but to scream at the top of his lungs, hoping for someone to save him. A dead man's hand grabs the fat guy, and the rest of them aren't going to miss out on lunch. They're probably going to tear a tasty chunk right out of him. His screams echo through the room. But that won't help him now. Not after being bitten by a zombie, whether he gets eaten or turns into one of them. A living dead. The fat guy has no future left. All thanks to his greedy, arrogant, unscrupulous boss. His eyes are filled with sorrow. His face twisted in fear and pain. He finally realizes his world is plastic. A world of fakes. His boss is a freak. A damn freak, who only cares about his own skin. The others are barely finishing their meal while their ally is being devoured by those vile creatures. And now they're coming for them. Screams and shrieks fill the empty space, both inside and outside the room. Tim still looks down on the fat guy, even though he bought them time with his life. Those few seconds he stalled them could save a lot of people. Unbelievably, John's little sister is still alive. But for how long? A zombie already has its eyes on her, and all she can do is tremble with fear and cry. Tim's cruelty and terrible temper are striking, forcing him to do the dirtiest deeds. John seems to have hurt his sister and is sprinting to save her from the clutches of the undead. He throws a bus to try and stop it. But it looks like the passengers aren't going to be too happy about the ride. The roar John creates echoes far into the distance. John finally managed to get his brother's attention. Maybe now they'll attack him instead of chasing the others. John's shadow, unseen in the pale moonlight, gradually creeps toward his enemies. The dead stare right back at him, waiting for the perfect moment to strike and kill instantly. The silhouette has appeared, and the monsters don't even realize what kind of beast they've run into. The horde is on its way, and John is just starting to prepare a deadly attack, but they had him surrounded. What was he going to do? What kind of plan would a rational zombie come up with? He grabs the chain, probably getting ready to attack the bus. No matter how dangerous it might be for the passengers, John instantly spread his legs wide and got into an attack stance. He swings the chain with ease. That bus is going to move any second now and wipe out a couple of these undead freaks. Even the rotting faces of the zombies showed fear, terrified of the danger coming their way. John is so powerful he sent a couple of those undead creatures straight to Judgment Day, where they're destined to burn to ash. He grips the chain with both hands. Bad luck for the creatures and the passengers who happen to be nearby. Here's a look that destroys all hope for his enemies. A glare intense enough to burn retinas to ash. It's a Ferris wheel ride for Clint and the whole gang, and a wheel of fortune for the brain-dead creatures. At least the ones lucky enough to survive. John let out a roar loud enough to strike fear into even the bravest of the dead. Blood, rocks, and monster corpses went flying into the sky. That's just how strong John was after his transformation. A dust cloud floats over the ground, blocking the view of the remaining enemies. He lets go of the chain, signaling that the ride is over for Clint, a lone warrior on the battlefield, standing against all the walking corpses. He's the only one who turned into a zombie but stayed smart, gaining incredible strength, vitality, and immunity to bites. The bus was completely totaled, like it had been in a massive wreck. Dangerous John tells the survivors not to be scared. Since he's the only peaceful zombie on Earth, people keep shining their flashlights on him, not trusting him one bit. I mean, it's not exactly typical for zombies to be polite. The light blinds our hero, but thank God he's level-headed. Unlike Tim, total opposites. Like an angel and a demon. Cats and dogs. Fire and water. John asks them to stop shining the flashlights, since it's really bothering him. But they just kept doing it. The man's eyes are filled with fear, and he drops his flashlight. He's barely holding it together, screaming at himself to run far away from here. The dead look in John's eyes strikes terror. Even in the people he just saved, everyone's scattered, running in different directions. It really hurts when people judge you like that. When you're rational but they call you a monster. When the very people you saved run away from you. John stayed silent. But he definitely didn't like that attitude. Even if their fear is understandable. It's hard to accept that kind of bias. Clint and the whole crew have been through a total nightmare. And they are not happy about this little trip. John walks in his red sneakers toward the town. Toward one of those delinquent hangouts where people used to bully our hero. Now one of them is begging for help. Funny how the situation changes people. He's trying to save his own skin. Begging John not to attack. He looks so desperate and weak. John has a goal. He knows that if his bullies are nearby, then the only family and friends he has left must be close too. And he has to hurry. Since his sister is already on a razor's edge. He enters a dark room in the town. Shrouded in mystery and shadows, John's gigantic shadow fell over his sister. She'd been crying so hard she had dark circles under her eyes. The horror she must have felt. It's hard to imagine the deep wounds in her soul. Buried right at the bottom of her heart. He calls her name. Trying to get closer. But how will she react when she sees her brother? Or rather, the huge zombie standing in his place. John tries to reach out to his sweet little sister. But she reacts just like any normal person would. Screaming and yelling. Typical. Considering how much she's already seen. And now this dead thing is coming at her. He was terrified by her reaction. He never expected the last person he had left to reject him like this. His hand stops abruptly. The tension is rising. And it's hard to hold back the tears welling up in his eyes. After being treated like that, he's in total shock. It feels like his whole world is going dark. His face is full of despair. His whole body tenses up, even in a dead man's body. Human emotions, feelings, and love for his family don't just go away. His little sister keeps screaming for help, calling out for her brother. Even though he's standing right in front of her, John is full of doubt. But he still tries to get through to his little sister. His pupils shrink to tiny pinpricks. The fear of losing his little sister when she's right there, when he just saved her and could almost touch her. His legs give out. He can't handle it. His own sister, the person he loves most, is rejecting him, and his devotion is astounding, seeing as his own health is at risk because he's so worried about his loved ones. His body aches, and his heart feels like it's being pierced. This is the most terrible feeling a person can have, because no matter how strong you are, it destroys you from the inside out. He is on the verge of collapsing. Strength is leaving his legs, and a heavy stone weighs on his soul. Proving his humanity, John fell to his knees, feeling like his head was placed beneath the blade of the cruelest executioner right before the end. A man loved because he can heal any wound, but also strike the deepest blow. Severing a head right from the shoulders, the atmosphere is overwhelming. The soul abandons even the deadest of zombies. Small, helpless, and a total crybaby. But her willpower is enviable, since she never lost hope for her brother's life and believed until the very end. Even though she saw his death with her own eyes, John justifies her fear by saying he looks like a ghost, which is why she's scared. He keeps making excuses for her, but it's all for her sake. The poor girl curled up in a corner so no creature could touch her, just so her brother could save her. The horror they lived through John, who was devoured by his own parents, his little sister, who survived the death of her parents and the indirect death of her brother. He hates himself for his weakness and promises himself he will never hurt his family again. Her tears finally stopped. She probably realized who was standing in front of her, and this should make her very happy. Her gaze cleared up. All kinds of shock were written in her eyes. The tears froze and evaporated in the face of such shock, like a second wind for her. She saw John in this dead man. Her brother. Her beloved. Her only joy. Like a sip of water in the desert. Pale. Overgrown. But still sane. A brother who will rise up like a wall for his little sister. She finally decides to take the first steps toward her long-lost brother. The dew on her cheeks begins to evaporate. The atmosphere is painted in new, brighter colors. The little sister touched her brother as if he were a strange animal, as if he had appeared at the most unexpected moment. And John's face changed. His gray world was colored in, and his loved one colored it like that same old song that brings back the most vivid memories. The ones you'd want to go back to for a few minutes or just think about. A truly childlike joy on her part. the most sincere joy a person can experience. Her shock can't be measured, seeing as she's already speaking about herself in the third person. He also tries to hug his beloved sister with his rotting arms. He hugs her with all his might and promises never to leave her again. Clint puts his hand on John's shoulder and interrupts the long-awaited reunion of brother and sister, which might not have happened otherwise. He isn't trying to distract them from the reunion, but he wants to warn them about something very important that has to interrupt John and his sister's celebration. Those who ate the flesh of the dead began their transformation, evidenced by itching, pain, and a strange cough. One of the allies realizes the most important things again and again. The most foresighted one of the whole team pointed to the man who was crushed by a stone. And his leg definitely didn't feel right. He was shaking all over and standing with difficulty. John entrusts his sister's safety to his friend Clint and asks him to look after her, so he can take care of that guy. The girl is still worried about her brother, and she doesn't look away so she doesn't lose sight of him, so he doesn't get lost on the horizon. John approaches the man step by step to examine him and identify what is happening to him. The man's face has already drooped. He clearly doesn't feel well, but John still questions him naively, hoping he's in good condition. His teeth are sharpening, but the man can only talk about meat. His transformation into a dead man continues, and the danger remains the same. Thick saliva is pouring from his mouth, as if the reaction of a bear to honey, and of a dead man to living flesh, woke up the most animalistic instincts in him. John was surprised. A zombie, a creature from his worst nightmares, woke up right before his eyes. This transformation is terrifying. The virus alone changes everything in a person, from appearance to personality, which disappears under the pressure of the parasitic virus. Clint pointed out that the man was mutated and shouted at John to be careful. John's reaction was incredibly fast. He instantly reacted to the dead man's attack and slammed him into the ground. A blow like that should leave a dent in the ground and split the stone. John looked at the dead man with a certain anger and was ready to grind him into dust. He orders them to take cover at the front and move forward to recon the situation further down the road. They agree with his order and must hurry, since he is the boss of the whole gang of flesh-eating corpses. Clint gathers everyone to find shelter from the zombies as fast as possible. The corpses, walkers, are already piling up behind the destroyed wall, and the rest need to hurry up. Otherwise, John won't be able to save everyone on his own. No matter how strong he is, the dead can still speak, but their words sound like they're programmed. They just beg endlessly for food, like their stomachs are burning trash pits. All the food burns up in a second. John is still holding his enemy's head, but even after a hit like that, it's showing signs of life. Not even a blow that powerful could snuff out the flame of its life. John noticed its vitality. It makes every dead one that much more dangerous, turning them into the highest state of evolution. A dead man's face dives into the ground, where it should have been resting a long time ago. But that evil virus turns him into a puppet for reproduction, just for energy and protection. The second you relax, a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth comes flying right at you, biting through metal and grinding stone into dust. John isn't weak, though. He easily stops his own kind, grabbing the head to execute it. He's seriously pissed off by the way these dead things act, how they attack without even realizing who their enemy is or how strong he is. They're really asking for trouble, so to speak. With a wave of his hands, John sends the zombies to the other world. It's pretty ironic dying twice in one existence, where one life is just mindless meat consumption. John is truly special. He's not human, but he's not a zombie either. Actually, a lot of factors make him different from the others. They really set him apart. There are so many dead already, and they were all people once, but their heads were enslaved by a virus, and it's not clear if they feel pain. John realizes the situation is heating up, and he needs to rush back to everyone. One of the crazy ones hasn't turned yet, but since he ate the meat, he doesn't have much time left to live. There are already rot spots on his body, and it won't take long for the virus to enslave his mind. He asks Arjan for help, but where is his boss? The one he trusted so much. That man would hide behind everyone just to survive. John has a goal, and he needs to move toward his team. Nothing is going to stop him. Tim is so terrible that he experimented on his own subordinates, forcing them to eat the flesh of the dead. It leads to even greater destruction and lets the virus spread further. It's getting hard for the man to even ask for help. His mind is clouding over like he took a massive dose of drugs. A parasitic virus enslaves the mind completely, leaving nothing but a shell. His face shows fear, pain, and despair. His half-rotted face embodies all his emotions from before and after. A single second decided the future of the man he used to be, now a walking corpse. He's like a rabid dog that just wants to bite into a piece of fresh meat. John is furious at such a terrible virus for plunging this world into an abyss of despair, a virus that tears a person away from their loved ones. And just as suddenly, he turned on his enemies, showing them at least a little respect. The situation is so desperate for everyone who ate the dead flesh. They indulged right up to the very end of their death. The dead man rushes at John, but just seconds ago he was asking for help. And he was the one John should have helped. As the arbiter of justice, John wonders if he deserves it, or if dying without suffering is the real mercy. A terrible grimace for a dead man. It's rare to see one that can open its mouth that wide for its victims. The dead man's face turned to mush with just one hit from John. John landed a heavy blow on the dead man, staring him down with such audacity as he finished him off. Blow after blow. An elbow strike to the arm with such aggression that he couldn't attack or eat anyone ever again. John's terrifying scream strikes horror, even into the crazy dead who shouldn't care about fear at all. The zombies' terrifying hands are already searching for throats, anticipating the taste of human flesh. Everyone slams the door on the monsters at once. Almost no one is going to help them from the outside. They can only hide in the shelter and wait for John to arrive. Michael is already losing hope of surviving because of how many monsters there are. He asks Clint what to do next, even if there's no hope for the future. Only fate decides what happens. They can only wait and hope fate makes a prudent decision. Waiting for fate, even though it's all the same. Someone unknown instantly breezed past Leo and touched him. It was like he was fighting for someone, trying so hard without even seeing who was in front of him. Someone grabbed our Clint. And this someone apparently came with bad intentions. Since he called him a freak, Clint knows this man, and his past is coming back to haunt him. He must have had some serious nerve to come back here, only to get smacked in the head by this guy. Clint and the girl were thrown right at the door, leaving the team totally shocked by what happened. Everyone tried to help them. Turns out, this guy is actually our Clint's dad, and the woman holding him is his mom, and the family speaks up. Seeing as the dad is pretty pissed off at his son, the scientist and the whole team are stunned by what they saw. Jaws on the floor. Clint's mouth started bleeding from that hit, and everyone else just wanted to help him. The dad points at Clint and orders the mom not to protect their son, claiming he supposedly wants to wipe out his whole family. Clint shamelessly mocks his father, since he rarely thinks about the fact that they're family, and maybe the dad himself is the root of all the family's problems. That cheeky grin won't leave Clint's face, and he keeps mocking his dad. Probably, 'cause he hates his guts, and the feeling is mutual. He loves being able to make fun of his own father, who's apparently done plenty to earn that kind of attitude. Someone from the tallest building is watching everyone. With something glinting, he watches John's battle with the dead, and maybe he's cooking something up for John himself. The surprise was a familiar bolt from a familiar monster's crossbow. John skillfully blows away all the dead, like he's dedicated his whole life to exterminating walking corpses. The guesses turned out to be right, and that crossbow he recognized belonged to our boss, Tim, who couldn't get a beat on John because he was moving too fast. A certain beauty tries to get cheeky with Tim, claiming today is clearly not a good day. Tim immediately picked up on the sass in her words and asked her what she was saying. The beauty turned out to be John's girlfriend, the one he lost and loved so much. But she sacrificed herself to protect her cute little sister and beautiful friend. She points out that all the bad stuff came back to Tim like a boomerang, seeing as he taught people to eat zombies. But now they're gonna eat him. He felt really hurt by that stinging remark, and she might not be feeling too good after saying that. Knowing his character and bad temper, no one knows what she expects from her words, but her confused face suggests she doesn't know what's coming for her. Tim, like the evilest villain around, mocks the girl's words without realizing he's in a really dangerous situation. But his self-confidence overshadows his common sense. He started laughing even harder, confirming his incredible confidence. Tim dropped his crossbow and was apparently getting ready to hit the beauty or just hurt her. He grabs the poor girl by the neck and starts strangling her like the arrogant monster he is, with such cold blood toward the person he loves, without hesitating for a second. He'd throw the love of his life into the crowd of zombies just to survive. She's in pain, but he won't stop gripping her by the neck, telling her she has no right to contradict him. But he just can't stop. And obviously, she's been punished by him more than once. He shamelessly grabbed the most tender and private parts of her body. Like a true monster who just needs to burn in the flames of hell. A terrible predator who plays the role of villain perfectly. The beauty obeyed him submissively, and even shed tears. Which was painful to even watch. The worst feeling. Tim is so terrible that he took one of this beauty's legs. This monster cut off her leg so she'd be submissive to him, and only him. His insolent gaze pierces through and scares our heroine, with his hot breath on her. It's like he wants to grind her to dust. Turn her into a sieve. She finally understands the horror she's facing, and the danger waiting for her, gripping her neck tight. He holds her up in the air with one hand. Which is surprising, since you need a lot of strength to do that. Still, something stopped him. But it's not clear what exactly. Maybe his conscience woke up, not that he has one. She begged to be killed. But he didn't like that, and threw her onto the bed so she'd never talk like that again. She started coughing because of it. And she clearly didn't deserve that treatment. No matter how cheeky she was. He's the one who deserved it. Since you can't force kindness, he looks down with contempt at the beauty, choking and gasping for air. Tim let out a sigh of relief. Probably to calm himself in his rage. He tries to apologize. What a weirdo. He needs a straitjacket to treat his narcissism and anger issues. The girl clutches her chest to catch her breath. Since every gulp of air is important to her, especially with a tyrant who'll sacrifice the most important things just so he can survive. He promises this will never happen again if she's obedient and never gets cheeky with him again. But at the same time, he demands to be treated well. How fast his character changed in a matter of seconds so she wouldn't be mad at him. Seeing as he loves her with all his heart. But if she were just an ordinary person, she'd be monster food. Tim reaches out to touch the girl's face, telling her she needs to stop thinking about a guy who died over 6 months ago, and that she belongs to him now. But the girl is sharp. She instantly bites down on Tim's finger. Hard enough to draw blood. She must have been really offended by what he said. Bright red blood starts gushing from Tim's finger. He didn't appreciate that kind of attitude at all. Tim shoots a nasty glare at the beauty, looking like he's definitely going to kill her after this. She rushes past him and tries to grab the crossbow, probably hoping to defend herself against this tyrant. He realized what she was up to and moved fast to stop her, trying to keep her under control. Her fingers are already on the trigger, but for some reason, she's aiming it the wrong way. And she doesn't seem like a stupid girl. She's holding the weapon backward, pointing the crossbow right at herself. She'd rather die than be with him. She'd choose death over suffering with him. The trigger is already moving, signaling the end for this brave beauty. She stayed loyal to her love, even after he died. Tim is absolutely furious at such a bold, yet logical move. Our heroine is smart. She managed to outwit the cold-blooded tyrant who usually calculates every single move, and she's taking control of her own fate. But she didn't have time to pull the trigger. The crossbow gets knocked out of her hands and flies in the opposite direction. One hit to her hands and her entire well-thought-out plan is ruined. But the weapon still went off. The arrow flew right out the window, heading toward the zombies outside, including our boy John. Even though Tim thought John had been dead for 6 months, he's shocked by the girl's determination. That she was actually willing to die, just to avoid being with him. He stood there, totally baffled that she loved that guy so much she'd lose her mind over it. He was ready to cut off her legs just to make sure she stayed his and his alone. It turns out her death was just one option. She actually wanted that arrow to fly toward the undead, leading them right to the gang's leader. He was shocked by her words. Finally realizing what she was doing and where this was all heading, the arrow shot through the window and flew straight at the zombies, which spelled big trouble. Now the dead are going to come for him. The brilliant girl's plan worked perfectly, and she just stares at him with a mocking look. Tim looked out the window, his face full of fear. Realizing he had way more problems than he could handle, he rushes to the window to see how the zombies reacted to the shot. The coward peeked out cautiously, terrified of what he might see, but knowing him, he'd usually find a way out of these situations thanks to his cold nature and lack of mercy. But something out there surprised him, something very dangerous. All the zombies are down. Standing among them is John, who just dropped all those bodies and is looking straight up at our boss. The scariest part is that he caught the arrow in midair. His reaction time was insane, catching something that flew from 50 meters away. John locked eyes right on Tim. Knowing how fast he is, Tim knows he's about to face him. He can't believe who caught the arrow. Is it a normal zombie? Or does he look a lot like an old friend? John dramatically snaps the arrow shaft, glaring intensely at his enemies. Tim realized exactly who that dead man was. And he definitely didn't want a reunion. He runs back to the girl. She has no idea what could have scared Tim so badly. He grabs her by the waist, dragging her along as he tries to flee. That scumbag grabbed the girl and a quiver of arrows. Hauling her toward the exit, memories started flooding back. He can't believe John is still alive. He saw him get torn apart by zombies with his own eyes. There's no way he survived that. His legs carry him out of the house as fast as they can. Trying to put as much distance between him and John as possible, he bursts through the door, only to find the undead waiting for him right outside. But Tim's attention was focused somewhere else entirely. It looks like John is already sprinting toward him. It's all true, John is hot on his heels. Having crossed the backyard in mere seconds, Tim is surrounded. But he doesn't even realize the zombies are behind him. They're even more dangerous than John, who actually isn't hostile toward humans. Tim finally realizes that the thing in front of him is definitely not a human or a normal zombie. Regular people and the undead don't have that kind of power. The monster is totally shocked by our main character's speed and strength. And also, by the fact that this is the guy he used to bully at the end of every semester. Back before the apocalypse even started, a zombie growls in the background. And Tim finally notices it. The zombie is right behind him. It's unlikely anyone can save Tim now. But he's too distracted to even be scared of the undead. He's terrified there's a dead man here. Behind him, an old enemy stands waiting, facing him, with nowhere to run. It's unknown what John will do, whether he'll protect Tim from the dead man, or give the zombie a chance to eat him and then kill him too. John destroyed the danger effectively and just as quickly, with a single move, and saved his enemy. The boss can't even carry his beloved on his shoulders. How's he gonna protect her and take care of her? The dead are trying to get into Clint's hideout and feast on everyone in the room. John sends one of the dead flying toward the crowd of his relatives with one of his kicks. Clint's fists are stained with blood. The battle is evenly matched between people. He lands blow after blow on his dad, so he finally understands he shouldn't constantly interfere with him. A man loses a couple of teeth with every punch from his son. The scarlet blood flowing like a river from the father's mouth has already stained the whole ground with its color. Mom begs and begs him not to continue this senseless family fight. She's the only one thinking clearly in situations like this. The whole team is baffled by what's happening here, since nobody expected such a family reunion between Clint, his dad, and his mom. Mom, already on her knees, begs them to stop fighting and solve everything peacefully, which is impossible in their family. Clint thinks he's not worthy of living and came back home just to kill him, just to get rid of his parents. She's shocked by what her own son said, but she still hopes everything ends much better than she thinks. Clint pulls out a knife and is clearly determined to end it all right here and now. Beaten half to death, the father lies on the ground and doesn't even imagine a sharp blade is coming. With the blade at his throat, Clint is determined to win and is ready to drive a knife into his heart without any remorse and send his dad to the afterlife. Suddenly, a noise behind him stops him, probably created by our John, who arrived just in time. Chunks of wood fly in different directions. Michael tries to cover John's sister and protect her somehow. The finished-off zombies flew toward the door and smashed the gates against a backdrop of a dust cloud. Clint realized who stopped him and nervously stayed silent, since he could say too much and depart for the other world without even getting revenge on his dad. John himself appeared in a cloud of dust, alive and dead at the same time. A dead man with a human mind. The most powerful zombie of all. Clint realizes he arrived just in time and made it to the most interesting part. John looked at his ally with disbelief as he went crazy with hate and became reckless. The crowd of dead is defeated by a zombie man who is so strong and fast that he could defeat all the zombies in a matter of minutes. Clint is on the edge of life or death. All he can do is sit in clouds of dust and wait for his fate. The poor beauty has suffered so much, and only one person is to blame for everything. She tries to open her eyelids, which get heavier with every new event. The girl languidly tries to say the name of her beloved, whom she lost 6 months ago, who sacrificed himself to save her and her sister, hoping for her happy life where he went wrong. A wonderful sunset against the backdrop of the apocalypse, where the sky of a true dystopia lies, gray from the void or red from the spilled blood. The most terrible dream appeared before the girl's eyes, as she saw memories of how her beloved died, and that beautiful sunset would never seem so beautiful, so wonderful to her again. How she screamed in moral pain when the dead took a bite out of John, when he tried to close his sister's eyes so she wouldn't see this horror with her own eyes, while John distracted the zombies. Tim decides to break the glass and run for the hills. The glass broke easily, and sharp fragments flew in different directions. Tim grabs the beauty holding the girl, who wants to go back to her brother, and escapes from his hands. She managed to escape the beauty's hands and can't comprehend the danger hiding behind the windows. The girl sees nothing through her tears and fights for her brother, but he sacrificed himself to save her. The beauty calls her to come back to her and run. Run as fast as she can. One of the zombies has already gotten close to a stupid little girl who doesn't listen to her elders when it's really worth doing so. The zombie is already right before her eyes, and she can only stand in a stupor. Like a deer in front of a truck, John's beloved escapes Tim's arms and runs toward his little sister to save her. The terrifying monster has already terrified the girl, and she can only drool in front of him. Incredibly, it bit the girl, and apparently she didn't have much time left to live. And all because of stupidity. Still, the beauty managed to save the girl from the monster's claws, and apparently she was able to survive. Since the girl did her duty to John, the poor girl can't do anything but sob her heart out. Even though she's putting everyone in danger, she probably didn't have time to run, and got hurt somewhere. That zombie bit her right on the leg. The same one Tim chopped off to stop the virus from spreading and leaving her completely hopeless. She still believes John is alive. She just can't shake this denial. You can understand the tears. She's lost her leg, the love of her life, and her family. She was forced to live with her enemy. It's like the worst nightmare come true. She just can't handle seeing John dead right in front of her. She can't believe he's gone, or that her parents ate him. Tim saw the bite and knew he had to make a drastic choice. Fast, his eyes lit up with a golden flame. And he wasn't messing around. Without a shred of mercy, he snatches the axe from his brother's hands and rushes to save her life. The zombie is down, but her leg is already saturated with the virus. In seconds, it'll spread through her whole body and take over. Tim has no choice but to cut off her leg. There's just no other way. Calm and unhesitating, he severs the infected limb to give her a fighting chance at life. The veins in her leg are already bulging, and a purple stain is covering her skin, meaning the virus is already spreading. Tim swings the axe with a heavy blow to make sure he cuts through. Refusing to regret it, blood sprays in every direction. Tim puts all his strength into the blow, even though it's her, the one he loves so much. The severed leg lands away from her body. A pool of blood covers the floor all around them. She has such a strong will. Anyone else would have gone into shock from the pain and wouldn't even be able to cry. And she's not even crying from the pain. She's crying over losing the one she loves, who suffered so much more than she did. The clever girl crawls over to John's cold body, knowing he'll probably never answer her again. Still, there isn't a drop of life left in John. He's dead. It's all over for him. Now, our heroine is drawn to John. He's alive, but he's not the same. He's turned into a zombie, but he hasn't lost his mind, which should be a total miracle for both of them. She calls out to him, but he doesn't react, standing in a cloud of dust. Our beauty begs him to just look her way, for John to at least look at her, to protect her and keep her warm under his wing. Only now does he notice her and hear her words. This has to be the most anticipated reunion of their entire time apart. Suddenly, one of the undead lunges at her. She's going to be in deep trouble if it hits her. John reacts instantly to the zombie, moving faster than ever to save his only moon among the fated stars. Like a bolt of lightning, John closes in on the zombie and stops the attack. She's mesmerized by his speed. She never even dared to dream she'd see him, her beloved, ever again. She managed to track John's rapid movement, but she's worried. Worried he got bitten by the same walking corpse that bit her. The walking corpse has latched onto our hero's shoulder and won't let go. Blood is flowing from the bite, and it's just pissing John off more and more. Our heroine didn't expect this much resilience. Such immunity, speed, and strength. It's something beyond the limits of reason. Someone strikes the zombie, ending its time in this world once and for all. The savior turns out to be Clint, who tells everyone not to interfere with the lovers' reunion. The two lovers lock eyes after a long separation that changed their lives and stripped them of their very reason for living. And all their efforts weren't in vain. She tries to recognize her beloved John in him, the man she couldn't forget. Even after 6 months, a brilliant smile lights up John's face. His world is painted in even brighter colors now that he's finally met the one he's been waiting for. his love, her beautiful lilac eyes. Like the lilacs that bloom in early summer, amidst the heat and the golden rays of the sun. John tells her he heard every word she said. Every single whisper. He gently wipes the blood from her cheeks, showing his confidence in himself. And in his people. He couldn't control himself back then, which is why he didn't react to her words like he should have. The heroine's eyes are filled with little diamonds running down her tender cheeks. But they're just tears of pure happiness. The beauty reaches out, placing her warm, gentle hand on John's face. She still can't believe this is her John. That he's right here in front of her. Just as happy to see her as she is to see him. She hugs our hero tight, pouring out all her affection and love. She truly believes it's him. Our hero's beloved is crying like a little girl and just can't stop. She's been dreaming of this moment forever, just like Beauty and the Beast. They are total opposites. And that's exactly why they harmonize, making them the most unbreakable couple. John doesn't blame her for a thing, showing his love by pulling her tight against his massive shoulder, letting it soak up all the tears she's been holding back for so long. Tim is already getting back on his feet, which means he's definitely up to no good. He thinks John's life is just tough and totally stinks, even though he does the nastiest stuff. Tim grabs his wooden crossbow and readies his arrows for that sneak attack he's got up his sleeve. John, Clint, and Beauty are all together, totally unsuspecting. Tim sees the perfect moment to strike and settle the score with John once and for all. He gathers all his spite and rage into his fist, his eyes charged with golden energy, and he is out for blood. The arrow flies from Tim's crossbow, and there's no telling how John will handle a move like that. Clint spots the sneak attack and yells a warning so everyone can dodge, but John pulls off a spectacular catch, grabbing the arrow in mid-air, an arrow that could have pierced through everyone in a single shot. John is so strong he can stop an arrow in full flight. Despite the speed, Tim is shocked by what he sees and has no choice but to make a run for it. John notes that it's been a while since he and Tim saw each other, and that Tim is missing out on a few life lessons after the time he sent our hero to be Monster Chow. John decides to return the favor, sending the arrow back like a boomerang. It doesn't miss. With a massive boom, the arrow flies back harder and faster than it left the crossbow. It pierces Tim right in the left side of his chest, something he never saw coming. The arrow hits like a cannonball, the force of it pinning him right against the wall. The dead emerge from the dust clouds, eager to attack our hero again as fast as possible and chow down on everyone in this town. Tim's hand is dripping blood, and he can't do anything but hang there, pinned to the wall. Everyone went dead silent, and Clint smirked at his opponent with pure dignity. He's stuck to the wall like a coat on a rack. That is exactly what he deserves to bleed. He still doesn't get what's happening here. Where the heck is John getting this much power? And what is he supposed to do? Things are looking grim for him, and he has no choice but to grin and bear it and hope for the best. He gritted his teeth so hard it felt like they were going to shatter at any second. The boss is screaming like a total maniac, even while he's trying to beg everyone to have mercy on him. Beauty is worried about Tim's behavior, as if she's being haunted by the life she lived for those 6 months. The little sister runs over to her brother to pour out all her worries for them, and for everyone they saved and protected during all this time. John is in total shock, but he hugs his little sister while she tells him about all the scary thoughts that race through her mind during their few hours apart. John brought a little something for his beloved sister, and it's not clear what kind of surprise is waiting for her. She thought John had brought her zombie meat, and she was shocked at how Tim, that cruel tyrant, not a ruler, raised kids here. John was floored by what his little sister said. How could anyone do that to a child? And why? The girl is really sharp, because even when Tim forced her to eat zombie meat, she always turned it down, saying she wasn't hungry. She had to hold that meat in her mouth, that stinking dead man's meat, just so cruel Tim wouldn't yell at her. John is still reeling from this news coming from the little one, his own baby sister. She should never have to see stuff like that in her life. Even a little trick from the old days saved this smart sister's life. It used to be a dirty trick to play on mom, but here, it was her salvation. Warm memories of a carefree childhood came flooding back to him, a time when he didn't have to run from a horde of the dead. My little sister actually saw our parents after they'd already turned into zombies, and seeing them like that is pure horror for a little kid. Her joyful face just clouded over with sadness. She could never see them again, never feel the warmth of their tender skin, smell their perfume, or hear the comforting voices of her mom and dad. This is enough to make even the toughest soul cry. Someone with a will of iron who could cut through stone, but she'll cry for the death of her family. The girl couldn't eat zombie meat. Not just for herself, but because those dead people, they could be someone's parents. John went quiet again, realizing his little sister had experienced way too much for her age, and it terrified him. Beauty teared up at the girl's words, they were just so heart-wrenching. But then it hit her. Tim had lied to her again. He promised he wouldn't hurt the kid. Now, her resolve was rock solid. She was ready to grind him into dust so he could never pull a stunt like that again. Tim plays the villain role to a T. His charisma is off the charts. 'Cause even when things look hopeless, he keeps that evil grin plastered on his face, laughing like a true bad guy. He thinks his girl is weird for trusting him, a guy who follows no one's rules but his own. The mad ruler lifts a trembling hand, trying to do something. He can't believe he actually loved her. He even shed a tear like a little kid. Tim covers his face with his hand. You can tell he hates himself right now for letting anyone get close to him. John stares blankly at Tim, totally getting why he's crying. His willpower is just insane. Clint yanks the arrow out of his body like it's nothing. He doesn't show a shred of mercy. Clint declares that the guy who wrecked their family home doesn't deserve to live. He won't let him do this to anyone else ever again. He's already readying a bloody arrowhead to send Tim to the afterlife. Once and for all. That big confidence is gone from Tim's eyes now. There's only fear. The terror he used to inflict on everyone around him, it's come back to haunt him. Something shocked even our Clint, a guy willing to kill his own dad in cold blood. Tim's brother stopped the arrow and took the hit himself, saving his cruel brother's life. Tim is stunned by what his brother did, and surprised by the loyalty he somehow inspired. His brother shoves Tim away so he can escape without a scratch. Will is at his limit. He begs his brother to run and not just stand there frozen, risking the life Will just traded his own to save. The whole gang calls Clint an insatiable bastard, trying to humiliate him every way they can. Clint just mocks them all, like he's spitting right in their faces and making them swallow it. He puts more pressure on Will. He intends to kill him, and Tim right along with him. Will screams, terrified for his life, since he can't hold back the arrow with his bare hands for much longer. Now he keeps throwing dirt on Clint's name, trying to turn the crowd against him, hoping they'll crush him with sheer numbers. Will calls out to Clint's dad, asking if he's going to help. Tim sits silently on the sidelines, waiting to see how this ends. Meanwhile, everyone else is begging Clint's father to send Clint to the other side, so he doesn't get branded a killer. The old man begs Clint to stop, but he's shaking with fear like a child. Clint keeps mocking them all. He just wants to slaughter all his enemies as fast as possible, even beaten and broken. He keeps pretending to be some big shot, but deep down, he's nothing. He grabbed a pitchfork from one of the bystanders and ran at Clint. Just gotta kill him, the stupid father thought, and he rushed to stab his own son. In the blink of an eye, John stops Clint's father's attack. Now that the danger has passed, he's terrified. His eyes are just oozing fear and desperation. The spark is gone. John snuffed it out easily. He's taller, stronger, and most importantly, smarter. John is stronger than his younger brothers in every way. He can think like a human and fight like a zombie. The father stumbled and fell, looking like he was going to cry any second. Like a little girl. Warm water started leaking from his father's pants, golden and stinking, confirming just how scared he was. He hid behind. It was the lowest thing he could possibly do. Now that's a real reason to laugh. Even Clint got a kick out of the scene. It completely exposed all his father's weaknesses. Clint just can't stop laughing. Even while he keeps fighting, he points a finger right at him, mocking him for wetting himself in fear, saying he could be the boss of running away. Will saw an opening and he's not going to waste it. He snatches the arrow right out of Clint's hand, and that's bad news, since now he can fight back. Will points the bloody arrowhead right at Clint. Clint knows a blade like that couldn't even cut a dead chicken. Will is already coughing up blood from just one of Clint's hits. He's too weak and nowhere near Clint's level. Will only manages to touch Clint's hand. Obviously, that wasn't an accident, maybe it's part of a plan. Clint holds the arrow and keeps mocking his opponent, calling him a dog with the wrong master. Wounded, Will lands on his feet in intense pain. Clint hit him way too hard, unbelievably. He hasn't lost his fighting spirit. He tells Clint that all he needs is a bite to take him down. Clint's look says he has no clue what his opponent is talking about or what he's thinking. Finally, it clicked. His guess was right, that touch wasn't simple. Will planted an explosive on Clint's hand, and it's about to blow it clean off. Clint's eyes fill with pure fear. Will grins cheekily because he humiliated his enemy, which means he won. Clint, furious, drove an arrow straight into Will's forehead, not regretting the kill for a second. A man. The arrow sticks out of Will's forehead like a great sword in the stone, and only the worthy could pull it out. Tim lost his spark after his brother died, so it's super unusual for him to react like this to someone else's death. The laugh on Will's face didn't fade even after he died. Streams of blood flow over his snow-white tee. His whole body is a sign of battle. Tons of deep wounds and a bloody mess on his forehead. Tim still can't believe his brother is dead. His body is numb, like he's chained down by a ship's anchor. Clint recognizes this little guy as a worthy warrior, and even praises him upon, realizing that soon only ashes will remain of his hand, and it'll scatter in the wind. The fuse is almost burnt. The dynamite stick is 1 second away from exploding. The countdown has started. Clint's team is worried about him, screaming his name at the top of their lungs. Who knows what for or how that's going to help. Even John was worried about his buddy, the guy who could watch his back in a tight spot. His right arm is wrecked. A massive explosion could leave his arm a bloody mess or leave him crippled for life. The explosion turned out to be huge. You could even see the flash from beyond the horizon. Even the dead miles away saw the massive blast. And that can't lead to anything good. Ash, blood, and smoke. All this is the result of a pointless battle. A fight to the death for your friends, family, and acquaintances. John and the whole team are in shock. Did you see that? Everyone's hoping Clint is okay. Clint is lying there with a face full of despair. His arm damaged. It's not clear if he can still use it, or if things will ever go back to how they were. Tears are streaming down Clint's cheeks. Ash swirls around him, and the scrapes on his face show he's in serious pain. Clint is incredibly pissed off. If Will were still alive, he'd really regret the chance at life fate gave him. No one knows how to help Clint, or how to heal him, if that's even possible. He's tossing and turning in pain, spinning in circles. It hurts like hell. Clint himself is to blame for being careless. He underestimated his opponent and paid for it with his own hands. That's going to be a permanent lesson for him. For some unknown reason, Clint grabs a wooden stake nearby with an iron handle. Will's cold corpse is getting colder by the second. Clint was as mad as a child and needed the stake to finish off the corpse that was already dead. He drives the stake into Will. His blood sprays out like a fountain. Clint is terrifying when he's angry. John calms Clint down like a real father. He restrains his son so he doesn't finish off his attacker. Clint is still just a kid. Everything about his character is like a child's traits. He only talks about himself. If he were an adult, he wouldn't show his anger. He'd react calmly to losing his arm and wouldn't put the whole team in danger. John also got hit by Clint's hand. His face took a lot of blows. And our John isn't happy about this behavior. John is very unhappy with how Clint is acting and thinks his character is childish too. Clint claims his skin shouldn't have a single scratch. It has to be perfectly smooth and clean. John looked at Clint's hand. It was burnt from the explosions and looked terrible, like it had been fried in a fire until it was smoked. He asks Leo for help to see if Clint's arm can still work normally. The scientist realized at a glance that, basically, the hand was only burnt on the outside and the bones were all in good condition. Every time you touch Clint, it hurts him a lot and makes him scream. John is already tired of Clint constantly shedding tears for no specific reason. Something made Leo turn his gaze to the side, and it even surprised him. His pupils shrank way down. Scared to death. What could have scared our scientists so much? Leo's surprise was caused by a new attack from the dead. They saw the explosion and followed it to the path leading to the village. Leo warns everyone that a zombie is already hot on their heels. Clint keeps crying on his protector's chest, who isn't exactly thrilled about his ally's pain. John understands that he has to calm his friend down first. Otherwise, he'll lose his mind from the anger and die like a madman. John orders the team to take Clint to a safe place and protect him. Michael grabs the wounded guy and decides to take him somewhere secluded. John also calls out to his cute little sister. Plus, John is calling his beloved girls, and nobody knows why he called them. He scoops his girls up in his arms and goes to help take them all to a secluded spot. Since he doesn't dare lose them all again, one of the undead carnivores grabs Tim, and John steps up to help him. Even after all of Tim's dirty tricks, John is still willing to lend a hand. His kindness knows no bounds. But still, that kindness comes with a price tag. Plain and simple. Considering it's basically charity on his part. Piles of corpses litter the ground, and a light breeze carries their foul stench, spreading the horror in every direction. Tim's gang led John to a vault, filled with explosives. A pretty valuable payment in the middle of an apocalypse. John eyes Tim's 6 goons. Not entirely convinced they aren't lying through their teeth, he stripped them naked. And they just stood there, too ashamed to show even an inch of skin. The team gathered in one spot to drag over a corpse. Since John needed one, flies were buzzing around the dead body like vultures picking at rotting meat. It's not clear why John needed the zombie corpse. But he isn't messing around. He pierces the stinking body with his sharp claw, slicing through the flesh like a hot knife through butter. Everyone is shocked by John's actions, desperate to figure out what's going on inside that dead man's head. John smears zombie blood all over the lackey's face. His intentions are clear, since he became a zombie himself. The undead stopped paying attention to him. So this is going to be like an experiment, to see whether the zombies hunt by smell or not. He knows everything about this town. Even the gunpowder warehouse is no secret to him. Tim's gang immediately starts grilling him. Totally surprised. How does John know everything? Where does he get all this intel? John points out that the only time he's seen that many fireworks was on Chinese New Year. That's a massive amount of explosives. John plays it safe and ties Tim up, just so he doesn't have time to pull anything shady. Despite his craziness, he thought this through carefully, realizing that the zombie blood would act as camouflage for all of them. Tim is tied up just a couple of meters away from the dead body. Is this the end of the line for him, or will he get out of this and keep exploiting everyone, using their lives to save his own skin? John explains Clint's role in the plan, telling him and his crew not to worry about their lives. After all, Clint is the only one who can tow the bus they're using to escape. The beauty and the little girl are worried about John surviving and making it back in one piece. He looks at them, knowing their hearts skip a beat every time he plays the hero and risks his own life to save everyone else. John pats his little sister on the head, assuring her not to worry, and promising he'll never leave them again. He also asks his beloved to stay safe, promising he'll definitely come back to hold her tight. She begs him not to push himself too hard. She really looks out for him, cheering him on and comforting him with her gentle touch. She has just one demand: that he comes back without a scratch, and runs straight into their arms to prove he's still alive. Gently, the girl brushes the long hair away from her lover's face to look at his scar. Someone left a terrible scar on our hero's eye, and it looks terrifying. Who could have done that? He gently pulls away from her touch, since that scar causes him not just physical pain, but emotional pain too. That scar on his eye is probably his only weak spot. He keeps his pain to himself, even though he bears so many other scars. Finally, they decide to head out, before it's too late and they get swarmed by the undead. John orders the 6 lackeys to grab the explosives and carry them like suicide bombers. The door cracks open. Our saviors step out, led by John, confident that his plan is going to work. But actually, there are a lot of dead ones out there. The horde is way bigger than expected. It's like the graves just spat out all their inhabitants. Now, they aren't so sure the zombie blood will actually save them. They're questioning everything, knowing this mission could cost them their lives. The blood camouflage stops working if they get within 2 meters of a zombie. That's the one weakness. So the plan isn't exactly foolproof. They immediately freaked out after hearing our hero's warning, terrified of what might happen if they get closer than 2 meters. John is sick of being surrounded by crybabies constantly whining about dying. His claw lights up with fire, sparks dancing between his fingers like flint striking stone. John has no intention of dying here. His top priority is for the plan to succeed so he can survive no matter what. He's not the kind of man to break a promise to the girls he loves. He uses his claw to light the fuses on all the explosives, ready to wipe out his own kind. All the fireworks shoot up into the air, heading straight for the undead. Everyone is packing dozens of dynamite sticks for the hungry dead, and John bombards them with explosions to make sure they stay down for good. For John, the main thing is wiping out all the zombies as fast as possible, so nothing messes with his plan. Massive explosions carpeted the ground, scattering the dead amidst the ash, sparks, and blasts. The 6 and John charge ahead to clear a path for everyone coming up behind them. As they run, John's cold hand grabs Tim, one of the 6. It's not clear why. but he orders him to sprint for the fireworks warehouse and don't look back. Amidst the explosions, a man, a true, fearless man runs and drives the whole team forward to clear the way. Explosions, blood, and zombies everywhere. The whole team is terrified. Everyone's trying to escape while saving each other. The six hate John for his reckless plans, venting all their fear by screaming their heads off. John calls him a sadistic zombie, even though he's laughing and joking around for his own amusement. Dead bodies are constantly flying in every direction. If they were still human, there'd be a lot more screaming amidst the corpses and smoke. The door to our hero's hideout cracks open just a bit. That familiar white hair peeks through the crack. Its owner is trying to see if the dead are gone yet. Clint's team has scouted the area, and it looks like everyone can move out. They spot a clear path to the bus and get ready to evacuate the town. Clint takes charge of John's sister. Michael looks after his beloved daughter. Even after all that destruction, the bus still runs. It looks like a military vehicle that's been through the horrors of war. They board without issue and get ready to take their seats. Clint orders everyone to get on the bus and make sure no one is left behind. The others are worried about Clint, but he's responsible for the group and has to be sure. He personally checks that everyone is seated, but that's not his only goal. He needed Tim, and he'd set him up for this. He grabs Tim by his long hair to stop him, and Tim really doesn't like that. Clint brings up some stuff that Tim stole. Tim is taken aback by Clint's words. He probably knows exactly what Clint is talking about. Meanwhile, the rescue team heads to the warehouse, getting ready for phase 2 of the plan. The six crack open the fireworks warehouse to clear out all the explosives inside. They've found a massive stash of explosives and are waiting for John's orders. John is tormented by the scar on his eye, and it could put the whole team in mortal danger. Meanwhile, the dead are right on their heels, attacking one of the six. The big guy knows his explosives. He grabs the largest one to definitely solve their zombie problem. The bearded monster sees a huge stick of dynamite right in front of his face, and that's the last thing he ever sees. The blast was so powerful it ripped the doors off their hinges and sent that zombie flying. The dead notice the explosion, even muttering something in their undead tongue. They realize they've only made things worse. The real danger starts now. That zombie is still standing, and he's holding his ground. The dead rush the breach, ignoring every obstacle in their path. They don't care about anything except eating human flesh. They aren't guided by minds, but by their legs and wherever those legs take them. They will come. John manages to grab the zombie by its hair, saving his temporary ally from the attack. He slams it into the ground, amazed by its strength. With brutal cruelty, John pummels his enemy over and over, leaving it zero chance of winning. John sees a whole crowd of its kin right in front of him. He's going to rip the head off every single one of them and twist it so they'll never want to bite a human again. He wants to launch his enemy into that crowd of zombies, like they say, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. John is like a cannon, and his enemy is the cannonball, wiping out everyone in its path. Everyone is stunned by John's strength, standing there with their jaws dropped, waiting for orders. John tells them to grab the gunpowder while he deals with the zombie problem. Everyone agrees and rushes to gather the powder. After a massive explosion and huge carnage, a cloud of dust drifts over the ground, covering everything. Oddly enough, the fireworks warehouse is packed with explosives. It's actually kind of terrifying. What were Tim and his gang prepping all this for? The half-naked six are proof that fighting zombies is hard, maybe too hard. There are more and more walking corpses filling the streets, as if someone kicked an anthill. The sheer number of them is staggering. John, being responsible for the plan's success, takes it upon himself to protect Tim's six. Shane can't wrap his head around how one man can fight hundreds of monsters stronger than humans. But he doesn't know what John is truly capable of yet. The six hand John a huge shipment of Chinese firework rockets. That's how he plans to put every single zombie in the ground. Shane is worried about John and thinks, no way. Is it really safe to go out there with all those zombies? We need a good plan. But John, calm and confident, is already moving toward the hole in the wall. Holding a bunch of fireworks on his shoulder, John has total confidence in himself, not a drop of worry on his face. Just total confidence in his success. And a bit of dramatic flair. He opened his red eye. It scares even those who've never known fear. People whose hearts don't freeze even when staring into a deep abyss, or when their last breath runs out at the bottom. All alone, it's dark all around, and the six of them are terrified by his gaze. And not without reason. Because John is incredibly dangerous if you make him your enemy. John doesn't see anything complicated ahead of him, which means he shouldn't worry about such little things. Under the cover of night, the dead are getting more and more numerous. It's getting scarier by the minute. John's eye has an unusual power. He can see enemies behind the walls of houses, giving him a huge advantage over everyone. He's already getting ready to fire the first volley that'll take down all the dead in front of him, sending them to burn in the suffering of hell. The fireworks unleash their terrible power like volcanic eruptions. Just like in the days of Pompeii, the recoil throws John back a distance. That is the power of a blast from a whole bunch of fireworks. Every zombie is torn apart and sent flying by the explosive force of the pyrotechnics, becoming part of a magnificent fireworks show. Every volley of a new missile sends the zombies to their deaths. Zombies lined up like a job interview, ready to tear the head off anyone who dares get close. Bright sparks, flesh, and zombie body parts everywhere. What could be better than this? As the enemies of humanity take their final flight and see their last fireworks, the six are awestruck by John's strength. It's like a jolt of electricity went through their veins, but this isn't enough for John. He needs to finish everything as soon as possible and get to his loved ones. A vacation during the apocalypse. Two completely incompatible things, while the living dead roam the alleys. Bright lights light up the sky, giving hope of survival to those who manage to escape the yoke of hungry zombies. The passengers feel inspired by the beauty of those lights, because it's already been 6 months since the end of the world. After losing all his favorite people, Sam saw someone. He hesitantly says that John and the six are probably already coming back. Actually, a human-like silhouette can be seen in the dust clouds. But it's not certain if it's an ally. The man contradicted Sam's expectations. His face shows that those running through the smoke aren't allies, but the worst kind of enemies. They turned out to be evil dead, burning with fire, running away from something even more dangerous than themselves. Nooses rose above the zombies' heads as if death itself was chasing them, as if it wanted to hang them on the gallows where the same end awaits them all. A rope, soap, and a stool. The rope posthumously embraced the dead, taking away their last hope of consuming anything else. What could have scared the already dead corpses so much, dragging them so forcefully into a cloud of dust, ash, and dirt? Still, the death of the zombies can't be avoided. They can't even be saved by a white chalk circle on the ground. Since John himself is responsible for their death, he's already aiming a couple of missiles at the other ends of the ropes to decapitate a few more of the dead. The emptiness in his eyes says he is completely ruthless with his enemies, and he'll never even think about mercy. A couple of seconds, and the dead man's life will end in the wonderful moment of a fireworks explosion. The explosion had already reached his enemies and burned their heads right down to the skull, so that even the rotten flesh peeled off the bone. The burning bodies fell to the ground, and their appearance stunned all the passengers on the bus. John steps forward to meet his allies, representing the success of the mission. Everyone is reunited. The six keep pace with John. He doesn't seem to be hurt at all, while only his companions look tired. Meg and Alice have already taken their seats. They're waiting happily for John's arrival, glad that he's alive, healthy, and unharmed. From the side, John hears a familiar voice that catches his attention. He shoots his sharp gaze upward, since that's where the sound came from. Clint and Tim climbed up one of the houses, because Clint needed to get back some important stuff that Tim had stolen from him and hidden there. John probably doesn't understand what got lost in this house and why they can't sit in there. Then, Clint pulls a stupid face and asks John to catch him while he jumps. John's look suggests he hates the idea, and that he is completely tired of babysitting him like a little kid. Multicolored explosions of fireworks wrapped the gray sky, painting it with the brightest colors, as if buckets of paint were splashed onto a snow-white canvas. No one ever expected to see such beauty with their own eyes as these Chinese fireworks. John still holds out his hand to Clint, and is already preparing to catch him in his strong embrace. Clint is already throwing himself out the window, screaming, hoping for a soft landing in John's arms. You can tell by Sam's look that he noticed something wrong with Clint's jump, like he forgot something very important. Clint is already coming down the stone wall of the house, getting ready to hit the ground. John, like a true savior, is pulling a child out of a burning house. Clint forgot the most important thing, that he's tied to Tim, and this won't lead to anything good. The grimace that appeared on Clint's face shows the stupidity of his actions. that he didn't fully think through his soft landing. Tim is already flying behind Clint, screaming something incomprehensible out of fear. Clint himself will soon pay for his distraction and lack of attention, which is already in his blood. Tim and Clint had already knocked heads, and they were obviously in trouble after such hits. John, for obvious reasons, didn't dare to catch both of them, and left all responsibility to fate. Two fools lie one under the other, and it's literally written on their faces that they aren't happy with such a fall. But Clint, the team leader, is to blame for everything. Clint is trembling. He doesn't understand why John didn't catch him. What's the reason John said dismissively that he'd changed his mind about catching him and Tim? But next time he'd be smarter. The whole team expressed scorn for them and covered their faces with their hands, signifying complete embarrassment for their bosses, who are behaving like children. Meg runs to John to hug him tight and probably express all her emotions about the magnificent fireworks. She jumps into John's arms, and if it had been Tim instead of catching him, John would have dropped him. So, happily, he would have tossed her up a couple of times, making sure to catch her so she could see much more from that height than usual. This is true joy in a child's eyes. In the eyes of a girl who loves and appreciates her brother immensely, whom she hasn't seen for a long time. John invites Alice and Meg to escape from here, to the most remote places in this world, and his listeners listen to him attentively, expressing their agreement. Clint doesn't like his attitude in the family, since he hates his family with all his heart for an unknown reason. He isn't satisfied because John didn't catch him, and considers himself a dog that John allowed into his family for a while. A drop of water fell on Clint's shoulder, and he instantly focused his attention on it. Heavy rains fell that would extinguish all the fire created by the explosions of hundreds of fireworks. Cold drops sprang from Clint's face and covered his hair with a light color, like after the morning fog, when on every blade of grass there are many drops of water from the fallen moisture of the mist. The sky provoked one of its natural phenomena, making it rain on the earth a large amount of water that will wash away all the dirt from the face of the earth. The lights went out. The flames were torn away and extinguished by tiny drops of rain. Rain. The burnt corpses went out, and their eyes, like lunar craters, filled with emptiness and darkness. A certain smell spread and caressed the noses of the rescued. The pleasant smell attracted with its charm and directed their gaze toward the sources of that smell, and all the victims of this smell who captivated with their charm. He was scared by something, swallowed saliva, due to the strange charm that suddenly appeared, foreshadowing something bad. John noticed Leo's strange behavior and, grabbing him by the shoulder, asked him why he wasn't heading to the bus to take a seat. The scientist was distracted by a loud scream, which alarmed him greatly, since the cause of the screaming was an intense hunger that was awakened by that very smell. Six is trying to stop his ally from starting to eat the zombie meat from which a strong and seductive smell just came out. Leo's calm disappeared in that very second, when he realizes that consuming a zombie will lead to transforming himself into a zombie. Clint's father, the people from Tim's gang, and those who ate the meat of the dead went crazy, and their faces became similar to those of drug addicts after another drug binge. Leo suggested that the reason for the people's madness was the smell of fried zombies that attracted their minds. Like drug addicts are attracted by a type of drug. John didn't even stop to think they might die, because they'd already eaten that dead meat. John was shocked by what Leo said, that you don't need a zombie bite to get infected. Those maniacs just rushed straight for that stinking dead meat. Their faces went totally nuts, twisted into these terrifying grins, like they'd already turned into bloodthirsty zombies. Leo had dealt with patients like this before. He pushed up his glasses and started telling his long story. This virus acts really weird. People were losing their minds without even eating the dead meat. When the world first started ending, the hospitals already looked pretty terrible, like they'd been rotting away for decades, totally abandoned for a long time. The doors to the hospital locker rooms were beat up and worn down. When Armageddon started, Leo was stuck in the hospital locker room with his coworkers and a few patients. Since it all went down so fast, they only managed to grab some small snacks. And the worst part was, they'd have to make those last a long time. 2 weeks in, Leo still had one chocolate bar left. It looked like the most delicious thing in the world after starving for so long. He was holding that sweet bar in its shiny wrapper, wondering what was going to happen today. But before Leo could even get a taste, some arrogant stranger snatched it right out of his hand. His look instantly changed to pure fear, since that chocolate bar might have been the last bit of food he'd see for a while. The thief turned out to be some scumbag acting all tough, threatening Leo with a broken wine bottle. He probably wouldn't have had the strength to take food from a grown man otherwise, but turns out, the guy wasn't actually such a scumbag. Because he didn't eat the bar himself. He gave it to his wife. Like a real man, being a loving wife. She refused to eat it and told him to have it instead. Seeing how skinny he'd gotten, he brushed it off. Telling her a little snack wouldn't fill him up anyway. He said he needed raw meat. So she should just eat the chocolate. He did it all for their unborn child. So the baby would grow up healthy, and his mom would stay beautiful. She finally agreed, thanking him for being so generous. He just looked back at her with a sweet, gentle smile. Leo could tell the guy was totally drained. Everything he said was a lie. He was weak as hell. The man's face went blank. Totally emotionless. Death was coming for him. But that sweet smile stayed right there on his lips. He was completely wasted away. Exhausted. His strength and soul had left him. He was at his limit. His pupils rolled back in his head. His lips were cracked and dry. His whole body dehydrated. All signs of death by starvation. His wife couldn't let go of him. Her loyalty was heartbreaking. She was terrified of losing him. Just as scared as she was of dying herself. The beautiful wife clung tight to her husband's still warm body. He was a real man. Willing to sacrifice everything for his family. Even his own mind. Leo knew the guy was probably gone. All that was left was for him to leave this world as a hero who protected the woman he loved until the very end. The girl turned to all the doctors sitting there, begging them, screaming that they were doctors, asking why they wouldn't help. One doctor made excuses, saying the man was beyond saving and there was nothing they could do. For him, this was the end. But at least the light at the end of the tunnel was bright. She hated every single doctor there for refusing to help. She thought they should have at least tried to do something. She hugged her husband one last time, sending him off to the next world where he could be happy and healthy. But then, he responded. He called her honey and grabbed a handful of her soft, dark hair. His eyes were still empty. But he caught a scent, something strange, yet delicious coming from somewhere nearby. He was probably just delirious from dying. He'd lose consciousness and pass away any second. As death took over, Leo noticed the man acting weird. He was sniffing the air like he smelled a stew his wife had cooked just for him. His wife didn't get it. There wasn't a scrap of food anywhere. And his rambling didn't make any sense. He smashed his crazy face against the floor, following that sweet scent. Then, like a dog, he started sniffing and crawling toward where the smell was coming from. The smell was coming from outside the locker room. The man realized it, and that led to some really bad consequences. Drool poured from his mouth like a river. He was like a bear eyeing honey, a creep staring at a pretty girl, or a fisherman smelling fresh fried fish. Everyone in the room was shocked. His wife tried to hold him back, screaming for help. But suddenly, his strength surged back, and he bolted toward the smell, desperate to devour whatever was making it. A strange smell filled the entire locker room and spread its scent everywhere. The wife has already lost hope in her husband's sanity, and the others can't understand what happened to the man or where he got such strength when he was so weak before. Her face is full of despair and confusion, as if she's holding on to some kind of hope while losing it at the same time. She really loves her husband with all her heart. She is devoted to him with her entire soul, and is even ready to overcome her fear and head straight into danger. The doctors are worried about her and try to stop her. But she won't even listen to a word they say. She just hopes her husband comes back safe and sound. One of the doctors suggests going over there to check the situation. Since she's pregnant, and it's worth keeping an eye on her, people's feet started taking the first steps to finally leave these four walls after a long time. Tired of crowding together and fighting for the last scrap of food, something triggered a strange reaction in Leo, and it even slightly scared his fearless doctor's heart. His mouth dropped wide open, and he was very shocked by what he saw. The loving wife's thin legs started to give way. She felt sick and spoke with great difficulty. But nobody knew what could have scared her so badly. All the food she had eaten during this whole time came right back up. And it was all just because of what she saw. Now it is clear what terrified the poor girl so much. The man was eating the flesh of a corpse that had rotted long ago. And its blood, already dark, was smeared all over the hospital walls. He eats greedily, piece after piece, as if he has already turned into a real walking corpse. Has he actually gone crazy? Character, personality, appearance, everything changed in a matter of seconds. The real danger was lurking among the survivors, waiting for the right moment to metastasize. She shouldn't be experiencing such heavy stress, but she can't do anything about it. Since her completely reasonable husband just turned into a terrible monster, he attacked her, not seeing his wife in front of him, but just a victim. Meat. Food that once belonged to his husband, and will now be feed for the monster inside the body of her child's father. Leo would never forget this. It left a huge mark on the blue-haired doctor's life. Leo is furious at that man, since he ate his own wife, who was pregnant with his son. But still, you can't really blame him, since his strength left him and the virus took over, hijacking his mind. Sam and Michael try to stop the guys from eating this smelly food, because they already looked terrible. John understands the danger of this situation and the fact that, having eaten zombie meat, sooner or later they are going to die, and this cannot be avoided. John remembers his parents, and it causes him great pain, widening the void in his soul. As Clint's father eats piece after piece of rotten zombie meat, his skin starts to darken and his mind goes dull. Raindrops fall on him, but he doesn't care. Everything around him feels like he is under the influence of psychotropic drugs. He wants to get higher and higher. Clint's mother tries to stop him from being devoured by zombies, hoping that one of the pieces doesn't end up being the last. Clint won't let his mother get near his father, so he doesn't hurt her and make things worse. She begs her son to save his father, no matter how much pain it causes Clint, because he is supposed to be above all this. She fell into despair, because it is clear that Clint will never help this bastard, since it is his fault that he was raised in such a way that he behaves like a child. All the roots come from his parents and his upbringing. Clint looks at his mother, showing his determination and the fact that he will definitely never help his father with anything. She looks at him with puppy dog eyes and seems to beg him to help with them, even though she is also to blame for all the incidents. But she asks for help again. The mother grabs his hand and continues pleading for help. She is ready to kneel before her son, and all he wants is his father's death, for him to rot under a layer of dirt, in exchange for saving him. Clint asks her to do him a favor, to tell him the truth about his issue. Clint remembered a certain night 15 years ago that shocked his mother, making her pupils shrink from what she heard. Clint asks her if she ever begged this bastard to save him, if she asked for mercy for Clint so that, at least once, they would feel sorry for him. Clint is very bewildered and fully expects an answer. He waits for the truth from his mother, without unclenching his fists. His mother kept listening to the difficult question her son was asking. Suddenly, he pulled his hand out of her palms, embodying his indifference toward her, and continued to trample her into the ground. She didn't expect such hardness from her son, and such rejection. Her heart was pierced with the thickest spear. The mother pronounced his name heavily, and began to sob deeply, since the question was truly difficult, and for Clint, who had to endure all of this. Carrying this burden was incredibly hard. She screamed through her tears that it was totally impossible to protect her little boy, to save him without regretting it later. Clint's face fell. But honestly, he was glad he finally heard the truth, and his mom just kept making excuses, saying she could have saved him, but she would have died right then and there. Clint expected this from his parents. Aside from hurting him, they never added a single good thing to his life. No one can ever save Clint's family. Not ever. A ray of sunshine is never going to reach them. His family is the dark side of the moon, the absolute worst thing in Clint's life. That's why the apocalypse feels like a party to him. He shoves his mother toward Michael and orders him to keep an eye on her. Clint grabs a steel stake, getting ready to settle things with his scumbag father once and for all. The others beg their friends to stop eating the dead flesh, but those maniacs can't see or hear anyone anymore. Clint drives the steel bayonet into the walking corpse, ending him. The maniac's friend can't believe Clint killed his ally without a shred of mercy. The bleeding corpse lost the last shreds of consciousness, and his soul moved on to the next world. He tells the others not to waste time on him, just kill him. The guy who was going to kill him stayed silent too, just drilling holes into Clint's back with his stare. Clint is already closing in on his bastard father, readying his bayonet for an instant strike and instant death. His father just keeps eating the flesh of the zombies. He's in ecstasy from the taste of dead meat that's rotted his mind and turned him into a monster. Clint glares at his next victim, knowing the guy's gonna die by his hands sooner or later. Clint realizes he hasn't seen an expression that familiar on his father's face in a long time. Blood and rain are dripping down his face. His skin has turned dark, and he's not stopping his meal. He's planning to keep going, even though his mind is long gone. Clint swings his bayonet, aiming right for the bastard. His face looks totally wired. Like his brain turned into crumbs. Like cockroaches hit with bug spray. It's the face of a shameless, pathetic, completely drugged out man. He doesn't give a damn that his own son is pointing a weapon at him. He doesn't care about the heavy rain. He's just buzzing. That look on his face shocked Clint. It's worse than any horror movie. How do you even get to a state like that? The food started bursting out. That smile. It killed Clint's urge to kill him. He wants to grind him into dust. His father's face just made Clint furious. He wanted his soul to leave that filthy shell. Wanted his father to just end it. Clint started crying because that twisted look reminded him of something from his childhood. When he was a kid, Clint cried all the time too. His parents were to blame. They took everything to insane levels. We're back in Clint's past. 15 years ago. The same night Clint talked about when he asked his mom that question. This was the true horror the child Clint lived in constantly. They whipped him, tied him up with a rope, and dressed him in women's dresses. Some important person with sick fetishes did all this. Someone who couldn't control his sadistic urges. And his father just rubbed his hands together, waiting for something. Here's the father's shameless smirk and his apparent client, licking his lips greedily and praising this bastard for his son, realizing his boss got what he wanted. The father asks for something this sadist promised him. The bastard orders his guards to bring Clint's dad a certain suitcase with unknown contents. The father's face changed when bags of medicine started falling out of the suitcase, giving him a lot of peace and relief. This person is already impatient to start the dessert. He wants to see the victim of his sadism better and quickly. The father takes his next hit of the drug while the mother freezes, watching it all. She's terrified to move, afraid that even one wrong twitch could be a mistake. The sadist keeps complimenting his victim on their skin, white as snow. And that scarlet blood. Seeing it just wakes up his dirtiest, most primal instincts. Clint manages to bite the arrogant sadist's finger good. That monster has no right to lay a hand on an innocent child. The pervert didn't like that little act of rebellion. He answers with a punch to the face, calling Clint a bitch. But that insolence just gets him excited. No one's ever treated him like this. So he decides to get rough with the immobilized kid. That bastard decided to cross the line and stuck his hand under the skirt of a boy who hadn't even done anything wrong. He tries to stop the bastard, but his excitement just can't be held back. This is where all the trauma comes from. It all comes from childhood. It's all the adults' fault and how they raised us. But even so, hard times create strong people. The shameless face of a real monster who's only handed children. Only kids give this monster true pleasure. Clint's face screams the worst emotions he's ever felt in his life toward a terrible father. A total bastard. Something surprised our pervert. Something put a stop to his joy, his lust, and his greed. Something killed all his pleasure. It wasn't surprise that filled the pervert's head, but rage. Rage that he wanted to unleash somewhere. He started baring his teeth and grinding them together. I never expected a man's body to be hiding under those women's clothes. That behind that snow-white skin and scarlet blood was a boy, and it filled him with rage. The mother is crying. The father is enjoying another hit. And the boss is pissed. All the sins gathered in one room. Lust, greed, despair, wrath. You name it. They're the perfect picture of Clint's family. That's exactly what he meant when he said his family is beyond saving. The boss smashes the dad's face right into a bag of drugs. Getting even more worked up, he grabs him by the hair, demanding to know why they handed him a boy who can't even give him the pleasure he deserves. His eyes narrow. His mind fogs over. And logic goes out the window. Nothing left but raw animal instinct. The pervert lets go of Clint's dad. While the mom tries to reach the man responsible for all their misery, the boss lets out a sigh of relief. But the rage is still there. He's ready to wipe out every single member of this family. He realizes dad got all excited just from smelling the drugs mom brought in. She begs the VIP for forgiveness. She knows if she doesn't, they're dead meat, and killing them wouldn't cost him a thing. He glares at her, shifting his rage in her direction. She's going to be his next victim. The boss grabs a sharp knife, getting ready to attack the mother. She can't even protect her son. She just backs away, drops to her knees, and apologizes. He steps toward her, getting closer and closer. He presses the blade right against her throat. He tells her she'll never understand how he feels. The humiliation he suffered that night. His face goes completely dark. He reveals his true colors. A terrifying tyrant. A sick pervert. All hiding behind the mask of a wealthy man, someone who could pass for a gentleman. Suddenly, someone snatches the knife right out of the sadist's hands, and he does not appreciate the audacity. The drooling bastard brandishes the knife, and it's not any better. In fact, the knife in his hands is even worse than when the pervert had it. He's planning to fix Clint's gender problem. Even the pervert looks intrigued by the scumbag father's method. He didn't snatch that knife for nothing. And definitely not to protect his wife. He points the knife straight at Clint. He says that ever since Clint was born, Dad's life has been one failure after another. Every bad thing that happened was because of Clint's birth. Clint's too weak to speak. He just stares silently at his unhinged father. The knife inches closer and closer. The father could have been someone. He noticed something crucial. John took everyone to a cave that would finally protect them. He was supposed to be a successful man. If Clint and his mother hadn't appeared in his life, tears don't even have time to fall from Clint's face. And his father says it would be better if he were a girl, and there wouldn't be unnecessary problems. He lifts the skirt and brings a knife, saying that with one flick of the blade, this problem can be solved. Clint begs him to save him. He begs his mother, calling out to her, and it's like she's right in front of him. She holds on with difficulty, trying not to grab her husband's hands. The mother cries and tries to stop her husband, but she doesn't have the strength to do it. Since she understands the consequences of her actions, he noticed the mother decided to say something against the father's actions, and he didn't like it, since he was fond of this kid, but his only problem is that he's a boy. The mother froze and couldn't say anything in response to such contempt. She just remained silent, and in that silence, the boss liked the decision of his father. The blood started boiling again, as if it had been boiled, and evaporated by the heat. Father is already licking his lips, and prepares his knife to cut. What? In his opinion, Clint has too much of. What our Clint must be deprived of. His dignity. He started screaming even louder. With every second, the pity for him grew more and more. Since that attitude shouldn't be directed at a child, Clint has snapped out of his memories and screams at his father that he'll never forgive him as long as he lives. The bastard has already transformed and runs towards Clint to kill him too. Clint understands that he's been sleeping too long, and it's unlikely anyone will help him. Anyone will save him. Someone snatched the bayonet from Clint, and it's unclear if it's an enemy or an ally. An ally who has come to save him. The stranger grabs Clint by the belt and tries to save him, suggesting that this is our savior. The stake is driven toward Dad to strike him and finish him off once and for all. Unbelievably, our savior turned out to be John, who always comes to the aid of his family and friends whenever necessary. The steel tip pierces the undead father and sends him flying into the sky, where he'll be cast to the bottom of hell, burning in infernal flames. Everyone stares in silence at the corpse of a dead man, who just a minute ago showed signs of being an intelligent person. John, silently watching his father, hoists Clint onto his shoulder and carries him to the bus. Since they've lost too many already and can't dare to lose the commander, everyone tries to wake Clint up, and John orders them to hurry, get on the bus, and finally take their seats. Clint is completely soaked in the rain and realizes it's all over with this bastard, who will no longer be in his life. He wipes away all the tears that have built up for so long, and the wetness on his cheeks is hidden by the downpour falling every moment. After a long time, morning arrived. Birds flew out from the green treetops, as if the nightmare of the night had evaporated the moment the sun appeared on the horizon. The steel chains John used to pull the bus on his back fell away, indicating they had arrived somewhere. John dragged the bus all night to their destination, and even though they arrived in the morning, he must be exhausted. One of the passengers, safe from the next influx of zombies, the 6 of them accompany Tim to the cave, to scout the territory and shed light on the darkness of the gloomy cave. John takes responsibility, ensuring everyone gets off the bus and heads into the cave. They found a place to spend the night, but Tim looked like he was still homeless. With no roof over his head, he didn't even have a face to show. He was completely slumped, because he had to obey John, the one he had despised and humiliated his whole life. John is a true gentleman, since he's willing to carry the lady of his heart in his arms, so she doesn't have any trouble with this. John and Alice agree to go in and get comfortable, but Meg seems worried about something, as if that darkness gives her no peace, and she can't take her eyes off the cave. John was alarmed that Clint didn't enter the cave with everyone, but ran in a completely different direction. The darkness of the cave swallowed all the light. Every ray of sun disappears, leaving no trace in the gloom. But even so, the inside of the cave is quite cozy, and everyone has already found a comfortable spot, including John and his girls. John asked Meg and Alice to sit there, since he had to leave, and he clarified the reason why. Alice played sweetly and tickled her little sister, like a true big sister, like a loving mother comforting her beloved child. The cave exit is like a panoramic window, offering a beautiful view of the scarlet sky during sunset, when the sun leaves us, disappearing behind the horizon. John has already left the cave, and he's going to visit Clint to understand what upset him so much. During the killing of his father, the majestic mountain peaks, against the backdrop of the golden sky. If you reach the peaks, you can find the gateway to the divine gardens, to paradise. Clint found a great place to retreat and admire the beautiful mountain views and their reflections in the river. A warm breeze caresses your hair and unravels it in the air, as if sweeping through, among thousands of trees, in a dense forest. John is already heading to Clint to ask him what's going through his head. What's bothering him so much that he has to sit alone on the bank of a babbling river facing a beautiful view of the sky? Clint already realized it was John approaching him and decided to show his gratitude for the help shown during his father's killing. John prodded Clint with a biting remark. Clint tries to justify himself, but his grimace speaks for itself. He sat closer, and this disconcerted Clint a bit. Since he couldn't expect sympathy from a zombie with humanity, John decided to help Clint. Help him morally. Because from Clint's mood, you can tell he is emotionally devastated. The elements are at war in his soul, as if the butterflies in his stomach turned brutal and started sucking out his strength. He was surprised by John's initiative, but more surprised that Clint had probably finally met someone he could express what was in his soul to. Clint looks down and understands that a complex and difficult conversation cannot be avoided. It seems he decided to open up to his companion, decided to tell him his dark story, a story he would have preferred to keep silent. They're sitting by the river, which reflects the golden light of the sky and seems to show another world, where the clouds move in the opposite direction and the current flows the other way. The so-called mirror. Clint admitted that he cried, but he didn't cry because his father died. That was obvious. John was surprised by Clint's words, because he didn't speak of tears of happiness. Clint's face says that at any moment he'll laugh like a little kid. His face will be filled with laughter. Clint choked up, but was still delighted by John's understanding. He realized he had found his zombie, someone he could trust. Sitting in front of a view like this makes it very atmospheric to talk about difficult topics, and thus creates a great bond of friendship that becomes tighter and tighter. At their first meeting, Clint wondered why it was John. Why was he chosen among so many people? What did fate owe him so much to give him a new life in a zombie's body? John continues listening to Clint in silence. Since this conversation interested him a bit, Clint calls him unusual because he could sympathize with him, suggesting that few people are capable of doing that. But he's already an unusual person, with the body of a dead man and his strength. John continues to belittle Clint with his sarcastic comments, because he thinks he's special, and John is right to point this out. Clint was infuriated by this attitude towards his trauma and towards him in general. He straightened his shoulders and said casually that he didn't feel any sympathy for Clint, and that Clint was absolutely right. Clint didn't like this news, since he expected reciprocity from his companion. But he received a total refusal. John looked up and started his magnificent quotes with great meaning, as if inspiration had fallen from the sky. And under its influence, he began his story. There are many analogies in the world, and the fact that someone can be truly brave and someone can be weak is as common as it is insignificant. Since fate can turn in any direction, the weak will become strong and brave, and the brave will crawl at their feet. Everything changes every time, and what existed a second ago no longer makes sense. Fate pushes you forward, but the choice is yours. Live in the past, or keep pace with fate. Those whose eyes were full of hope lost everything in a second. All the life of the moment and the past will play a role only in the form of a choice. But you definitely shouldn't dwell on it. Here he mentioned his parents, asking if everything that was in their eyes disappeared after Armageddon. John wrapped up his thought that the entire past is meaningless. Everything that drives a person has no logic. As long as your legs move, as long as your heart beats in your chest, and as long as your torch burns, you need to find fuel to keep it burning. There is a goal that will keep you moving forward. John's line of thinking really amazed Clint. Since it was rare to hear such a profound thought from a dead person, he sighed in relief and decided to ask John if he wanted to hear his story. John isn't interested at all, and is already walking away to avoid hearing Clint's complaints about his sad life. Clint tells him to sit down and listen, since their conversation has already gone too far, and they shouldn't waste time on him. The crescent moon is peeking out from behind the cave. By the time they were talking, it was already the dead of night. Everyone had already started their fires and was getting ready to crash, warming up the cave walls and themselves before the freezing night set in. Michael points out it's time to hit the hay, seeing as they haven't slept in a couple of days and don't even have the energy to hunt for food. But that's a problem for tomorrow. Sam totally agrees with Michael, yawning big time as he gets ready for bed. Alice tucked John's little sister in and was already running on fumes, getting herself ready to sleep. Tim was completely bummed out. It wasn't clear if he had a plan, or if he'd just lost his dignity and his faith in the future. Michael and Sam were already drooling by the fire, deep in dreamland. Unbelievably, Tim found a way out. Even in a hopeless situation like this, even now, he found a shard of glass and stashed it away to use at the absolute worst moment. John and Clint are happily warming up by the fire, staring at the river while Clint keeps telling his story. On the side, Clint said that from the moment his dad came at him with a knife, he promised himself he'd kill the guy no matter what, that his death was inevitable. That bastard father of his is a total freak, even compared to the zombies. John was shocked by Clint's brutal story. Even the emotionless zombie was moved by a story like that. But honestly, he was more worried about whether Clint's little soldier was still standing at attention, and if he still had his family jewels. Clint froze at such a sudden question, like ancient Medusa had cursed him. Living inside a statue's shell, Clint doesn't think that info is very important. He insists pretty strongly that John focus on the gravity of the story and stop thinking about his soldiers. John thinks this info is very important, more important than the whole story put together. Clint explained that because of the high dose, his dad's hands were shaking like a sick person's. He only made a bunch of cuts on his legs. Then he crossed his arms like nothing happened, and his dignity was still right where it belonged. John listens in silence, but you can feel his distrust towards Clint's words. John kept his eyes on Clint. He kept listening, since his story was pretty interesting, but the questions about his valuables were way more interesting. He got a little sad and started staring at Clint's belt, but Clint realized John didn't believe him, and he yelled at him. Clint doesn't see any way to prove to John that he's fine and everything is in its place, except by showing it all pulling down his pants, and John tries to stop him. Still, Clint pulls his pants down even further, and he sees a leg in front of him that's covered in scars. As confirmation of his story, both of them stood there in silence. And then the awkward situation. It put a lump in their throats. If anyone saw them, they'd be talked about behind their backs, like a couple of exhibitionists who love the great outdoors. John instantly jumped away from Clint. His eyes went dark. Both of them crossed their arms, and Clint didn't even have time to pull his pants up. The silence didn't stop. It just shifted position. The atmosphere was just as tense. John looked at Clint, his long hair waving in the breeze from the sullen, like a current dragging seaweed across the ocean floor. He looked at Clint's scars, the many cuts inflicted 15 years ago by that stranger of a father who, God willing, was currently enjoying the fires of hell. Clint noticed this look directed at him and offered to show him something that could prove he wasn't on drugs, if John didn't trust him, but John looked away to show he was rejecting the offer. Still, John asked if Clint's scars dated back to the moment his dad started cutting him. Clint answered indifferently that yeah, that was true. The boy's blood had flowed from deep wounds inflicted by his own father, who didn't care what he sold or how. He needed drugs and was willing to do anything for them, even cripple his own son. Clint tries to kick out in front of him, but his dad needs to snap out of this state, since his eyes are already squinting and the image in his eyes is floating like an oil painting in the rain. Little Clint's eyes were empty. Even the tears had stopped flowing. The strength to kick was gone, and his father kept trying to cut off his manhood, while he could only watch, hanging from the ropes. He's a total lunatic. Even now, he's trying to convince his boss to keep working with him and take care of his son. The pervert makes it clear that Clint can't be helped and that people like that will never spark his interest again. He lands a heavy blow and sends him flying into his bags of feel-good drugs. He falls like a fish toward the red bags and starts swimming, breathing through his gills. The drug killed the human inside him, And that is its most dangerous aspect. The worst part is that after taking those drugs, the person's personality evaporates the exact moment they get high. He was thrown to the ground, but he keeps laughing. There's no person left in him anymore. For him, the zombie apocalypse started way before this. The bodyguard offers to kill Clint's dad, but he takes a special liking to the way he behaves. It intrigues him. How he can control a person just using his money and his skills. Finally, the pervert leaves the kid's torture chamber, fixes his tie, walks out of the house, and takes the guards with him. Clint was left in the torture room. They whipped him, stared him down, cut him right in front of his own eyes. And all this in one night, during the most miserable night of his life. His eyes are like pure diamonds. Truly, they're pure because of the void inside them. There's nothing in his eyes, not a glimmer of hope. Nothing. Just the void that has absorbed the best parts of him. Now there's a glint in his eyes. The void has been overshadowed by an endless rage. He is ready to destroy everything and everyone standing in front of him. John smacks his leg with his cold hand, as if there was something there. John's behavior is super weird, since he was already pulling Clint's pants down. And now he's touching his bare leg for no reason. Clint was taken aback. He was in a super awkward situation. His face immediately changed to a look of disbelief. John pointed out that he caught a mosquito on his leg. Clint probably wouldn't like this, and definitely wouldn't consider these actions normal, just as expected. Clint is fuming. He definitely doesn't like that closeness. And even more so, that audacity. John's gaze seemed to sense something, as if a sixth sense suddenly put him on edge. He glanced back, since they hadn't checked on what was happening in the cave for a long time, seeing as their enemies were located there too. Clint was intrigued by what John said, since, in fact, everything was way too quiet, and Tim hadn't made a peep in a long time. You can see it all becoming clear in John's eyes. He senses something's wrong, but it's probably too late. Since so much time has passed, no way. Tim vanished into thin air. Everything points to Tim being free, which brings zero good news. John grabbed Clint's hand and slammed it hard against the ground, as if he himself had become an enemy. In a matter of seconds, Clint's whole palm is gushing scarlet blood. No one knows why he needed Clint's blood, or why he decided to hurt him at the most unexpected moment. John smears his face with Clint's hand and asks him to lend him a little of his blood. The bus is already speeding away. Rocks and dust are flying everywhere at the incredible speed the bus has picked up. Tim's gang kidnapped John's sister, and apparently, she wasn't the only one who fell into the clutches of the insatiable Tim, and it turned out Alice was snatched by them too. And they're already starting to tie her down to the seat. 6. Who's at the wheel? Tells Tim not to worry about John, since they've already gotten way far from the cave, and it's unlikely anyone will catch up to them. Tim sat there silently, listening to his subordinate's words without making a sound. They managed to start the engine of the half-wrecked bus, which they probably consider a huge success. There are rope marks on Tim's wrists, as if he'd been locked in a stone dungeon for life, handcuffed, restricting all his movements. But he managed to find a way out. Meg's screaming really pissed Tim off, and he even had to turn his attention to her, since even his subordinate snapped at her. Tim listened to 6 complaining that the little girl was constantly screaming and hinting that they should get rid of her, since they were sure her brother definitely wasn't coming back. He glared to the side angrily, looking like a hawk piercing through a soul and making his victim tremble in horror. Tim, for some unknown reason, walked over to Alice. What was he planning to do? Because he'd seen a lot over the years, and he definitely wasn't going to show her any mercy. He looked at her, crushing her from the inside with his pressure. She doesn't give a damn about it. She's acting like normal. Nothing phases her, and she doesn't feel that pressure on her at all. Her gaze turned out to be stronger. Her bravery won out in the fight with him, like a lion and a panther locking eyes. Neither of them knows who is capable of what, but the panther turned out to be stronger with her charisma. After Tim ordered May to shut up, Alice added fuel to the fire with her caustic remark about Tim's fear. The main fear he's running away from right now so he doesn't run into it again. Tim's blood pressure spiked. His veins bulged out. Soon her words would be her last, since it was easier to piss off Tim than to escape from sleeping guards and steal a bus. Tim made it clear he'd easily find a way to torture them and that it wouldn't be hard for him to find a hobby for himself, and that he didn't care if she was a little girl or a lady he once loved with all his heart. All of a sudden, Tim slaps May right across the face. And he is definitely not getting off the hook with John after pulling a stunt like that. He's gonna pay for that audacity. John will have him scavenging for his loved one's body parts out in the bitter cold mountains. Poor sister, what a vile character Tim is, even if you can kinda understand him since Clint is his brother. Clint is the only one to blame for his death. Why do you have to take it out on that poor girl? Alice, she keeps provoking Tim, telling him to take his anger out on her instead of a helpless kid. Tim really hit the mark. Alice is sitting there like a frightened bird and needs to stay quiet. He's not going to show her any mercy anymore. Especially since she betrayed him, even though she never belonged to him in the first place. His glare definitely made Alice's heart race. The adrenaline pumping through her blood had her shaking from the surge of energy. Firelight was spilling out of the cave. So John and Clint just went in to check out the situation inside. Sam was drooling from sleep deprivation and literally passed out in a matter of seconds. Because of that, Tim and the whole gang got away and took Meg and Alice with them. Clint is being ruthless with the guys, ready to wake them up with a kick to the gut so they don't sleep so soundly. He clenches his fists in rage at Sam. Why is he sleeping while people are being kidnapped right under his nose? Sam has no clue who took them, who was taken, or what he's even being accused of. He's totally lost. And Clint is already winding up to deal him a couple of heavy blows. Michael jumped up too, like he was snapping out of sleep paralysis. But Clint was even worse, managing to snap right out of his daze. Sam keeps making excuses to Clint, thinking they're actually valid. It's just that Tim is tricky to track, and they lost his trail because they were so exhausted. Michael and Sam keep trying to explain, but Clint ignores it all. He doesn't give a damn about their exhaustion. The only thing that matters to him is where Tim and that whole gang with the hijacked bus are. It doesn't matter how harsh Clint is with Tim. It doesn't matter how roughly Clint deals with him. Sam decides to give him some advice, saying he needs to be harder on Tim. After all, Clint recently killed his own brother without a shred of regret. Clint was furious at Sam's words. Sam was definitely in deep trouble now. After hearing that, Clint grabbed Sam by the hair. He reminded him that he'd recently killed Will, his little brother, and now he was being just as hard on him. He still got what he deserved. Then Clint punched Sam right in the nose to knock some sense into him. Meanwhile, Michael tries to comfort Sam. Sam is in serious pain because Clint hits hard. Clint doesn't care what his allies think. He found a determined team, a new squad, a replacement for those guys. He and John are one now. A total symbiosis. Together, they're capable of anything. Clint has made his choice. His decision is unshakable. He is definitely ready to be part of John's team. But why? Now it's clear that Clint's blood, which John smeared on his eye, turned out to be some kind of upgrade. His eye turned red, and his pupil went white as the moon against the bloody sky. A crescent moon floated above, casting a weak, pale light over the dense, dark forest. Tim and the gang apparently decided to take a break and rest, completely sure that John would never catch up to them again. The bus was speeding along. The speed was amazing for a broken-down bus. It was intense, like fate itself was pushing the vehicle forward. An unexpected bump killed all the bus's speed and momentum. All the passengers felt the jolt and started to tumble over. One of the gang members yells at the driver to be more careful. But he can't exactly drive smoothly since they're in the mountains with no actual roads. The bald guy stayed silent, but something through the front windshield alarmed him. They were driving blindly down some path, just going wherever the wheels took them. Suddenly, the driver saw his worst nightmare right in front of him. John still managed to catch up. That is the power of Clint and John's symbiosis. The bald guy screamed at the top of his lungs, like he was staring death in the face, which was pretty much true. The bus wheels finally screeched to a halt. Six's heart didn't just freeze, it went completely numb. A sudden stop like that wasn't going to go over well with the passengers. And the bald guy might get a couple of smacks on his shiny head for being so careless. Tim walked up to Six, furious, demanding to know why he stopped so suddenly. The bald guy was breathing heavily, staring right at his worst enemy. Just the sight of him was terrifying. Even Tim isn't that scared. Six says he stopped because of the silhouette of a dead man he recognized. John appeared for just a second and stopped an entire bus. Tim was shocked by Six's news. He was terrified. The thought of John actually catching up didn't even cross his mind. He couldn't have predicted this in a million years. He still can't believe it. It's the kind of thing you can't even imagine in a dream, right in front of Tim. The bushes rustled strangely. It was enough to make his heart stop cold. Leo's heart was breaking looking at Meg's cheek. It was so red. She was trying with all her might to call out to him. No one knows how hard Tim hit her. She didn't have time to scream before the fat guy covered her mouth. But she still tried to mumble something. The fat guy screamed at the shaved man to hurry up. Start the engine. And get them far away from there. Suddenly, the glass shattered, shards pierced right through the fat guy's face. That is definitely not going to end well for him. He was trying to react to the sudden attack from the side. John burst spectacularly into the bus cabin through the window. He was ready to send all those kidnappers straight to the afterlife. The fat guy screamed at the top of his lungs as he faced John. Knowing John had the strength to put the final nails in his coffin, John wound up a massive punch for the fat guy. All that extra weight definitely wasn't going to save him. His face turned to mush. Teeth flying everywhere. He fell so fast it was a blur. John just sent that fat guy to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. John's strength is shocking time and time again. It takes a lot of power to send a massive body like that flying. Tim's heart started pounding like crazy. The fight had left his eyes. And now he was just a mess of snot and sweat dripping everywhere. There was a massive dent in the fat guy's face. Proof that he'd been taken down by a punch with superhuman force. Steam rose from John's fist. He was ready to send every passenger except the girls straight to Dreamland. Meg was hurt. But she managed to free one of the captives. And most importantly, she didn't forget about the second one. Meg was so glad John had shown up. But one of the captives. The main thing was that she hadn't forgotten the second one. Meg was thrilled John was there. She never doubted his strength for a second. He would have come running to save her no matter what. He set her down in the seat and asked about her cheek. What the hell happened while he was gone? Meg is such a tough girl. She took a hit from a grown man and stayed just as sweet and kind as ever. Tim still managed to grab Alice, which is terrible news for John. She's the perfect hostage to use against him. He heard Alice screaming, calling out to him with that angelic voice of hers. Tim pressed that shard of glass against the delicate skin of Alice's neck and started threatening to kill her. John took another step forward. He wasn't far, one quick lunge and Tim wouldn't survive, but he couldn't risk the woman he loved. She was calm, even with a blade at her throat. Even with a shard of glass pressed against her neck, Tim knows exactly how to threaten his enemies. There's a reason he took her with him. John stayed silent. Once again, he wasn't the one doing the talking. He let out a sigh and got ready to talk to his lifelong tormentor. John started talking. He mentioned Meg told him Tim had cut Alice's leg to save her. So isn't it strange that he's the one holding a glass shard to her neck now? Meg sat silently in her spot, anxiously waiting for the fight to end. John knew Tim was a bastard, but he was sure even a guy like him had something he wanted to protect. But he was disappointed again. John was pressing Tim at every step, something he definitely shouldn't be doing. Tim warned John to stay back, all while continuing his little speech. John asked again and again why Tim was threatening to kill the person he supposedly loved and protected. The shard inched closer to Alice, and Tim kept screaming, trying to make John understand he shouldn't take another step. The shard had already pierced her skin. A thin trickle of blood ran down her neck. Tim was serious. Meg instantly panicked for Alice and screamed at Tim not to lay a finger on her. John was furious. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could just do something, anything, like dive straight into the fight right now. Tim pressed the shard against her neck and decided to explain himself. The reason he'd been a spoiled brat since birth, had everything he wanted, and now he just wanted it all at once. Tim's words scared his lackeys, but they knew it was better to keep their mouths shut. On one hand, Tim could dominate and take the girl he wanted, but John, to him, John was just a bug standing in his way. He kept mocking John, calling his way of thinking stupid, while being an arrogant, total scumbag himself. He told John to protect her if he could, and if he couldn't, then he'd destroy her. John realized there was no point talking to him. They were like fire and water, they'd never mix. They had nothing in common. Like two shoes from the same pair, but walking in completely different directions. Suddenly, Alice grabbed Tim's hand like she was planning something. She turned toward him, which totally freaked Tim out. He never saw it coming. She'd told him time and time again that she hated arrogant people like him. Those words pissed him off. He was ready to jam that shard right into her, to give her the deepest wound of her life. She also pointed out that she and John hadn't seen each other in a long time. He'd probably forgotten what a fighter she was, that she could wipe out a horde of the undead with one swing of her sword. John said her name, not understanding what she meant. She smiled sweetly and decided to remind him with her actions. That cute look instantly shifted into the eyes of a killer, the look of someone determined to slaughter their enemy. Tim was shocked. It had been a long time since he'd seen Alice this angry. She said she could take care of herself. Digging her fingers into Tim's old wound, screams and squeals of pain erupted from his mouth. She hopped on one leg, moving better than some people with two good ones, even if her beloved had come to save her. She wasn't some delicate flower waiting for his protection. She'd take Tim down herself with a snap of her fingers. John was completely blown away. Even though he'd seen her skills before, his jaw still hit the floor. He was totally speechless. Tim's legs gave out, and down he went. Alice took him out in a heartbeat. She's drop-dead gorgeous and strong as a Valkyrie. She could take down hundreds of warriors, float like a butterfly, and sting like a bee. Tim definitely isn't going to Valhalla, seeing as he just got owned by our beauty queen in a one-on-one duel. Once again, that spoiled brat lost the fight against John and Alice. She towered over him like she was sitting on a throne. Now you could mount his head on the wall like a trophy. She was breathing hard after a fight like that. It's been ages since she practiced. And that bad leg of hers meant she couldn't train much. The reason she didn't fight back before was because she was going easy on him. She just let him land those hits. Alice stepped toward her real goal, seeing the man she loved. That's why she never fought back before. John and Meg were stunned. Actually, there aren't even words to describe how they felt. A family of fighters is something else. A strong woman needs a strong man. Right. She smiled as she got close to John. Everyone was safe now. Maybe Alice realized she could even save herself. John locked eyes with her. He looked at her with pure love. A gaze like a burning kiss. The perfect dessert to end the battle. Meg was in awe of Alice. She never imagined her little sister could move with such grace and hit that hard at the same time. Everyone was pretty satisfied with the show and the fight itself. They were mesmerized. Alice struck a pose that made their blood pump and their hearts race like boiling water. Finally, they headed back to the cave. Everyone alive and in one piece. They threw Tim on the ground. He totally deserved it after how he acted. He was furious at everything and everyone. He'd lost again. He blew his chance to have it all. Michael decided to ask what the deal was with Tim. What were they going to do with him? Clint angrily pulled out a knife and said he was going to kill him. And soon, Clint was furious with Tim's gang, even after they showed them mercy. Tim still had the nerve to hijack a bus, and because he kidnapped the girls, Tim was terrified. He looked at that knife like it wasn't just a blade, but a massive guillotine ready to drop, like the executioner was already ready to chop his head off. But John decided to spare Tim again. Who knows if that's a mistake or if he just thinks Tim is useful. Clint was baffled that John decided to let Tim and his whole gang go, especially since they were the ones who stole his girls. Turns out, John needed Clint to tell him about this City B place before he did anything else. It was about that suitcase Tim stole from Clint, the one Clint managed to snatch back. What was hiding inside? Obviously, it was full of secrets. John looked at the mysterious case with interest, knowing it held something he needed. As Clint opened the case, he said it was like a treasure chest containing everything John could ever want. He easily popped the heavy latches designed to hide the contents. But not everything inside was all that important. Ordinary stuff went flying into the air. Even some weird toys. Clint definitely regretted opening the suitcase in front of him. He wasn't expecting an explosion of junk like that. John got smacked in the head by the sudden suitcase attack. Even the luggage dared to assault the sensible zombie. John was lost. He couldn't understand why Clint needed so much useless junk, especially the kid stuff. Clint was totally embarrassed. He wasn't expecting that and tried to justify it, saying everyone has stuff like this, and that you can find way worse things out there. He started rummaging through his stuff again to find something important. Something John was worried about and really wanted to know. Unbelievably, he pulled out a radio. Apparently, this thing would explain everything about City B. Clint turned it on and started tuning it, but it just hissed. Finally, he locked onto the City B station. The voice announced that anyone listening should hurry to the city, because they had plenty of space and supplies. John was intrigued. He wondered if it was true, if they'd really be safe there, or if it was just a trap. Everyone was either surprised or happy to hear that City B could house up to 200,000 people. But still, that message was recorded about a month ago, so the info might be outdated. Suddenly, Clint tossed the radio to John, saying it was old and pretty hard to hear anything on it. John caught it and kept listening to the broadcast on Clint's radio. Turns out John is an expert on antique radios. He knew the older models didn't have sound recording, which confirmed how old it was. But John was still haunted by one question. What exactly was the connection between Clint and Tim? What's the connection? What's it based on? Clint didn't catch on right away who John was talking about. Who did he manage to link him with? Clint pointed at Tim and hit the nail right on the head. 'Cause there wasn't any connection between them at all. He grinned, looking like he decided to spin a new yarn. Only this time, it's about Tim and the history connecting them. It's not for nothing that Tim thinks he's a spoiled brat. After all, his dad is the ruler of City B, exactly where their new path is taking them. Tim's old man holds a lot of power in his hands. That explains why his son is so arrogant and thinks he can get away with anything. Unbelievable. How is that even possible? The ruler of City B is Tim's dad. Right then, Tim smirked with satisfaction. John immediately shouted, "How the hell did Tim's dad, turn out to be the ruler?" Right after John's yelling, a fist goes flying straight for Tim's face. It hit with such force that not even his daddy's power could save him from it. All that power he had is totally useless now. John and Clint are mocking Tim because they just can't believe that info. There's no way he's the son of the city boss. A heavy blow slammed into Tim. That'll definitely make him rethink a few of his dreams. And if he's lucky, maybe even rethink his attitude. Shaven decided to stand up for his big brother, and even decided to threaten Clint and John, saying that as soon as they got to City B, they definitely wouldn't be welcome. He gritted his teeth and promised to tell Tim's father everything Clint and John did to them. He's talking down to them so they don't get too full of themselves. Clint easily comes up with a solution for the shaved guy, just kill him before he gets to City B. And problem solved. John is merciful as always. Even though he just sent Tim to Dreamland with a single punch, Clint doesn't like the way John is acting. He wants to deal with them as fast as possible. Turn them into Swiss cheese. And never see them again. Why worry about it? Tim is already coming to after a short blackout. And John's actually thinking they might be useful. The fat guy is still recovering from John's heavy attack. And that dent in his face is going to take a long time to heal. But still, John hit the wrong person for hurting Meg. John looks around at the people in the cave and realizes the road to City B is a long one, but it's worth it. Since it might just be an oasis in the middle of the desert for them. A young mother rocks her hungry child. She urgently needs to find food. Actually, everyone needs to find food and supplies. John assesses the situation sensibly and realizes he can't force the kids and mothers to get food on their own. Tim didn't like John's idea one bit. He was ready to die. But he would never, ever work for him. Shaven tries to stop Tim, since he's clearly in no position to be showing off his attitude. But Tim doesn't care what he says. His pride is bigger than that. John didn't like that kind of cheek either. And he turns his furious glare right at him. The shaved guy is already shaking with fear. And Tim felt crushed by the fact that John turned his attention to him so instantly. John had already clenched his fist. And with every step, he was getting closer and closer to Tim. He looked at him with disdain and asked if he just couldn't wait to die. If that's what he wanted. Tim keeps defying John, saying it's better to die than to crawl at his feet for the rest of his days. John leaned in close, showing that Tim was clearly in deep trouble, 'cause he had really pissed him off. He looked him straight in the eye and asked when he was going to die. And how fast would it happen? Tim was shocked by the question. He couldn't expect anything from the once merciful, now cruel John. John's cruelty has really taken over. He's ready to smash his skull against the cave walls, turning it into bone meal, so at least his bones can be fertilizer for new plants. John's hand is already right there. Tim is definitely going to feel a lot of pain from a hit like that. What's going to happen after an attack like that on Tim? What's going to happen to Tim in the future? Does he even have a future as John's main opponent? No one could have expected this from John, since he'd just been forgiving all of Tim's crap over and over again, and now he's smashed his head in, painting the cave walls with his blood. In the dust cloud, you can only see Tim's legs sticking out. It's unknown if he's alive or if his lifeless body, with mush for a head, is ready to join his ancestors. The shaved guy started crying over his brother's death, since he was the one who always protected them from the storm, no matter how ugly it got. But then Tim's screams came from the dust cloud, which meant only one thing: John spared him. Otherwise, there's no other explanation, 'cause he simply couldn't have missed. Tears of sadness turned into tears of joy. Shaven and the six of them can't help but rejoice that his brother came back from the dead. Even so, Tim is terrified of dying. He's shaking like a leaf because he's obsessed with saving his own skin. His life is the only thing that matters to him. His pupils shrank to pinpoints. He was terrified. Standing right on death's door. His whole life flashed before his eyes. It felt like a rebirth. Or a second birthday. John stood up, looking imposing. Winding up for a second strike to teach Tim another lesson. Maybe now Tim will actually fear death. Now he'll be too scared to look it in the eye. Tim feels like he's on a roller coaster. Screaming like a little kid every time he takes a plunge. It's already the third drop for Tim. And he still doesn't get it. It's better to obey. And even better to be useful. Otherwise, he's dead meat. Someone needs to pound it into his thick skull that his pride is just going to get him killed. And again, a fist flies at him like the Grim Reaper's scythe. It could end him. But he's already scrambling away from John's attack. Why is he so scared after talking all that trash? Why not just die for real? What's keeping him in this world? Tim collapses. He falls toward his crew. And all they can do is scream. Brother, suddenly. Another crack spreads across the cave. John is so strong he smashes through the walls like they're eggshells. John explains that Tim has no clue what death really is. He doesn't realize how insidious it can be. Tim thinks he's the bravest guy around and can fight it off easily. But that is definitely not the case. John even tries to teach his enemies what they're lacking. He's trying to show stupid Tim what real death looks like. It acts in a very sneaky way. It waits silently for the moment you stop expecting it. Then strikes suddenly when you don't even have time to cry. That's how terrible death is. It catches up to everyone. And everyone's journey ends at a different time. One person's path is full of thorns. Another's is full of riches. But the end is the same for everyone. A rope. Some soap. A stool. Everything you could admire forever shatters before your eyes. And death is to blame for it all. He grabs Tim by the shoulder, scaring him even more. Tim doesn't fear death because he thinks it's just a fleeting moment. But he knows nothing. John is no stranger to death. But since nobody knows everything about it, John realizes Tim doesn't give a damn about his words. He steps away from him and walks off. Even though he's out of patience, he promises not to beat him to death. John doesn't have much joy in his life. But he genuinely appreciates what he has. He doesn't ask for more. Because he'd just end up losing it all. Mostly. He knows Tim won't leave them alone. So he decides to send the girls to sleep in the bus. Tim watches him silently and tries to turn the crowd against John. Tim claims John is toying with everyone, just waiting for the right moment to kill them all. After all that humiliation, his own blood has barely dried. And he's already prepping his protest speech. Clint loved Tim's speech. Or rather, he was just sick and tired of him. Clint was impressed by Tim's persistence and bravery. John was right. He couldn't care less. He thinks Tim is like a dog that just won't shut up. Truly one of a kind. Who does Tim think he is? When Clint is supposed to be the boss here. So he slaps him. Just like the slap Tim gave Meg. Clint sends Tim to the corner for a timeout, but he's not a kid anymore. So Clint has to give him a kick to make him get to his corner faster. The little sister splashes around in the river, genuinely enjoying every second of being pampered. She notices the beauty reflected in the river, the moon and the stars falling behind the water's surface. Meg calls out to her friend Alice to share her endless joy. Alice tells her to be careful. Acting just like a real mother, Meg agrees. But there's no stopping her childish antics. It's impossible for her to hold back. Her friend smiles back sweetly and waves. John stayed silent. This somehow bothered Alice. So she decided to take a closer look at him. She thanked him, which he didn't quite understand. He was confused by a simple, "thank you." Not expecting such sudden honesty. Now it all makes sense. She thanked him for searching for her and finally finding her. It wasn't just fate. Even after all that gratitude, she shone brighter than the moon in the sky. Finally, a bright smile appeared on John's face. At first he was confused, but his heart warmed at the sweet words from such a beauty. John has something hidden in his pocket and is trying to find it to show Alice. What is it? It really surprised Alice. She was so confused. You'd think he just pulled out a wedding ring. It's the same bandage Alice had before the apocalypse. The one a zombie stole from her, and John had kept it safe, carrying it to her like a guiding star leading him north. After waking up, the first thing that caught his eye was a bandage that looked hauntingly similar to Alice's. Maybe that was the moment he started hoping he could save her. Without a shred of regret, John rips the bandage off the zombie's bloodthirsty mouth, giving it zero chance to survive. Still, the thought that crossed his mind hurt like hell. He just couldn't believe his loved one could die so easily without leaving a trace. Later on, one of the survivors made it crystal clear. John definitely wasn't human anymore. He was a zombie. He was something in between. A zombie with a human mind. His soul was split in two. A corpse with a human mind. And a human with the power of the undead. His life was split into before and after. His despair knew no bounds. He gripped the bandage tight, trying to shake those thoughts away. John hates admitting that fate actually gave him a chance to survive like this. It turned him into another walking corpse. Honestly, it's unclear if it would have been better to just die or wander around in the body of a mindless zombie. Alice places her hand on his strong shoulder, trying everything she can to calm him down. His drive to find his sister and Alice was limitless. His heart wouldn't stop racing. It just wouldn't settle down. He searched blindly, just letting his feet lead the way. The worst-case scenarios kept playing out in his head. Alice was terrified by what John had gone through. Everything he had to overcome just to get to them. John held his beloved tight. So tight. He poured out all his affection, his sincerity, and his pure joy that he found them alive. And not just as remains on the street. She didn't expect such raw honesty from him. She was in shock too. Totally confused. She never thought she'd feel the warmth of the man she loved ever again. He's on the edge, like he's about to burst into tears any second, ready to let them all fall onto her shoulders. He thanked her again, but she just smiled silently. She was so happy for this chance. Too, Alice stroked his head, running her fingers through his silky hair. She called him puppy, which was super sweet. Even though he usually hates being called a dog or anything like that, that gentle smile just wouldn't leave her sweet face. She keeps charming us. But John is down in the dumps. He thinks he can't be a cute puppy since, well, he's basically a walking corpse. She doesn't buy that. She doesn't care that John is a zombie. She touches his cheek, her words full of sincerity. Even if he is a zombie, he never stopped being kind, strong. And that's what matters most. Even in a dead man's body, he's still human. You can see the gentle emotions written all over his face. It's been a long time since anyone said things like that to him. His heart starts beating faster. Those exact words give him infinite motivation to protect what he loves. Everything around them seemed to glow. Their moist lips moved closer. The big moment was about to happen any second. It was inevitable. Only a couple of centimeters separated them, even in the dark night. They shine like the morning sun. But it's still an eclipse. Meg interrupts the show, pointing out that John looks like he wants to bite Alice. She has absolutely no clue what's actually going on here. She looked like she wanted to help, but just stood there, totally confused and silent. John tells her to go play for a bit, while Alice is so embarrassed she can't even look at Meg. But the little sister won't just stand on the sidelines. She's always got some practical advice to give. She immediately warns Alice not to let him bite her. You see, she says his breath smells terrible. John is not happy about that comment. He is absolutely furious at his little sister's words. Suddenly, a knife comes flying in from the side, an enemy, or just another joker deciding to stab him in the back. John isn't weak enough to fall for such a childish attack. Even when caught off guard, he's ready to catch a bullet right in front of his eyes. It's Clint again. His ability to interrupt at the most intimate moments is amazing. How inconvenient. He arrived at the absolute worst time to throw a knife at an ally while he was getting cozy with his girl. John recognizes the familiar silhouette. You could recognize him among 1,000 people. And his nerve among millions. He clearly doesn't care. But he still apologizes for interrupting their private moment, even when he wants to sleep. He spares a little energy just to prank his friend. That's Clint for you. John has asked more than once for just a little bit of personal space. But for some unknown reason, Clint brought scissors. He's got some idea in his head again. And John is definitely not going to like it. Cue the evil smile. All his bad intentions are revealed. He wants to rob John of a few silky locks of hair. John can't react to this with anything but pure dread. When Clint has scissors in his hand, you can't expect anything good to come from whatever is going on in that skull of his. Hair is already hitting the cold stone floor, which means the haircut is already over. Clint wanted to do one thing, but it turned out completely different, leaving everyone nearby in shock, just seconds away from bursting into laughter. What kind of transformation did John undergo after Clint's masterful haircut? What's going to make them all laugh their heads off? Apparently, what Clint did turned out hilarious. The brutal zombie turned into a cute, long-haired teenager. Everyone was struggling not to laugh at John. They tried to hide it, but it didn't help. It was literally written all over their faces. It was all in vain. Sam and Michael were already busting a gut laughing. That reaction is typical. Anyone in their shoes wouldn't have been able to hold it in. Alice, Leo, Meg, and Clint covered their mouths, trying to suppress their cackles. Since he was just getting roasted by his friends, he could only admire himself in the river's reflection. What is going through his head? What did Clint do? Clint isn't a master barber. He is a master of ridicule. He's got a talent for this. Even John himself laughed. What irony. Clint is really strong at this kind of stuff. John turned toward Clint, who definitely wasn't going to recover anytime soon, and Clint had already prepped a camera to capture the moment. He wanted to look back at his phone gallery in the future and relive these warm memories. The kind that would bring a smile decades later. As expected, John didn't like sneaky photos, and he reacted instantly with a hard slap. The cave walls were bathed in the warm glow of the fire, but the cozy atmosphere was ruined by bad news. One of the cave dwellers is sick. He's clearly not doing well and needs urgent help. He's in bad shape. Can he still be helped? It has to be as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Everyone around was wary of what the sick person might throw up. These symptoms could only mean one thing. Hunger was to blame, but he's also to blame himself. These symptoms look like someone who ate the meat of the dead. Or rather, someone who hasn't eaten it in a long time. He's completely out of strength. He collapsed on the cold ground. But he didn't die. Still, everyone thinks the man is dead. John is the only one who keeps finding clues to save him. Tim was terrified by this. The theory about consuming zombies turned out to be true. These are the symptoms. After his experiments on people, he feels guilty looking at him. Or is it just fear? He's talking exactly about the consequences of eating zombies. Zombie meat kills you no matter what. It doesn't matter if the consumer stopped eating it. It won't turn him into a slave. It'll simply kill him. That is how harshly the virus treats people. Leo soaked a rag in water and said that zombie meat should never be eaten under any circumstances. It certainly won't lead to anything good. Even those who didn't turn into zombies after eating them, they're still going to die in the future. Without a doubt, many people have already fallen victim to Tim's insidious experiments. But now he's going to be in big trouble. No one is going to take his side. There are many people in the cave who have tried zombie meat at least once, and this terrifies them. It plunged them into fear. The worst part about this food is that it's addictive, and with good reason. Since everyone enjoys it like they've never eaten anything tastier, they're lost in ecstasy. Like they're on some hardcore drug. If the toxin levels get too high, you either die or turn into a zombie. It's just a matter of time. And that's the scary part. Nobody felt a thing after eating that stuff. Someone's already scratching the back of their neck. What the hell could be causing an itch like that? No way. Everyone's staring, but they're already rotting alive. They're turning into the Walking Dead right in front of us. The skin under his hair, it's turned dark. Just like a zombie's. Seriously. What did they expect would happen after eating dead bodies? Or maybe that foul stench hijacked their brains and took control of their minds. That loudmouth started screaming at everyone, trying to spot the next psycho who'd been snacking on zombie meat. Everyone passed the scream test. But most people in this cave have already eaten the meat. If we don't act fast, things are gonna get ugly. Real fast. Finally, Team realizes what's going on. Things are heating up. The blame game is about to start. And he knows nothing good is coming his way. Everyone here is like a Trojan horse. Some have the meat on them. Others don't. But they're still turning into zombies. Even one sick person could infect the whole cave. It's weird. But Clint actually seems happy. Things are getting chaotic. Michael, on the other hand, he hates seeing so many people sick. Clint's thinking logically, but he's got no heart. He thinks the only option is to leave everyone to their fate. Basically leaving them here to die. Clint's already made up his mind. He might hesitate now. But down the line, he'll always find an excuse to get rid of dead weight. Clint doesn't hold back. He waves his arms, signaling everyone to pack their gear. They're splitting up. He's already looking for a sucker to take over as leader so he can dump the sick people on them. Our boy isn't going to waste time fixing this mess. He bumps right into John's solid chest. John's finally here. just in time to fix this mess and stop them from abandoning everyone. Clint is not happy about who he just ran into. Honestly, he would have snapped at anyone. But John looks at Clint with pure disgust for trying to handle things this way. He even shames him a bit for being such a coward. A real commander is supposed to be the last one off the sinking ship. Right. Clint doesn't like that kind of attitude. He's furious. He never expected his friend to stand up to him like that. John knows how bad the situation is. Most of them ate the zombie meat. But if Clint took responsibility for leading them, he needs to own it. Clint just rubs his nose, staying completely silent. He's got nothing to say to John, because he knows he's wrong. Most of the people caught trying to eat the zombie meat turned out to be alive, and that's a miracle. Honestly, considering so many others turned into zombies instantly, John clearly wants to overrule Clint. His conscience is a lot cleaner than Clint's right now. John thinks Clint has no right to leave those people behind. He has to help them, even if they end up being useless later on. Clint's just focused on John's look right now. He's just trying to find some common ground with him. He sighs, thinking John's actually gotten better looking. But seriously, John's new style is good. Whoever did that has taste. Clint actually listened to John and decided to help. He even asks Leo to pitch in. Leo definitely wasn't expecting to be forced to treat everyone, even if he thinks it's stupid. He's a doctor. The outsiders were just relieved to finally get some help. Having a doctor among them right now, that's incredibly valuable. It all comes down to a lack of calories and food. The body's starving, so it starts craving meat. Right now, they're craving the flesh of the dead. And we need to fix that. John adjusts his glasses. He knows that to keep them alive, he needs to find animal meat, which is pretty much impossible to find right now. Clint immediately starts complaining. Finding real animal meat out here, it's basically impossible. But then, there's a steaming, smelly pile of poop on the ground. Maybe it belongs to an animal. If it does, those people might actually be saved. Clint hints that this pile of crap could lead them to a whole lot of meat. John's examining the pile closely, trying to track down the animal that could save these people from certain death. Clint notices the steam rising off it, meaning it was dropped pretty recently. John thinks Clint is gross for obsessing over the stink lines coming off the poop. He can't look away from the steaming, smelly mess. Clint knows finding the animal in a forest this big is going to be tough. Maybe even impossible. John points to where the tracks lead. They definitely don't look human. Clint realizes he was being an idiot, and they start following the tracks. Clint orders them to tie Tim up, saying they need to get moving. But the second Clint turns around, his face shifts into a look of total shock. Wondering what caused this reaction, well, Sam and Michael aren't far from Clint. They're staring at the same pile he is, reacting exactly the same way. Meanwhile, Tim is just waiting to get tied up so they can go hunt for that secret animal. Clint isn't going to feel sorry for these guys. He immediately smacks everyone upside the head so they stop acting stupid. They all got the message. Even Tim, who didn't actually do anything but still got caught in Clint's rampage. John tries to cheer Clint up. After an embarrassment like that, it's going to be hard to live it down. Suddenly, John's expression changes. Something caught his attention. Maybe an enemy, or maybe they found that animal. He grabs Clint's arm and forces him to stop. Something is definitely wrong here. Clint isn't listening. He just keeps walking, blind to everything in front of him, charging like a bull seeing red. Clint looks down and sees something that even scared John. It's like they didn't realize they were walking straight into an abyss. Beneath Clint's feet, there are piles of blood and rotting flesh. It's not just that a horde of zombies had been here. The whole scene is enough to shock anyone. Something incredibly vile is squishing under their feet. This does not look good. Peelers of bones, meat, and blood. And the smell. It's so vile you can't even breathe. It feels like it's clogging your nostrils. The flesh is already decomposing. When I poked a piece with a stick, it started dripping like some kind of gross sauce. You only see horror like this during the apocalypse. That stench is coming from the rotting meat. Clint can't believe zombies could do something like this. Killing all these animals and just leaving them to rot. John confirms it. This definitely wasn't the undead. Zombies would have eaten the animal meat, not left it. John examines everything closely and spots some tracks. Footprints belonging to whatever killed all these animals. You gotta envy John's sharp eyes. No one else in the gang noticed that. Clint immediately guesses what made the print. It's huge, which means the animal must be massive. John silently wonders what kind of giant monster could leave tracks like that. Suddenly, Clint gets distracted by a sound coming from the side. Right behind them, it's a giant boar. That's the killer. Except, these boars have turned into predators now. The giant beast squeals at the top of its lungs to show off its strength. It's hostile, which is pretty weird for a normal boar. Everyone scatters in different directions. But Clint just freezes up. He's stuck like a deer in headlights. A terrible stench rolls off the hungry monster, confirming that this boar is definitely the one eating those animals. Clint just stands there, staring silently at the monster. It's too late to run now. Clint puffs out his cheeks to vomit, but John grabs him by the collar, trying to save him from the boar's attack. John is no weakling. He easily saves Clint from the charging boar, like he's stopping a moving train with his bare hands. The boar didn't expect that kind of strength from a dead man. But the strength he showed was unimaginable. The impact was so hard the boar actually got knocked backward. John delivers a massive kick, sending it running off to look for truffles. Meanwhile, Clint is so sick from the stench that he's puking up his entire lunch. John is annoyed by Clint's carelessness, so he tosses him aside to get him out of the way. Clint hits the dirt hard. John really threw him to the side with some serious force. Clint feels all alone. He crawls away, complaining that John abandoned him, while spitting out the rest of his lunch. Everyone scrambles to get away from the boar so they don't get hit. They don't want to get trampled or get in the way of the fight. John even manages to look annoyed while being attacked by a giant zombie boar that just ate every animal in the area. Clint isn't happy with how he handled himself in the battle. He let his guard down and puked all over his friend. Suddenly, Clint spots danger behind John and screams like he's about to tear his vocal cords. John stares down the enemy and braces for the attack. It's definitely not going to be a light tap. Our hero takes the full blow right to the chest like a real man. But fighting like that isn't going to end well. They're flying right toward Clint. Is he just going to stand there and watch from the sidelines again, waiting to get hit? John definitely felt the full power of that boar. You won't find animals like this in any zoo, no matter how hard you look. But hey, at least everything turned out okay for Clint. The boar and John flew past at breakneck speed. If Clint had been in the way, he would have been flattened instantly. The boar slammed John right into a tree. That thing's strength is insane. It's got to be the highest level of evolution. John can't shake off the giant boar. It's definitely not weak, and looks ready to fight to the death specifically. John's death. It seizes the moment, opening its massive jaws wide, ready to bite John's head clean off. But John's no pushover. He grabs the boar by its tusks with ease. That boar won't shut its trap until it's dead. And Clint isn't going to just stand there watching a giant zombie pig try to eat his buddy. He grabs his sheath, draws his knife, and leaps at the boar, aiming for a weak spot. Clint grips the knife handle tight, winding up for a massive strike on the undead beast. But it probably won't be enough. Clint flies toward the boar, swinging his knife with everything he's got to land the hardest hit possible. The blade sinks easily into the rotting flesh, though who knows if it actually hurt the thing or if it felt anything at all. Still, the boar didn't like that one bit. It let out a loud, nasty growl, clearly pissed off. John's trying to look out for Clint, but he's the one in serious, mortal danger right now. Clint signals that John needs to worry about himself first. He cuts his own hand with the knife to share his blood with John, knowing it'll boost his strength big time. Clint flings some of his blood toward him and shouts that even as a zombie, John is still human at heart. A drop of blood flies through the air, almost reaching him. Just a single drop of human blood gives him a massive power-up. It's an incredible ability. John's eye flares up with a unique flame, like a fire burning his soul from the inside out, ready to engulf his enemy in eternal heat. Clint's betting on John, pushing him to take down this pig instead of backing into a corner. Behold, John's incredible strength. Finally, that arrogant pig is going to get sent flying to another forest and leave everyone the hell alone. Clint and the boar are circling each other now. The sheer size of that beast is terrifying. A couple of truffles in the woods won't be enough to satisfy a monster like that. No matter how good its nose is, John's strength is unreal. One kick to the neck makes the pig rear up on its hind legs and cough up blood. Clint is screaming for John's help, needing a quick save from a gruesome death. John springs into action and charges the boar. The battle isn't over yet, and he's still got to save Clint's hide. He grabs the beast's tusk and slams it down in the opposite direction. He wants to land a finishing blow to the head. So he jumps right on top of it. He's totally dominated the giant creature. Now he just needs to send it to animal heaven so it stops eating everything in sight. John reaches out and grabs Clint's hand to help him up. Here's our savior, part dead man, part hero. Clint grips John's hand with all his strength. He scrambles onto the boar's head, just trying to survive the fight. John calls out to Clint for help while he can still move and fight. Clint's barely got his bearings. And now he's being asked to fetch a stick like an obedient dog. Clint spots the stick, shifts his focus, and moves quickly to grab it, holding on to John. He snatches the stick from the ground and gets ready to hand it over. He tosses it to John, and it lands right in his hands, ready to finish off this giant beast and rid the world of one more zombie. With the stick in hand, all John has to do is drive it into the creature's skull and send it straight to the afterlife. Unbelievably, John throws Clint headfirst onto the ground for the second time in this fight. That's gotta be a record for him. It takes some serious strength to toss your friends around like that. The terrifying creature screams in agony. It doesn't have much time left, or rather, its second life is about to end too. John swings the stick like an executioner raising an axe before a beheading, ready to end his victim once and for all, leaving zero chance of survival. The stick goes deep. The monster has no choice but to leave this world, leaving nothing behind but a carcass. The beast's eyes roll back in its head. Another monster falls to John, the guy cleaning up this world from evil creatures, risking his life and betting on the future. He pulls the sharp stick out of the pig like he's pulling a sacred sword from a stone, one that's been waiting centuries for a worthy hero, sending it to the next world. That creature was seriously strong and went down fighting like a warrior to the bitter end. It inflicted plenty of wounds, defending itself like a true warrior. At the same time, Sam and Michael are trying to wake up Clint. You know, the guy John tossed in the trash while trying to help him. John walks over to see if his buddy is okay. Apparently, friends are just things you can toss aside so they don't get in the way. And when he gets him back, just watch and don't interfere. John walked right up, totally shameless, deciding to act like he actually cares about his friend. Maybe he actually felt bad after chucking him away just to clear the path. Clint is lying quietly on the ground, and Michael is shocked by John's nerve. He didn't even apologize for being such a jerk. Clint definitely didn't appreciate being tossed around like a rag doll when he was just trying to help out in every way possible and even lend a hand. But nope, he got thrown aside as a token of gratitude. Tim hears a growl. There's no way another creature is sneaking up on them. Clint definitely won't survive a second attack. There's a strange rustling in the bushes. Is an enemy coming out of there? What's over there? What's waiting for our heroes this time? What's the danger? Tim had already started warning everyone about that sound, waiting for them on the side. Like some new danger was threatening their lives. John and the whole crew go to check it out, clearly ready for anything. Even if the sky falls on them, John grabs him and pulls him up again. He pushes aside the thick grass to uncover whatever is hiding behind it. The real food is probably hiding right there. John's eyes lit up. Whether it means there was an enemy behind the grass or animal feed, the joy in his eyes says they got lucky after all. Finally, they found some piglets with big, doll-like eyes. Looking at them, you don't even want to eat them. You just want to hug them and squeeze them tight. They found a treasure hidden by a creature that held on to her maternal instinct to protect her babies. John looked down. They killed the mother who defended her piglets with everything she had. Without knowing it, they killed their only protector. Sam felt sorry for the boar and her babies. They were left all alone. And soon they'll be turned into soup to heal the people. He knows everything comes with a price. And sometimes, no one pays. Clint felt a sting right in his heart. Even a wild boar has maternal instincts. But his own mother didn't even want him. Even that animal fought to the death for her kids. And his mother, she let the worst things happen. Sam shed a tear at Clint's words. Because his mistake cost 5 lives. 4 of them could have kept living and had babies of their own. But the only fate waiting for these boars is boiling broth. It'll be medicine for these useless people. Everything went straight into the pork soup. The fragrant smell filled the whole cave, enchanting everyone. The broth was rich with the flavor of the animal. It almost felt like a shame to eat it. The cave dwellers were already wiping away drool, waiting to finally taste real meat, and not that toxic meat from the dead. Before eating, Clint prays and thanks the Lord for the chance to taste food like this. Sam can't stop crying. Even Michael can't calm him down. It really hurt our boy's feelings. All the crazies are starting to drool. Just from that aromatic smell, rising from the soup pot and spreading through the whole cave. Everyone is rejoicing and celebrating. They'll survive. They can keep on living. A mother cheers up her sick son because they can be saved. The meat is here, and they just have to wait a little longer to recover from their addiction to the meat of the dead. John didn't forget the girls. He grabbed a couple of fruits for them to enjoy. Meg loves fruit more than meat anyway, so she's really happy her brother thought of her. Tim and his gang sit there on empty stomachs, while a scent floats right under their noses, intoxicating their minds better than any drug. Tim knows there isn't enough meat, but he has to ask for some for his people. There are so many of them who ate the zombie meat. Shane reminds Tim about the meat, but he clearly already gets it. Still, that doesn't make things any better. They urgently need to beg for some for their gang. Someone points at a guy who's already drooling. He needs help right now, or it'll be too late. One of the gang members is practically dead already. Can he be saved? Or is death inevitable? Is it worth begging for Clint's mercy? Tim swallowed hard in fear. It was his fault and his alone that these consequences stayed hidden. He's the only one to blame. Suddenly, Tim walked up to Clint, probably to beg for some meat, but judging by Clint's attitude, he wouldn't share a single crumb from his table with him. Not in a million years. Tim is ashamed to ask, but he proposes a specific deal to get some meat. Finally, Clint starts listening closely. He was interested in Tim's sincerity. Then, Clint laughed at his statement. His smile stretched from ear to ear. He was itching to gloat over him. Clint thought Tim was bold. After everything he'd done, he still dared to ask for help, approaching him, even trying to make a deal. Clint grabbed Tim's chin shamelessly, just to humiliate him, but Tim is terrified of Clint's reaction. After he killed his brother, you can expect anything from him. He keeps mocking helpless Tim. Tim just stands there, numb. Clint tells Tim he's a dog, and he should act like one. Whining, barking on all fours to beg for things. Tim just watches in silence as he's humiliated in front of everyone. He can't do a thing. Resisting would cost him his life. Clint pulls Tim onto his lap to make him beg for mercy, to make him cry like a puppy waiting for food. He wants him to finally understand his place. Here Shaved and the whole gang notice such brazen behavior from Clint. They tell him not to go too far. Thinking he's crossed the line, Michael and Sam are already in fighting stances. One wrong move, and teeth are gonna fly everywhere. You almost have to envy Clint's talent for mocking his opponents. He savors the smell of fresh meat right in front of Tim's face. It's the same feeling as trying to shake hands with a man who has no arms. Clint tells Tim to bark to earn that piece of meat for his boys. Mocking Tim gives him infinite pleasure. Like the most powerful drug, in a split second, the meat vanishes from Clint's stick, and his laughter is replaced by a terrified silence. Clint is totally shocked by that speed. 1 minute he's happy. The next, he's got goosebumps from pure fear. John grabs the thief by the neck. It's like the guy tried to attack him, but John defended himself effortlessly, like he was just swatting a mosquito. Turns out, this maniac is one of Tim's crew. He was already driven mad by hunger, and now, he's fully turned into one of the undead, craving meat and nothing else. Clint is still in shock. All he can do is stand there and watch everything unfold in silence. John tightens his grip on the psycho's neck, but the guy just growls something unintelligible and keeps gnawing on that piece of meat. Veins are popping out around his eyes. Drool is dripping down, and his fangs are out. His skin's turning dark. 2. All the symptoms of a zombie. There's no saving him now. Tim and his whole gang are stunned. You can tell by the look in Tim's eyes. He never wanted it to end like this. He wanted a win, but the risks were too high. John is reasonable, though. Before finishing him off, he asks Leo if there's any way to save the guy, but the look on Leo's face says it all. The only salvation for this guy is death. It's true. No one can help him now. He's destined to drift on the ferryman's boat, guiding his soul to the underworld, no matter how hard it is. John has to be cold-blooded about this. Since the man can't be saved, it's better to end his suffering. John grips him tighter. squeezing his throat harder and harder. Only he can decide between death or life in a mindless body. Tim is panicked about his subordinate. He doesn't want to let John kill him, no matter what. Tim starts screaming at him to stop, but everyone knows there's no saving him. The infected man goes limp, his body just dangling in John's grip. Can he even breathe? Tim screams the victim's name. He can't believe this is happening, that his friend is going to die at the hands of an enemy. Tim remembers the promises he made. He never kept those promises himself. But to him, they still meant everything. John ignores the fool. Tim is the only one to blame for this. The death, the infection. It all falls on Tim's shoulders. He keeps begging John to stop the torture, begging him not to kill his comrade, his friend, even though Tim would have easily fed him to the zombies just to save his own skin. But John doesn't listen. It ends here. Blood splatters everywhere, and the man's life is over. Those are Tim's real emotions. Finally, he's showing compassion for his people. Something human has actually woken up inside him. A tear even rolls down his cheek. His eyes are welling up. He's still a weirdo, but John's actions sparked some humanity in him. Tim hangs his head. All this because of one subordinate. You'd never expect a reaction like that from him. He didn't even care that much about his own girlfriend. John stands in front of the whole gang with his arms crossed. It's like he achieved exactly what he wanted. He came out of this battle victorious. Tim is completely devastated. This defeat is going to be a lesson he'll never forget. He probably won't risk his allies or subordinates again. Meanwhile, Meg and Alice, they didn't expect this from John. He was ruthless. Sure, but he made sure the guy didn't suffer, so he wouldn't turn and attack the healthy ones. One sick person means death for everyone else. Killer and savior. 2 in 1. John is like an executioner. With one swing of his axe, he sacrifices one to save the many. But the world is never without loss. You can see regret and compassion in his eyes. But his hands are stained with blood that can't be washed away. Still, he's not guilty. All the blame falls squarely on Tim's shoulders. John remembers the food. He asks Michael if the meat is ready, and Michael says yes. John is generous. Even after killing someone, he's totally calm. He's willing to share his loot with these idiots who only care about eating and listening to a boss who gambles with their lives. Clint gets instantly pissed off. Why share the meat when it was so hard to get? While they were safe and sound in the cave, John was thinking strategically. He knows that if he doesn't help, a mutated person could cause a tragedy. Death is coming for everyone, and even the strong are at risk. Our hero explains it all to Clint. But there's a look of self-interest in his eyes that wasn't there before. Something is definitely wrong. He clenches his fists tight. Is this really all John's decision, and is Clint actually okay with this? Clint's got that evil look in his eyes. You can read it all right there. His intentions are blurry, but he definitely hates the calls John is making. He's put on a mask. It's all clear to him he probably just wants to drop this whole burden of responsibility and run. Everything in this cave is just a dead weight to him. All he needs is John. Clint wants to dodge the heavy conversation. Says he's going to go eat sour berries while his people feast on his meat. You can see the jitters in Clint's movements. Sam tries to slow him down, get him to eat slower. But his rage blocks out everyone's voice. John might get what's happening with Clint. He watches him in silence, trying to figure out what's going on inside his head. But still, his gaze gets cut off, and he shifts it to the people he saved with his generosity. They finally escaped. And it's all thanks to John. He showed mercy, fixed the problem with Tim, and saved a hell of a lot of lives. Looking at John, you can tell things aren't as peachy as everyone thinks. He noticed that weird reaction from Clint. That genuine joy for the survivors wasn't in his eyes. He wanted them all dead. Alice wants to calm John down, thinking that in the near future, all these problems will be solved. But John's seriously assessing that it might be for nothing. He's got this defeated look on his face. He rejected Alice and her take on things, because that decision was just a stall tactic, delaying the inevitable. John's eyes scan the room. Everyone in the cave, eating, how they look, and most importantly, who wants to throw his whole crew into the abyss? Clint is nervously wolfing down those berries. The ones he, John, and the whole gang gathered. After the hunt, Tim and his whole crew. They're sniffing that delicious meat smell with so much enthusiasm. Maybe hoping they'll share a bite with them. The rest of the folks are eating piece by piece. To survive, they just need regular meat. Back in the day, this stuff was worth more than gold. John gets it. He knows how harsh reality is. And he also gets that this choice, it's just pushing back the inevitable. Just leaving things as they are. Buying time. Sam sees this from a different angle. He thinks everything's fine, since everyone's getting better, but the worst part isn't the sickness. It's the guy who wants to ditch them. The people are happy, feeling better. Everyone who ate zombie meat, they've turned back to normal. Their strength is coming back. Finally found a little salvation for them. Clint's berry drops to the ground. Is he happy about any of this? Or is he just faking it? From what you can see, Sam didn't even spot this. He never pegged Clint for that kind of guy. He didn't get that Clint didn't give a damn about their lives. Leading them was a drag. He was definitely going to get rid of them. Suddenly, he licks his lips and fingers greedily, sucking up the juice like a bloodthirsty predator gulping down its prey's blood. Sam's freaked out by Clint's reaction. He realizes he could be next. Right after the useless people. Clint doesn't want to babysit people. He wants a quiet life. Not scavenging food for people who don't even say thanks. Who can't give him squat. No way, another sick one just popped up. The symptoms are back for the guy who ate zombie meat. Problems are starting all over again. New patients in Tim's gang. Like one's already on the edge. Tim's going to have to beg John and the others for help again. One of the gang members tries to wake his buddy up. But it's clear only the Almighty can help him now. In the eyes of the six, the hope that this guy could still be saved was already gone. There it is. He's almost mutated. Skin's starting to turn dark. The virus is taking its toll. He doesn't have much time left. Tim gets how serious this is. He needs to make a call. Fast. To fix this mess as soon as possible. Tim's people are desperate. They all think they're going to die soon. Or watch each other die right there. Tim is terrified. He's confused. When he risked their lives, he never imagined he'd be forced to kneel like this. Totally shamed with his bags packed. He looks toward the ones he can ask for help, and he's going to have to swallow his pride in front of them again. Unbelievably, Tim decided to turn to John, his old enemy, the guy he despised his whole life. That desire to fix all his mistakes. John stayed quiet because he didn't expect Tim to be this determined. Or rather, he didn't expect him to understand his mistakes and try to fix them at all. He's trying to make a deal again. Only this time with John. Since he couldn't find common ground with Clint, now he's running to John. Tim offers whatever John asks for in exchange for the meat. Whatever John wants from him, then that loudmouth interrupts the conversation again. He snaps back again. Doesn't seem to solve anything. But he points out that John has no right to share meat with Tim. He thinks his own people haven't eaten a thing. And now they have to share with Tim's gang. People who didn't give a damn about them before, but now want to make up for their sins. He accuses Tim of forcing them to eat zombies. Says it's all his fault. But they were the ones happily stuffing their faces. Piece by piece. Tim is furious too. He's not happy hearing this. But he's guilty as hell. More guilty than anyone, for everything he's done. Off to the side. You can hear people screaming that the whole gang ought to die, and Tim just keeps rambling on about the deal. Now he's switched from begging to threatening, saying John better hand over the meat if he wants everyone to survive. John was already told that Tim is the son of the ruler of City B, and that he'd better give him some meat. Otherwise, they're not getting into the city, let alone joining the battle. But John, he just started talking. Now Tim is completely lost for words. John stood right up to him so he wouldn't look down on him, towering over him, to crush him with his presence. Tim stayed quiet. He was totally overwhelmed by John's sheer willpower. He had no choice but to shut up and listen to every word John said. John hits Tim with the hard truth: if his people don't eat enough, they won't live to see tomorrow. Come morning, there won't be anything left of them but scraps. Do you think people give a damn about City B when they don't even know if they'll survive the night, if they'll even eat today? John says he shouldn't have to remind him of that. Their only priority is keeping their families alive until tomorrow. Keeping their bellies full. John walks away, but keeps his eyes locked on Tim, showing him exactly how strong he is. Tim stares silently at John's back, knowing nothing he says matters anymore. John is going to negotiate with his captain to share the meat. Is he really going to show mercy? Even for a guy like him. Tim keeps watching John, thinking he's about to hand over the rarest cure of all meat that will save the lives of the whole gang. Shaved is worried sick about his boss, because everything went wrong last time, and he can't guarantee it'll go right this time. Tim looks at him and gets exactly why he's so worried. He's in the same boat, even though he used to have everything under control. Out of nowhere, John asks Clint for his dagger. Clint assumed John needed it to kill that arrogant jerk Tim for having the guts to threaten him. John barks out an order. He tells them to get ready. Once everyone's eaten, he'll be waiting in the car. They're moving out soon. The people agree with their leader, and most of them have already eaten and regained their strength. Almost everyone is ready to move on. John decided he wasn't done talking to Tim, and asking Clint for that knife wasn't for nothing. He's got something in mind, but he definitely doesn't plan to kill him. He made a promise, and he keeps his promises. Tim tensed up. John's weird decisions were freaking him out. Why did he need the dagger? Who was it for? All these thoughts were racing through his mind, and that's what scared him. John was getting closer and closer to Tim with every step. He'd pretended to kill him so many times before but never finished the job. Will he be as merciful this time? The knife is already in John's hand. He definitely means business. He doesn't give a damn whose son he is. He's gonna settle this like an adult. John is right in front of Tim now. One move, and the ruler's arrogant son is history. His life will mean as little to John as the lives of the people Tim dared to put at risk. Tim is already down at his feet, screaming, trying to stop him, thinking John would stoop so low as to kill a defenseless man. John doesn't break character. He tossed the knife on the ground to Tim, telling him to handle it himself before they turn while they can still be killed. A shadow fell over Tim's face, the shadow of his own guilty conscience. Killing his own people with his bare hands would be hard for him, but tossing them aside like trash, that's nothing to him. If he doesn't, John will make the call himself, and every one of them will die tied up by the enemy, dying at the hands of the boss, who'll give them a dignified death. Tim doesn't like John's decision one bit. Even if he's guilty of everything, he can't bring himself to kill his own people. John keeps pressuring him. He knows exactly how to hit where it hurts. Even for someone as brave as Tim. John reminded Tim how he tried to toss his little sister to the zombies when the apocalypse first started in that very store, and that terrifies him now. Tim is desperate. He has no choice but to solve this problem the only way he can. Killing his subordinates is the only way to give them a dignified death. But it leads to nothing good. John is absolutely furious. He grabs Tim by the jaw and points out how he fed people zombie meat just for some sick experiment. He put so many lives at risk. John is really putting the screws on him. Is he ready to kill him now? He asks him if he's got the guts to raise his hand now, to kill the people he put in danger. John didn't refuse Tim's help because he's some kind generous guy. That's definitely not the kind of stuff going through his head. Tim is more scared than he's ever been. He's definitely never felt terror like this. He's reached adulthood, which means he needs to solve problems like a grown-up, and that's exactly what John is teaching him. Ripping off those rose-colored glasses, he throws Tim to the ground, just so he finally understands his place, so he finally understands what he's done, and the fact that John let him live, just so he can face his sins. John understood that all his sins, everything would come back to him. He just had to wait a little while, and everything would definitely come back like a boomerang. Suddenly, he rips him down from the treetops. Ropes snap, freeing him from his shackles, and now he can finish off everyone who's sick. John orders him to pick up the dagger, something he's definitely not gonna like. John shows off all his superiority. All the superiority Tim himself used to show over him back when they were students. After a while, Tim is crawling at John's feet. Now John tells him exactly what he's gonna do. The countdown has begun. He's grabbing the knife, bracing himself and his fate to end the lives of a lot of people. It used to be easier to send a couple of people to get eaten by the dead, but now he's doing it all himself. The countdown is over. It's the final second of life for all the patients, and now Tim is about to raise his hand to cut off his comrades' heads. Tim starts baring his teeth, like someone's trying to saw off his limb, and shoves a piece of cloth into his mouth to dull the pain. He's already striking the first blow with the knife. But now it's the end for everyone. The eternal guide on the river of souls better prepare more room, 'cause there's gonna be quite a few deaths. John orders him not to waste time, but he's already stood up, and you can tell by his face that he's dead inside. But he's forced to kill them. John pushes him to make such a tough decision. His subordinates beg for mercy so he won't kill them. But it's already too late. One of them is already in really bad shape. And John keeps pointing out that either Tim kills him or he dies. The man's eyes are already misty. He doesn't want to die or turn into a bloodthirsty monster. But he can't save himself. It's sickening for Tim to admit this. The man's tears forced Tim to shatter his layer of pride. Now he understands the cost of his decisions. No one's going to help him. And his dad is far away. John never stops rushing him. And he never forgets to apply pressure. But Tim orders him to shut up and keep completely silent. That's when he became a dead man. But he didn't have much time left. Now he's a dead man. And there's nothing good about that. Tim keeps telling him to shut up, over and over. But his face doesn't show any rage. John keeps going. Everyone else moved on. Well fed. John looks around. Michael has taken the wheel of the bus. Tim is sitting in the very back seat. It's clearly begun for him, the worst part of his life. And it's his own fault. He stares at his blood-stained hand. It's trembling with fear. For him, this day is going to be a real-life lesson. And John has become a true mentor to him. The old man looked at his hand, and he couldn't take his eyes off it. He just kept staring at it endlessly. And he was terrified of facing this again. Clint, not lifting a finger to help. He's not the same anymore. He called his teammate a dog and kept mocking him. He shows off his power by mocking the ruler's own son. To Clint, Tim is a total coward. Someone who lacks strength and guts to kill the zombie he created. To him, everyone was disposable. But here he was, scared to kill his own subordinate. The six try to step in for Tim, which only makes things worse. Since Tim is hiding again, behind his allies' backs, Clint confirms that's all he can do, hide. Behind the backs of the six, he brings up Will's death, Tim's younger brother, who protected him. Tim is hurt by every word thrown at him, and Will's death pierces his heart even deeper. Six is pissed off. Actually, he's furious. He's ready to blow Clint's head off, just so he stops running his mouth. Suddenly, Tim stops him because he's already broken, and he definitely doesn't need any unnecessary drama. Six is in shock. But Tim has had enough for one day. He's definitely had enough. He can't even look up. He's completely defeated. He doesn't even have the strength to fight. They've mentally destroyed him, even if it was his own fault. Six is confused. He's never seen the boss in a state like this. You can hear Clint mocking him from outside. But there's no way to avoid it. Even if you cut off his hands or tied his tongue in a knot, he'd keep talking and mocking. It's no wonder Tim is sitting behind everyone on the other side of the aisle, just so it's easier for everyone to humiliate him, making him a real eyesore for everyone. Everyone hates Tim for what he did. But he knows he can't say a word, 'cause it'll only make things worse. They even remembered City B, thinking that being on this bus was way better than being in that unfortunate city. For some unknown reason, Clint decided to stand up. What could he possibly have in mind? John kept his eyes on the view from the window. He's watching everything, ready for anything. Clint is delighted with John because he didn't expect something like this from a dead guy. That ability to press people's weak points, Clint compares John to everyone else. And yet, for him, John keeps rising higher than everyone else all at once. Clint rubs his chin and realizes that Tim is completely dead on his feet. His soul is practically leaving his body. He feels so bad. Like he's about to sell his 21 grams to the devil and fade into the void. Not at all. John believes that every person has to pay their own price for the desire to live. If you want to live, you have to pay. And often that's not money or treasure. He casts a suspicious look at Clint, as if sensing some kind of immense self-interest in him. In response, he smiles at him sincerely. Some thoughts must have left his head. For how long? Suddenly, they stopped, slamming on the brakes so hard. Michael is alarmed by something. Bewilderment is written all over his face. He's shocked. He doesn't understand what's in front of him. He presses the brake pedal hard to stop the bus as fast as possible when something mysterious appeared on the road. After the sharp braking, Clint almost flew off, but John managed to grab him. Michael points at what made him stop moving so abruptly. A terrifying van appeared on the road. Its front end was completely stained with blood. What could be in there? These are the thoughts running through every passenger on the bus. Michael is super surprised by this. Even according to him, the van just appeared there out of nowhere. John's gaze was intensely interested in what might be in that van and who owned it. John ordered the others to sit tight in the bus while he went to investigate. John's feet are already moving toward the van. With every step, he gets closer to solving the mystery of this vehicle. There's no surprise in John's look, which means he hasn't noticed anything bad about this van yet. The van wasn't destroyed, and there were no traces of combat experience on it. But the blood on the bumper spoke of something completely different. Its wheels had been crushing a lot of the dead while the owner drove away from them. Initially, John decided to inspect the inside. Maybe that's where the whole secret of the mysterious van in the middle of the woods was hiding. There's not a soul ahead. No secrets were revealed. But a lot more questions popped up. Suddenly, someone ran past the van, whether it was the owner, an enemy, or an ally. John noticed him instantly and locked his gaze on him. He definitely needed to hurry to catch up. The stranger is trying to hide in the shadows of the bushes and trees. He's definitely not a zombie either. He's just like John. With intelligence, John watches the stranger and listens to every rustle. And he even managed to hear the clinking of iron chain links. Our hero decides to go straight toward him and find out what kind of van is sitting in the middle of the road in a dense forest. John intends to catch him, and even signals him to stop. How long is he going to run from him? The stranger doesn't have time to clear the horizon for John. But he's no pushover. He's sprinting flat out, trying to catch this stranger. He needs to know who he is, why he's running, and what the deal is with that van. This guy's no pushover. He's matching John's pace step for step. That's weird. Usually, John can outrun anyone. Heck, he can even catch a speeding bus. John is right on his heels. But the target is blazing fast. Even John has to admit, this guy is quick. He's never met anyone this fast before. Who the hell is he? One thing's for sure. He's definitely not weak. The stranger is moving so fast that leaves are raining down right on top of him. And John, he's keeping up like a beast. What is this guy? A monster? A human? Or something in between? Why is he wrapped in bandages? And how is he running with that much power? And what's with the chains around his neck? John's mind is racing. Then, after a quick chuckle, the stranger stops dead in his tracks. Does this mean he's about to attack? John is totally confused. You can see it in his eyes. He's got a million questions. Did the guy stop to catch his breath? Maybe he ran out of steam trying to outrun John. After all, John hasn't given him an inch of space. Is John finally going to catch this runaway? But that's not the only thing on his mind. It's those chains, the ones binding his hands. John hopes the chase is finally over. No more running. Time to uncover some secrets. John launches himself forward like a spring. He grabs a tree branch tight, swinging like a monkey on vines to close the gap on his prey. John wants to get up close and personal with this guy. Who is he? And if he's this fast, what's hiding in that van? He scans his potential enemy, looking for details. He needs to find a weak spot to counterattack. That sudden stop feels suspicious to John. You usually only do that when you're planning a dirty sneak attack. John goes on the offensive. First things first. Show me your face. Take off that hood. The stranger listens. Finally, his face is revealed from beneath the hood. But you can't see the whole thing because of the bandages. You can see the outline. Though, at least we can tell if it's a guy or a girl. His whole face is hidden behind a mask of bandages and hair. All you can see are emerald eyes and malachite green hair. John is in total shock. Even with the hood down, there are just as many questions. And his eyes? They aren't just scared. They look confused about who's hiding behind all this. Suddenly, the stranger makes a move and grabs him. He grabs John's hand. John isn't going to tolerate that kind of disrespect. The guy's covered in bandages and chains. Is he a prisoner or a failed experiment? How does he have this much power with those injuries? John didn't expect this kind of strength. Or that grip. He can't move. The stranger seems interested in John. Something about him caught his attention. Still, our emerald guy is definitely human. You can tell by his skin tone. But his strength is shocking. John has never lost to anyone before. He's got John in a lock, pinning him down. This stranger is so strong. He's tossing John around like it's nothing. And remember, John is the guy who carries buses on his shoulders. This guy is stronger than any enemy John has ever faced. He's never dealt with a force that could push him around this fast. This is the second opponent, to slam John against a tree. The first time, it was a giant zombie boar charging at full speed. Now, it's just a regular person slamming him into the tree. And he didn't even need a running start. John is using all his strength. But he can't budge. This guy is just too strong. The stranger presses harder. It's like he acknowledges John's strength. but he's not letting up one bit. John starts pushing past his limits, trying to shove this opponent off him. The nerve of this guy. He grabs John by the hair. If John gets free, this jerk is dead meat. But first, John has to get out of this scumbag's grip. For now, all he can do is stay pinned to the tree and grit his teeth. The stranger is even mocking him now. Did nobody teach this guy any manners back home? He pinned him for a reason. But then, a weird idea popped into the stranger's head. He decides to inspect John thoroughly. He's sniffing him, checking out what's hiding behind all that muscle. He wants to see everything. What exactly is he looking for? The cheeky bastard even sticks his hand inside John's mouth. Not even his mouth is safe from this guy's hands. He's checking the teeth, testing the fangs to see how sharp they are. The stranger thinks John's teeth are surprisingly healthy. Weird. Almost like a zombie's. Finally, he pulls his playful fingers out of John's mouth. They were in there way too long. John reacts instantly. He snaps his jaws shut like a bear trap. The stranger looks surprised by the speed. He even mocks John, calling him cruel. John is super pissed at his opponent. And even more pissed because the guy keeps putting his hands where they don't belong. He thinks John is a total wimp because he's not even using his full strength on him. If that were true, he shouldn't have run his mouth like that. Suddenly, an arrow flies in from the side, trying to skewer our heroes, who are pressed up against the tree like a cute couple. The stranger is no weakling and easily catches the arrow in midair, just like John did before, suggesting his reflexes are the same as John's, or maybe even better. To our Esmeralda, everything around here seems fascinating. Everything around her fills her with delight. John's whole team came running to save him, but fat chance they can actually help him in any way. Clint orders the stranger to let go of John, aiming his crossbow right at him. The others are really worried, since nobody has ever been able to corner John like this, and that some random guy took him hostage so easily. The stranger is surprised John actually has friends, and to him, they aren't even food or a snack, but companions coming to save his butt. He thinks this is bad news, and that dealing with John is going to be tough, even for a guy as strong as him. He gripped the arrow until his hands bled, and he came up with a wicked plan. He decided to kill John's friends, and sent a bloody arrow flying in their direction. But nobody knows why he dipped the arrow in blood. The arrow is already flying straight for Clint. Any second now, it's gonna hit him, and send him straight to the afterlife. He froze in his tracks. The speed of that arrow. It was mind-blowing. And he didn't even use a gadget to fire it. To launch an arrow with that much power and speed, insane. John broke free from the enemy's range instantly. He sprinted toward Clint to save him. Everyone nearby screamed his name, terrified he wouldn't make it in time. But the attacker, he just stood there watching the chaos, like he'd set the whole thing up just for kicks, just to see how John would react, to see if he'd actually try to save his buddy. But John pulled it off. He grabbed Clint's head and took the full force of the hit himself. Clint could only stammer out his name. The arrow pierced right through him. The tip barely grazed Clint. But John, it hurt. Like, really hurt. It hurt more than the nastiest zombie bites. More than getting rammed by a wild boar. Those things usually just tickled the big guy. But this arrow, it made him grit his teeth so hard they almost cracked. What would have happened to Clint if John hadn't stepped in? That arrow would have skewered him and hit the others behind him. Everyone was shocked by John's speed. He literally caught the arrow with his body to save Clint. The stranger watched in silence as a dead man saved a living one. For him, this was the most fascinating thing he'd ever seen. Still, he figured John was going to be trouble. The guy clearly had a conscience. Or maybe his friends just meant that much to him. A sudden rumble from the side caught our cocky friend's attention. He actually turned to look at the noise. The roar echoed through the entire forest, like something even worse was coming for them. Wait. Is that the van? The noise was coming from inside it. Loud enough to fill the woods in seconds. And it just wouldn't stop. Everything about that van was weird. It didn't have a single dent. Yet the white paint was smeared with blood. Just seeing it on the horizon was enough to fill anyone with dread. Something was trying to break out of the van. Something was pounding against the doors, sending blood spraying out through the cracks in every direction. That creature forced the stranger to leave them be and deal with it instead. But his parting words made everything worse. He said they'd definitely meet again, since they had an eternity ahead of them. But for now, he had to bounce. Clint was still shaking, while John tried to struggle up from his knees to keep interrogating the stranger. The enemy whistled, like he was calling a puppy or an ally. Whatever it was, John and the team definitely couldn't take it down. It landed right next to the bus full of passengers. And then, the cocky stranger whistled again. God, what a pile of blood, flesh, and rot. The inside of the van was covered in bloody handprints. It was like a Pandora's box holding something absolutely terrifying. The giant creature crawled toward our heroes, leaving a bloody trail in its wake. The stranger waited for his dog, a pretty weird pet. But they actually looked alike. Two freaks in the middle of the forest. The monster was as fast as its master, closing the distance in seconds. It was dangerous. You don't usually see an enemy this strong out in the woods, let alone one with such a powerful pet. He signaled that John could enjoy his life for now, but he'd definitely be back later. He stared right at him, making sure John knew he was serious. Then, he and the creature left, leaving them completely alone. Blood dripped from the wound the Wanderer had given John. That arrow did some serious damage. John yanked it out of his back like it was nothing. But blood gushed out. Even though John acted tough, everyone was terrified when he got skewered. They thought he was done for. John struggled to his feet after the fight. But that new enemy, he was way too strong for John to handle right now. Clint was the most worried. After all, it was his fault John got hit. John could barely breathe. That was the kind of power he'd have to face again soon. He's still standing, though beaten up and badly hurt. But he's trying to give everyone hope that he's okay. John was still thinking clearly. He remembered the people on the bus. That's where that terrible creature had come from. John rushed toward the bus, acting like the arrow wound didn't matter at all. Clint wasn't having it. He told John to take a break and treat the wound. Suddenly, someone grabbed Clint's hand to stop him. He realized it was better not to get in John's way right now. He looked to see who stopped him and was shocked. It was his girlfriend, the one person who should have been worried about John the most. Something told Alice not to stop John. She had to let him go. John was furious, bleeding out. But something else was eating at him. What was the trick behind that attack? Why did that guy dip the arrow tip in his own blood? The wound was bothering him bad. It went straight through, so clean the wind could whistle through it. Finally, they were back. Everything was okay. Everyone was alive, and the bus was undamaged. Which is exactly what you'd expect from a pet like that and its owner. The passengers are relieved. They're back. And everyone's happy about it. Well, and with good reason. Without them, they wouldn't last a week in this harsh world. John glanced to the side, like something huge had just caught his eye. Still, this is way more important than just some squirrel running by. What grabbed John's attention like that? Whatever it was, it left everyone in shock. Something incredibly dangerous, or maybe a new enemy, was coming out of the thick woods onto the road. And right there, they stumbled upon a strange van. There it is. They were terrified by a giant trail of blood leaking from that van. It was smeared with that creature's blood. The prints looked like human hands. The group realized, yeah, those really did look like human prints. Leo stops them. He tells them not to touch the creature's trail for now. The doctor orders everyone back on the bus, so they're all in one place. Ever since that drifter called out to the creature, everyone who'd ever eaten zombie meat started acting weird. They were all showing symptoms. On top of that, the kid they cured was sobbing and screaming his lungs out in pain. What the hell is happening to them? Just how strong was that drifter? The veins in the kid's neck were bulging out. His mom tried to calm him down, but she had no idea what was going on. John immediately tries to figure out the cause. And if the kid is going to turn into a zombie, Leo points out there's no way the kid will turn. This is just a temporary symptom. Everyone who ate zombie meat has the same symptoms as my son. It's a nightmare scenario. And they understand that better than anyone. And then there's that van, filled with blood and all sorts of horrors inside. John remembered some kind of creature crawling out of that strange car. What was it? What did it look like? Those questions raced through his mind. Leo's confused. The creature vanished, but he doesn't think it could possibly be human. But then, someone screamed, and opinions split. He said the monster was a man. John and Leo instantly look his way. It was our Tim screaming, clutching his stomach. He insists that thing was a person. Tim didn't think it was a monster or a mutant, but he was still shaking in his boots, terrified, and that makes sense. The creature was like a shadow, gloomy, like a terrible nightmare. His eyes were pinned, You'd need a microscope with 1,000,000 times magnification just to see his pupils. That creature also had a terrible stench. One that assaulted your nose and killed you from the inside. Clint isn't even going to make fun of Tim. Even though the kid almost wet himself, John's got the info he needs and goes to check out the van. Leo says Tim's fear is natural, and they might suffer the same fate. Clint followed John, asking if he'd found anything that might spill a secret or two. John examined the inside of the van closely. He definitely noticed something. Ignoring Leo's orders, John touched the substance anyway. It was a mix of rot, flesh, and blood. Basically, everything that creature left behind. John realized the thing was decomposing and bleeding out, but how could it be human and survive? That it didn't make sense. It was rotting and bleeding, but its strength and speed definitely weren't human. This gave Clint plenty to think about regarding how to take down that creature and the drifter. Clint couldn't wrap his head around the fact that, other than John, nobody left in the world could survive a zombie bite. Blood was gushing out of the van. The darkness inside made it clear just what kind of state the creature was in. Clint realizes things have gotten worse, and he can tell John knows it too. John's gaze went blank as the gravity of the situation hit him. Clint kept going on about the drifter's power, how he cornered him and sniffed him, shoving his hands in his mouth like he was checking out some strange animal. John's jaw dropped. He was starting to grasp what Clint was trying to figure out. Suddenly, someone grabs his shoulder to get his attention. It was Leo. He said the kid was getting worse and needed help. Fast. His eyes had gone vacant. He begged for help, and Leo asked for some meat. But Leo had bad news. The symptoms are getting worse. The people on the bus might not even last a few days. That's the reality. Clint decided it was time to have that conversation he'd been holding back for so long. Keeping those thoughts. Keeping it to himself for a long time. Having a conversation that John definitely wouldn't like one bit. Clint points out the harsh reality. He can't be sure they'll live to see tomorrow. And even the creatures they met today might come back. The Wanderer and his pet are like two shadows slipping out of the thick forest. Like guardians of the forest. And they need permission from them to keep going. Clint hesitates. He tells Mr. Merciful John that he can't carry that much responsibility on his shoulders. That he can't solve the problems of all these useless people. Leo tries to shut Clint up. He even raises his voice at him, saying you can't take responsibility for people and then just ditch them in their hardest moment. Hard. Clint orders Leo to shut his mouth right now. Clint took off his rose-colored glasses ages ago. But he's still just a kid tossing aside a toy when he doesn't need it anymore. Like a patient tossing their crutches away after treatment. Clint grabs John by the collar and reminds him about Alice and Meg, who also need saving. And how he has to keep tabs on everyone. Nothing matters more than their lives. So why don't they just leave those people to fend for themselves? These thoughts have been running through Clint's head for a long time. The boy's mother ran off the bus with tears in her eyes and begged them not to leave them behind, since she knew exactly how hopeless it was. Interrupting the conversation between furious Clint and John was a waste of time. She could be in real trouble, since Clint does whatever he wants when he's pissed. However, she walked right up to them. They turned their attention to her, and soon she would push Clint to the breaking point. She went up to John, grabbed his hands, and begged him not to leave them. She gripped his arms tight, letting him know she meant every word. She leaned her head on his chest and kept begging, but John couldn't say a word. He had a very tough choice to make. Like the captain's seat was occupied by two people, Clint and John, except Clint had already made up his mind. She understands that they can't stand to watch their loved ones die. This situation triggers a memory for John immediately. A moment when his parents died. And every time these images pop up, they drag him into the darkness. A look of fear washes over brave John. He's completely tongue-tied. After this avalanche of problems, incredibly, now Clint is absolutely furious. He's ready to tear everything apart. He grabs the mother by her hair, and she's unlucky enough to fall. Right under Clint's violent hand, he throws her to the ground in a blind rage. Even when he got shot in the hand, he wasn't this pissed. The boy was already turning into a zombie, and his mother was thrown to the ground, right in front of his eyes with such force. Clint grabs her by the throat and makes her understand why they want to leave them. They are weak and useless. That's what a pissed-off Clint thinks. And full of rage, he points out that all they can do is cry. No help. No gratitude. Clint's words even scared Alice and Meg. It was hard for them to hear this. But for the other passengers, it was much harder. Since they were the ones getting left behind, everyone started getting off the bus. All the passengers knew where this was heading, and they didn't see the point in being a burden to them. All the patients heard Clint loud and clear. Everyone started getting up from their seats. The bus got lighter and lighter. But that was exactly the burden. That was too heavy for Clint to carry. Alice was on Clint's side. I mean, even she, with one leg missing, still manages to protect John's sister, and she actually brings some joy to the table. Clint had already pulled a dagger. He was ready to carve up that shameless mother, who dared to go where she wasn't supposed to. Clint pushes them hard. Even if he's kinda right, but he shouldn't get away with this kind of craziness. Clint is ruthless with freeloaders. Everyone's the same to him. Doesn't matter if it's a mom with little kids, or a wise old lady. He won't give a damn. He'll just put a knife to their throats. John stays quiet. Something's off about him. He'd never let Clint do whatever popped into his head. Clint was dead set on eliminating all liabilities, so they'd never cause trouble again. The mother begs for help. Wrinkles form on her face. From fear and pain. Even so, one of the passengers decided to show some backbone and hit Clint really hard, just to make him stop all this. Michael tries to catch Clint as he falls, and his attacker stands there, bold as brass, watching his enemy and former boss go down from a sucker punch. They are totally shameless. They do nothing, yet demand more than anyone else, like they're VIPs, who expect everything handed to them on a silver platter, and then they have the nerve to hit their protector. The guy decided to bring up a certain rescue. There was a time when Clint actually saved him. Clint's also in the wrong for coddling them completely. He taught them to be useless by solving all their problems himself and letting them just sit there under his protection. At the start of the apocalypse, the dead literally walked right under the peepholes, and they were hunting for their next victims behind every door. That man was terrified right then, shaking, with sweat dripping down his face. It confirmed everything. He was like a rooster, about to lose its head any second. Seems the dead don't care, but they managed to find the people inside the apartment. Even behind the door, everyone was paralyzed with fear. Sparks of electricity shot through their nerve endings. Adrenaline kicked in with full force, and the body froze up, like it was wrapped in chains. The dead didn't care, but they found them. The people in the apartment, even behind the door, everyone was paralyzed. With fear, little lightning bolts shot through the nerve endings. Adrenaline spiked with all its might, and the body froze, like being wrapped in chains. The body froze like it was bound in chains. He couldn't take a single step. The man grabbed a knife from the closet. How's that gonna help against a horde of zombies? It was just so he wouldn't go down without a fight. His spirit was broken. Literally. Before even fighting back, he tried to end it all. But his wife stopped him just in time. The dead were already trampling him. Mansock fell face first into his own pool of blood. Are they saved? This guy talked about being saved. The people still can't believe they were rescued. Turns out, someone was actually looking for them. Clint told his crew there'd be people in this house, and he was right. But Clint didn't expect this many, so he was pretty happy. He aimed his gun at the guy, scared the hell out of him. That's when Clint said they could follow him. Back then, there wasn't a shred of selfishness in his words, but now he's driving them away without even giving them a chance to prove themselves. Clint promised they could be under his protection, and now people are saying it's his fault for saving them. Clint was furious at the audacity. He couldn't believe such useless baggage would dare talk back to him about justice. It's all obvious. Clint slowly yelled the man's name. That means something big is coming. That guy might just lose his life. After saying that, Clint says he's being too nice, but it's the first time he's seen people this insolent, blaming their provider, while doing absolutely nothing for him. His veins popped with rage, his fangs sharpened, and his gaze turned terrifying. He was ready to send every rebel straight to hell, just so he wouldn't have to deal with them. Clint isn't running a charity here. You want something, a roof over your head, food on your plate, then you better be useful to the boss. He throws the insolent guy down and puts him in his place. From that moment on, Clint felt compelled to satisfy his every whim. The next insolent fools weren't far behind. Everyone wants their cut, and they're ready to kill Clint. Thinking they're his equals, they pulled their knives and rushed Clint. Michael and Sam took the brunt of it. The whole fight basically fell on their shoulders. Someone grabbed Sam by the shirt. The fight is ridiculous but serious at the same time. Michael's surrounded on all sides. It's a tense battle for both of them. Especially since it's not a fair fight. They weren't weak, they held their own. Though Sam probably lost a couple of teeth already, Sam went flying into the crowd after taking a heavy hit. Everyone was shocked by this fight where both sides were in the wrong. Meg is terrified, clinging tightly to Alice. Nobody expected a brawl like this in broad daylight. The mother of a sick baby begged them to stop. Terrified of what might happen, she dared to beg for help. But she was scared of the fighting. She should have just hidden away and kept her head down. Suddenly, her doll-like eyes focused on something else. She hasn't lost hope that John will save her. Calling out to him over and over, she talks to him without using his name. Like she never cared what it was, even after what she did. Clint won't leave her alone. She's gonna get what she deserves for all that insolence. The light in her eyes faded. Instantly, all hope vanished from her eyes the moment Clint grabbed her hand. If she had any chance left, it depended on his mercy. But looking at Clint's face, you could tell nothing good was coming, just more pain, fear, and horror. Clint tells John that these people don't give a damn until they need something. But the second they're in trouble, they beg for help. He thinks they don't appreciate the food on their plates at all. All they want is constant protection and a full belly. Clint tries to get closer to John, but gets nothing but silence. Something is definitely wrong with John. That mother's words cut too deep. He stayed silent, like the outside world didn't matter anymore. Maybe it was that drifter's attack. The arrow tipped with his blood might be the reason he's like this. Clint just keeps rambling on and on about the personalities and character of the guys who took down Michael and Sam. Right then, he implies that to them, he's always going to be a monster. One they'll worship and pray to like a god. Looking at John's eyes, only he knew what was really happening. That drifter's blood. It was starting to take effect and spread. He was shaking in a way I'd never seen before. The poison was spreading. But honestly, John's behavior had already given it away a long time ago. Clint's worried sick. He just noticed John acting weird and started asking, "Hey, what happened to you?" Blood gushed right out of the wound. You could see the terror in Clint's eyes. It was the exact same fear he had that one night. 15 years ago, John was coughing up blood. Clint tried to catch him. Tried to do something, anything to help. But John was going down. And there was no stopping it. That poison was just too strong. That drifter was dangerous as hell. Even his blood caused a mess. It actually took John out. What kind of power is hiding inside that stranger, I mean? Sending John to a hospital bed despite his insane regeneration ability. Clint is in shock. He could have figured out why John was acting weird earlier. But he reacted too late. And now, he might have lost his friend. Our hero hit the ground. He was expressionless before. But now his helplessness and pain are even worse. It's all because of that drifter's blood. What is that guy actually after? John passed out, bleeding everywhere. It was so weird seeing him like that. Nobody's ever been able to push him this far. Mother immediately reacts to the whole thing by screaming and shrieking her head off. She's more scared for herself than for our guy. She knows without him, Clint will ditch them. And they're all done for. Alice, though, she's genuinely terrified for John. What's wrong with him? Is the drifter to blame for this? Those questions are racing through her mind. Finally, everyone stopped fighting and looked over at John. Weirdly enough, they were scared. But the question is, who was scared for John? And who was just scared for their own skin? It's obvious that only Clint's crew is scared of losing John as a friend. When John wakes up, his face might be blank, but only he knows the agony he's going through right now. Clint was shaking with fear. His hands wouldn't stop trembling. He couldn't understand why this happened so suddenly. He was slumped on his knees like a lifeless corpse. He didn't react to anything, didn't answer when called, and showed zero signs of life. Clint, afraid of making things worse, touched his face gently, like he was handling a museum piece or an archaeologist with a rare fossil. You could tell just by looking at him that he was worried sick. He just couldn't wrap his head around what happened in such a short time. Eventually, things calmed down a bit. The endless fighting stopped, and all eyes turned to John. Alice was tearing strips of gauze with her soft hands to bandage him up. They'd already bandaged him up tight and got a bed under him. Everything was sterilized and safe. John was being taken care of. But it was already too late. Kin started chewing Leo out for being negligent. Since he didn't notice the injury, even though he's supposed to be the doctor, Kin totally went off on Leo. But Leo wasn't having it. He said he was right there the whole time and didn't have a clue either. Leo made it very clear that he specializes in treating people. He definitely hasn't had much experience treating the dead. Everyone was beaten to a pulp, looking like they were stacked in a corner. But then, this one guy decided to just quietly slip away without asking. Heading, who knows where. Clint reacted immediately. But the guy just wanted to go to the bathroom to relieve himself. He immediately yelled at him to freeze and hold it in, while muttering something that sounded like an apology. Clint was furious with them and didn't care about the guy's bathroom break. But our boy calmed down instantly. Knowing he couldn't be screaming in front of John, he didn't want to make John's condition any worse. Everyone gathered around him, monitoring every little detail of how he was doing. But now, they weren't going to miss a thing. Clint put his hand on John's forehead and realized his temperature had spiked. Clint finally understood the reason for John's condition. It was all that drifter's fault. He smeared the arrowhead with his own poisoned blood. And just like that, their worst fears were confirmed. That stranger squeezed the arrow until he bled, hurting himself just to take down his enemy. John saved Clint. Even if it meant putting his own life on the line, the speed of the arrow alone would have been enough to kill Clint. But that drifter wasn't playing around. He decided to kill him without mercy. Clint's hand was shaking. He was terrified that he and his own carelessness were to blame for all of this. He was the one who got attacked. And he was the one John saved by using his own body as a shield. The guilt was eating him alive. You could see the sadness on his face, thinking about what he'd have to do to make up for this. Suddenly, John coughed, pulling everyone out of their despair. And finally, he woke up. Clint immediately started bombarding him with questions, asking if he was alive, how he was feeling, and if he was really awake. John opened his eyes. He's still alive. He's not weak enough to let a little bit of someone's blood kill him. Everyone cheered, screaming his name. Bright smiles lit up their faces. It was like the whole world was filled with happiness again, for John, waking up to see familiar faces right in front of him. It's a pure joy. His smile starts shining brighter than any star in the sky. But still, that doesn't change the fact that he's in bad shape. He has to ask for help just to stand up. But no one here would ever turn him down. John's gaze cleared up. It wasn't empty or drooping anymore. And finally, he looked like he could actually answer us. He touched his face, wondering why it was so filthy. He looked like a kid who'd been playing in a sandbox. John's behavior was just as weird. For some reason, he was super worried about Clint. Then John noticed the freeloading passengers sitting nearby, the ones Clint had left alone while our hero was out cold. Clint really didn't like the way John was acting. He saw way too much concern in his behavior. It was starting to feel a little gay. John couldn't stop praising him for working so hard to keep everything in order. And Clint, he started getting cocky in response to all that affection. In his mind, it was gross. He tried to explain it away, saying he was just forced to do it. If things had been different, Clint would have tossed everything unnecessary overboard. John stayed quiet. He'd beaten all the rebels. Every single one of them got what they deserved. They all walked away with a few bruises. Clint pointed out that John would never get another chance to save him and act all saintly again. Clint even judged him for worrying about everyone else while always forgetting about himself. Then John started his speech again, aiming to touch Clint right in the feels. He explained that even if he went back to the past, he'd save him all over again. Even knowing the arrow was poisoned and could kill him, he'd still take the hit for him. Clint froze. John's words pierced him way deeper than that stupid arrow ever could, sticking right in his heart. For Clint, this arrow from John didn't hit his back, it hit his heart. And he took it in like it was medicine. He was totally captivated by the praise. He couldn't even finish his sentence because John kept bombarding him with compliments. John stood up and explained that Clint didn't owe him a thing. They weren't just comrades, they were friends. Clint had protected John's little sister. And Alice too. That's what put him above everyone else. That's why John considered Clint a true friend. A friend. Even when that hobo attacked him, Clint didn't leave his buddy in danger. He went into battle against a stronger enemy, threatening him with just a regular crossbow. Back then, Clint was the only one who stepped up to help John. Clint was actually moved by John's words. You could see the joy in his eyes from being praised like that, having his virtues recognized. John sat down, letting Clint finally understand that because of all his good deeds, neither of them owed the other anything. John believed that kind of dynamic was the mark of a sincere friendship. Clint just stood there, paralyzed. John's words hit him so hard he froze right then and there, like he'd been standing out in the freezing cold for a long time. Clint's jaw practically hit the floor. He didn't know how to react to that kind of praise. He'd probably never heard words like that from anyone. And there it was, Clint's real smile, full of joy and happiness. He finally heard what he'd been dying to hear. He was super embarrassed, but he kept pretending that John's words were gross and disgusting. John didn't stop praising him, but the others just reacted with awkward silence. Alice was the most unhappy about this whole reunion. There wasn't a shred of joy on her face, just pure disgust. What good was a blood-stained shirt that made their hands shake just looking at it? Clint's whole team couldn't bring themselves to put on bloody clothes, but why did they even need it? Sam wondered what was so special about these clothes, and why they were stained with blood from the truck. Clint listened to John again and ordered them to do exactly what he said, because if he said it, then it had to be true. One of them decided to speak up, explaining that there was no way in hell he could put that on. John coldly pointed out that if they didn't wear this stuff, they'd meet their end a lot sooner than fate intended. They immediately got worried. Death is a sick joke. But John, he's even worse. John's decision came down to one fact: the slime on the clothes would delay the transformation for those who had eaten the flesh of the dead. John had found a use for even this useless slime and rot, and it was going to save a lot of lives. Michael and Sam looked at the clothes. They realized John had no reason to trick them, and that they could actually trust him. But putting on something that horrific was beyond their limits. And Tim, he's definitely plotting something again. That weird humming of his can only mean one thing. He's got a new idea in his head on how to annoy John and the rest of Clint's team. The shaved guy and the whole gang reacted to their boss's growl, sure that he'd come up with something again. Answering a question with a question without even turning around suggests that Tim's insidious plan has started to kick in. He wants to survive. Though that's not exactly strange, but there's a hidden agenda in his words, since his survival methods can get pretty absurd. Tim's gaze was more determined than ever. He was hyped up, but somehow calm too, ignoring everything and everyone. He headed straight for the people and passengers to strip their clothes. Something's off about this van. Probably full of rot, flesh, and blood. That whole mixture just kills any desire to get close. Tim had already walked up to Sam and tried to shove him aside to get to the van. What happened to Tim a minute ago? He was fine. And then suddenly, his look changed. You could read everything that was bothering him right in his eyes. The capillaries burst, painting the whites of his eyes blood red, the stench and the filth. That was the only thing reflected inside the van. All the worst things gathered in one single place. Suddenly, Tim plunged into his memories, like his head was stuffed with old photographs, dragging him back to the past. In these memories, he was defeated in fencing. Only Tim knows if his opponent was actually strong, but you can see it clearly on his face, that he's not happy about losing. Or rather, he was afraid of something. Defeat isn't just a one-time thing for him. He'll remember it constantly and torture himself over it. Everyone praised the winner. It was all way too much pressure for Tim, since they're obligated to praise him, and not just some random winner. The stands went wild, like they'd won the biggest bet ever. Placed on Tim's opponent, they praised him and said the nicest things. Only one person wasn't happy with how the fight ended. He chuckled in Tim's direction. Tim's father turned out to be the one fan who wasn't cheering, and he was the one who brought him the most fear. Losing terrified Tim, because his father's reaction would be too cruel. His father got up from his seat and walked toward him. There was nothing holding him back anymore. His cruelty was boundless. Even when Tim screamed at him, he wouldn't react to a single word. Tim begged his father for forgiveness and asked him for another chance. To prove his worth, he calmly replied that it wasn't worth it, since to him, he personally had zero value. The most terrible and influential person in Tim's life had always been his father, who was influential to everyone, and not just to Tim. The father had no hope for his son. He considered him weak from the start, and nothing could change his mind. Not even a lucky win. All hope of redeeming himself in his father's eyes. It just vanished. His eyes filled with emptiness, just like his strength. All his efforts were in vain. All hopes of rising up, before his father even hit the ground. Hope abandoned him first, followed by everything else. even if it had been a real fight. Even if Tim had been run through with a real sword, none of that would have caused him the same pain as the pain of disgust from a person as influential as his father. He was frozen, shivering down to his bones. He fell to his knees and couldn't stop shaking, as if one defeat had put a stop to his life. Time moved slower for him. Suddenly he screamed at his opponent, as if the victory would have made a difference. Behind the mask, you couldn't see the opponent's face. That robbed Tim of a golden opportunity, a chance to finally stand tall in front of his dad. He grabbed him by the collar of his suit and started blaming him for every single failure. Tim was livid. His opponent was just a punching bag for him to vent his rage. He was ready to rip his head off. Our guy who loves winning won't let his opponent taste victory, sending him to the floor with a single blow. Tim is trying to get better just to make his dad happy. But this monster is standing right between him and his father, blocking him from his goal. His opponent paid the full price for his nerve and got exactly what he deserved. Tim dropped the bully mask he used for protection and kept blaming him for everything. Just like a real kid screaming, shrieking, lashing out. It was all coming from Tim. He just can't take a loss with any dignity. There's no other way for him to get his father's approval. For Tim, this isn't just a dream anymore. It's a living nightmare. Even in his memories, his arch-enemy turned out to be John, haunting him even in his sleep. The screams and fears of the guy he never wanted to see again were waking up. He showed up in his dream. The whole thing turned into total absurdity. Now he was an adult, meeting an adult version of John. He decided to take a look around. You couldn't expect anything normal in a place like that. Everything was new to Tim. Now the stands are packed with the dead. They've cornered him like cattle. He's surrounded, with zero hope of being saved. Only inevitable death is waiting for him in the darkest corner. Tim orders them to stay back, but it's pretty unlikely any of them are listening. They're each going to rip off their own chunk of him, leaving nothing behind. The lifeless bodies of the dead are spinning in a circle. It's like dancing with the devil under the moon. Selling the weight of your soul buys you temporary bliss. A chill ran right through Tim. Fear took him over completely. What he saw plunged him into pure horror. In the dream, John looked at Tim like he was nothing but food. He only saw a meal in front of him. Someone pinched him already, free him from this nightmare, show him the way out. Because nobody can handle that kind of pressure. Tim tried to push everyone and everything away. But mindless dead things attacking in a blind rage aren't exactly going to listen to him. While Tim was sleeping, night had already fallen. His nightmare made him scream so loud it shook the whole bus, annoying all the passengers. He woke up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat, like someone had dumped ice water on him, dragging him out of the abyss of that nightmare. Everyone was shocked. Nobody expected Tim to wake up that suddenly. Clint and John were side by side again, deciding to pay attention to Tim, who was having nightmares and about to start grinding his teeth. The six of them rushed over to their senior and started explaining everything that happened while he was out cold. They started guessing why he collapsed, pointing out that the nasty smell of dried blood in the van probably made Tim faint and fueled his nightmares. He clutched his head, clearly in a lot of pain. Since that dream was absolutely terrible from start to finish, a silhouette of his father popped into Tim's head, from way back in the past. A past that showed up in his dreams and dragged him down into even deeper despair. He let out a sigh of relief and said his father couldn't do the same things to him that he did before. The night went on, and the stars shone like little lamps, but they couldn't outshine the moon. Suddenly, the vehicle stopped, and they were ordered to hurry up and get out of their seats. Shane kept explaining what happened while Tim was unconscious, saying all the women and kids were hiding in a cleaned-out van since it was safer. They stopped here to wait out the night and survive until tomorrow, just to be totally safe. To get comfortable, they lit fires and started warming themselves in the dense forest. It wasn't actually that gloomy. There was plenty of light, and the fires provided warmth and comfort too. But the kid was getting worse by the second. His mom's scar had healed, and the man tried to ask for help. He begged for a little meat, but Clint instantly reacted with aggression. John doesn't give a damn how Clint behaves anymore. He's totally committed to his goal and doesn't see any obstacles. Clint is totally right. He ordered them to find a way to get meat themselves, instead of waiting forever for John and Clint to save them. John's vision, boosted by Clint's blood, gives him an incredible advantage. He can see his victim's body heat and know exactly where they are beforehand. John gathered everyone wearing bloody clothes. It looked like he was going to teach them all how to hunt and get their own food. They were totally shocked. They were expecting a free handout, And John wasn't stupid. He proved that the men among the passengers were hunters, not cowards. John came up with the best solution. He didn't throw anyone under the bus. Instead, he found a way to train everyone and dodge a whole lot of trouble. It's not clear if Clint is happy with this fair call. But John is right. He gave them a chance to prove their worth. Everyone else was freaking out because they got chewed out so badly, even if they were in the wrong. They definitely didn't want to hunt. Tim and the shaved guy looked at John, but they kept their mouths shut since they had a shot at feasting on that animal meat. The kid was already coughing up a storm, and his condition was getting worse by the minute. He needed help. Fast. The man started to realize his son was in urgent need, and he'd better hurry up and get some meat for his family. Otherwise, he was going to lose his child. He gritted his teeth. His head was full of conflicting thoughts. He couldn't bring himself to hunt in the dark forest. But at the same time, he really wanted to feed his son and heal him. Still, he pulled himself together, clenched his fist, and decided to get that meat for his family. John clearly knows how to manipulate people. He's good at creating internal conflicts for them, pushing them to dance to his tune. Everyone instantly gathered their courage, steeled their resolve, and followed John. Clint, Michael, and Sam were totally surprised by how active these desperate people were being. They certainly didn't expect that kind of reaction from them. But it was like something had been holding them back before. Clint thinks their behavior is insane, but Michael disagrees because he believes they should stick together. Tim stayed silent again. His will to survive had vanished somewhere along the way. Or was this just a trick to show off his desperation? He decided to go along with everyone. The shaved man tried to call out to him, but he didn't seem to hear. Those who hunt get the meat. And Tim understood that well. So they decided to follow the boss too. One of the survivors noticed something weird on his clothes. There was something stuck to it, vaguely looking like a sticker or a photograph. That image caught Tim's eye. It reminded him of something familiar, like he'd seen it before. He decided to take it with him to check if he really knew it, or if he was just imagining things. The hero brought the bloody photo up to his face. His reaction would reveal what was hiding on the other side. Still, the photo didn't give him any good vibes. In fact, it actually scared him. It left him in shock. He covered his face with black silk. Another drop of sweat rolled down his face. Nightmare after nightmare haunts Tim, over and over again. Six noticed the boss's reaction. He decided to find out what happened to him and what kind of image in that photograph changed Tim's expression so much. This photo is from Tim's childhood, and it perfectly reflects the horror of his entire youth. Unbelievably, the photo shows the ruler of City B, the father of Tim, and the pervert responsible for that terrible night in Clint's life. The reason Clint ended up crippled, both mentally and physically. Clint suspected something, and not for nothing. Since they were talking really weirdly and were definitely up to something, he snatched the photo right out of Tim's hands, which he didn't expect at all, even if Clint would be happy to see his enemy. It's no coincidence the photograph is stained with blood, since it reflects all the pain of anyone who's ever come into contact with the person in the picture. Still, it haunts me that the photograph was in the van where that terrifying creature was hiding, and how she and the drifter are connected to City B. Is it true that it's a trap, and how soon will they get there? Clint's reaction was similar to Tim's, but he was way more shocked because his childhood nightmare turned out to be his enemy's father. In that very second, images and memories of those events Clint wants so badly to forget flashed through his mind. Tim wanted the photo back, but Clint didn't want anyone other than his family and John to find out. So he immediately pulled his hand away from Tim. Tim was already furious. He bared his teeth and tried to grab the photo too, but his anger faded. Clint's reaction scared him, and his strength just left him. When Clint realized that this pervert was his father, Clint turned into a completely different person. His aura became way more overwhelming than before. Tim suspected from his look that he might have connections to his father, and judging by the reaction, he understood they were hostile. Shane wanted to avoid any conflict, so he pulled the older guy out of the conversation, making up some excuse to do it. Six thought Clint was really creepy since he still hadn't taken his eyes off the photo. Clint had already walked away from the crowd. He'd lost all desire to hunt animals. He wanted to hide in the most secluded corner he could find. Finally, he managed to tear his eyes away from the photograph, lowered his hand, and got ready to head back. He just silently walked back to the camp with everyone else. That photograph tore open his old wounds and dragged him back to his miserable past. The night went on, and the stars weren't going anywhere, shining down in all their glory. Michael and Sam hung back with Alice and Meg to warm up by the fire and chat about stuff. Alice asked them why they didn't go with the others to hunt for meat. Sam explained the whole situation, saying that the zombie brother told them to stay behind and look after the girls. Meg noticed Alice's new prosthetic leg and asked if it hurt or how it felt. John did the best he could. In a way, he gave her back the leg that Tim took from her. She smiled sweetly in response and said something perfect for the moment. Thanking him with all her heart, Clint came back. His search was over. He'd found something he really didn't want to find. Alice turned her attention to him and decided to call out, since it was weird for him to distance himself from John and the rest of the squad. Michael also asked why he wasn't out hunting. What made him leave? It was obvious to everyone that Clint was holding something back. What kind of emotion was he talking about? What happened to him? All these questions kept racing through her mind. Now he turned toward Alice. What did he need from her? Considering he'd never really spoken to her before, even saying hello used to be a burden for him. Clint started with a tough topic for her, as if he knew all her motives beforehand, and that she never wanted to end up in bound. She was shaken. After all, Clint hit the nail on the head when he asked such a complicated question. Clint realized the sad truth. John only learned to get along with people out of sheer desperation. Alice gets it too. Once they hit the city, they'll have to split up. The only way to avoid that is if they go off-road. Clint knows how to apply pressure to squeeze the truth out of someone. But it looks like he already knew everything. He faked a smile and pointed out they'd be better off sticking together. But she already knew the answer to that problem. He was speaking in riddles only Alice could understand. Because even if all their problems were solved, John wouldn't stop helping all these people. Clint spoke his mind completely. It wasn't for nothing that she agreed with him when he started pointing out all the passengers who were just dead weight. Back to the forest, right in the heat of the hunt. Luckily, everything around us had gotten brighter. Perfect conditions for a successful hunt. Tim's gang was chasing a deer with doll-like eyes. But they don't care about eyes. They want meat. Just meat. Tim's no fool. He's gripping the end of a spear, readying his attack, just like I used to do back in the day. When people hunted with spears and blades, his strength is incredible. It's like he trained and threw spears just to be ready for this exact moment. It's not the smartest or the strongest who survive, but the fittest. The spear hit the mark, piercing the deer right in the gut. Now the only place it was running was straight into the stew pot. With such a spectacular throw came a ridiculous fall. Tim messed up immediately after such a pathetic attack. Everyone immediately forgot about their boss and ran toward the deer like they'd found a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. Even so, the deer fights to the bitter end, fighting for its life, doing everything it can to escape these greedy people. Six yells at Tim to get up fast and come help finish the animal off. The hunt isn't proving so easy for them. Tim falls, but gets up in time to claim his piece. Tim grabs a huge rock. Looks like the deer's death will be quick, but not painless. It's still kicking, and Tim takes a long walk over with his rock. But you can count on the gang. They're strong enough to hold a deer down. In the deer's eyes, it's like nothing happened, and nothing ever will. Those doll-like eyes look so sweet and totally helpless. Tim delivers the final blow, finishing it off. Blood sprays like a fountain in every direction. Still, Tim did his best. They realized the hunt wasn't for nothing. They'd get to taste such delicious meat, and they didn't even have to share it with anyone. The gang praises their boss for the beautiful kill and suggests keeping all this delicious meat for themselves. Shane still can't believe John managed to survive, and that he turned into a rational zombie, too, and all their problems are because of him. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have ended up like this. They can't trust John. They want to escape in his truck, swapping out the wreckage from the crash for a better ride. The gang doesn't even take time to chew. They just keep chatting away. Only Tim stays quiet, eating and enjoying every single bite he gets. Still, the group is anxious. One of them needs to ask Tim a tough question about the photo they found the night before the hunt. That photo was in the truck where that creature was sitting. The gang noticed it clearly, since it was crucial info. Tim pushed his subordinate away. He didn't like that news, but all the memories associated with him were absolutely terrible. Tim agreed with the plan, but asked to postpone the discussion about the photos. Maybe for a long time. Tim had already made up his mind. His eyes are full of confidence. He's ready to crush them. Since John arrived right in time for such an interesting conversation, he considers Tim a real person with zero fear. The look on all their faces changed dramatically. John destroyed their entire plan while they were still discussing it. Nipping it in the bud, John is about to bring Tim crashing down from the clouds back to Earth. Enjoying the moment he caught him plotting, and he grabs him by the neck to teach him a lesson he won't forget. Then he tells him to compose a song about everything he just said and sing it through his tears, so he can listen to that symphony over and over again. His plan fails before he can finish it. John catches him at the worst possible moment, cutting him off and shutting him down. John won't even let him walk back to camp in peace. He handles it himself, dragging him all the way to the village alone. Finally, they returned. The whole fleet was there, every car exactly where it should be. John throws Tim to the ground, showing him exactly where he belongs. No, he's not allowed to leave the camp, not even by a meter. Screams from around the area distract him. People are worried, and someone's trying to calm them down. What happened while John and the gang were gone? Why is everyone freaking out like that? They're clutching their heads and screaming that the city's been taken, saying there's no hope left for any of them. Tim was totally crushed by the news that they wouldn't make it. And honestly, his reaction probably had everything to do with his dad. The radio's saying the city is under attack by someone, but all you can hear is static and crackling from the interference. For the survivors, that news is basically the worst-case scenario. Tim was crawling on his hands and knees. He just couldn't believe the city was gone, or that his father was gone with it. The news hit him so hard it felt like the sky was crashing down, like he'd fallen off a cliff into an endless abyss, just falling forever, losing all hope, even the hope of dying. In his mind, the city was burning. He saw his father and the city like a log smashed into splinters. He is worried sick. He just can't believe a man as powerful as his dad would simply let his own city get taken over. Tim is in total denial about his dad being dead. Even if the man died right in his arms, Tim would probably refuse to accept it. His father's face kept popping up in his mind, over and over, like he was standing right there beside him every single day. Tim couldn't deny his father's power. In his head, he knew a ruler like that would never, ever let his city fall. But these people, they didn't know how powerful that man was. They'd completely lost any hope of surviving. Clint's trying to tell everyone that it's way too early to give up hope. The problem is, the radio is full of static. They don't have the full story because everything happened so fast. Almost instantly, that was all Clint managed to write down. Turns out, Clint wasn't the only one who heard that news. He thought of Alice. Almost like this was his whole plan to avoid going into the city. Judging by his reaction, it's all clear now. This is definitely tied to Clint's plan. But it is true that the city has been taken. His sister chimed in and confirmed exactly what Clint said. Her words should have made John drop the idea of going to the city. There was no joy in her voice. She just crumbled, like a sweet girl who'd lost every shred of hope. She practically pounced on John, telling him to never, ever think about going to that city again. John looked suspicious. Meg's reaction seemed weird to him, like she was faking the whole thing. The other people's reactions were genuine, though they were totally convinced the city was gone. That meant their last shot at salvation had vanished from the horizon. Someone in the crowd even started bawling. Someone was deeply broken by the despair, sinking right into the abyss. Fate really likes to kick Tim when he's down, like it's punishing him. All these unfortunate events just piled up at the exact same time. He was incredibly pissed off about everything: his dad dying, the city being destroyed, and now, he was basically John's hostage. The worst possible things happened at the worst possible time, and he wasn't going to find a way out of this anytime soon. By then, night had fallen. It was time to sleep. But that news wouldn't let anyone relax for even a second. People act like they can just get food easily, like it's always right there within reach. They just had to open their eyes a little. Still, the city's destruction had consequences. That kind of power gave Tim at least a chance to stay among the survivors. But now, to them, he's become a total outcast. Those jerks decided that, since the city is gone, Tim is just an expired ticket. Worthless. Even getting a crumb of food is hard for Tim. He doesn't have his connections anymore. Now, he's not just a nobody. He's a nobody, with a capital N. He is completely drained. He used up all his strength, and they're still kicking him around like a soccer ball. They decided to snatch even the last rabbit right out of Tim's hands. If he resisted, they'd send him and his team straight to hell. The only ones who stuck by his side were his team and his subordinates. They were the only ones who'd been loyal to him all along. They were loyal from the start. And they'll be loyal till the end. They might be desperate, but they're not giving up. It's not the first time they've lost their meat to those jerks. They understood why they were being treated like this. Since the city was taken, Tim lost his last trump card, and on top of that, Clint was standing right there and heard the whole conversation. John, as always, is right there. And his timing is perfect. He caught Clint spying on Tim, and he definitely thought it was weird. Clint is a terrible liar. He points out that John is the real spy here. Sneaking up on him without making a sound, Blondie realizes the situation is getting worse. People are desperate. The city's destroyed, and the will to scavenge for food is fading fast. John still insists on pushing toward the city. Even though there's zero hope left, John explains it simply with every kilometer they travel. There are more zombies and less food. John's words ring true when you see the kids and adults starving to death, just hoping for a single bite of meat today. The city's huge, and you can't miss the chance to check it out. We've come this far. Stopping now would be a massive mistake. Clint clearly isn't on board with this decision. His plan. It's just not working. No matter how much he wants to tell John to stop, the guy won't listen to a single word. It looks like Tim. Wait. After noticing the strangers lurking around and eavesdropping for a while, Shaved and Tim finally spot them. The two gangs are plotting together. Clint realized there were way too many people around, so they needed to find a spot, somewhere private to discuss the important stuff. One slip of the tongue, and everything they've done would be for nothing. Clint points out the hard truth, that people will always swarm John because of his abilities. John doesn't like hearing that, so he just stays quiet. He managed to force an answer out of John, but he can't protect them forever. He's talking about Alice and Meg. He's dumping the responsibility on Clint. Clint was shocked by what John said. He knew exactly what would happen once John left them behind. Nothing's gonna change John's mind. Either way, he's leaving everything to Clint. It's like he's leaving him a legacy, so to speak. Clint is absolutely furious. He's not gonna let John just do whatever he wants. So he starts screaming at the top of his lungs. He hates how John thinks. He knows the damage will be irreversible. Tim and his whole gang won't let those girls live in peace. They'll always be plotting, harassing them every chance they get. Now it all makes sense. John wasn't trying to make a fair deal with Tim. Everything he did was for his own gain. The only reason Tim is still alive is because he's their ticket into the city. John isn't stupid enough to let a potential killer roam free, just to let him slaughter everyone in his path and feed people the meat of the dead. Tim hears the whole conversation. Now, all the cards are on the table. The only thing he can do is run. Staying here means digging his own grave. Tim's father is the ruler of the city, after all, and he can get them inside. No problem at all. But he can't shake the suspicion, but he needs to use that suspicion as his free ticket into town. Tim is furious with John. That justice and mercy, it was all just a mask. The truth is, John's a hypocrite doing it all for profit. He's been the enemy's blade for a long time. He never let Tim win a single battle. This is just John's ace in the hole. As long as the city still stands, Tim is a valuable asset inside those walls. He could easily be traded for a peaceful life in the city. But Clint, he was just as terrified by John's words as he was by Tim. John is confident that Tim will always follow him. He won't leave him alone, not even outside the city walls. He only has the right to live if the people are safe and at peace. Just one slip-up, and the deal is off. Something terrible is bound to happen. John puts his hand on Clint's shoulder, and he makes him a solemn promise. One he'll definitely keep. He swears he'll end Tim's life, with his own bare hands if anything goes wrong with the deal. One problem, and he slits his throat. Tim was terrified, because John meant every word. He was determined. But he used to believe in John's justice. He thought his life would be safe. Now, the weather mirrors exactly how Tim feels. The elements themselves are raging against him. He's got one foot in the grave, walking on a knife's edge. Tim is getting out of here. There's no reason for him to stay anymore. His face is cast in shadow, like a black veil is covering him. Like every passing second is killing him, even the rocks and the rough terrain. Nothing is giving him a chance to escape this godforsaken place. Everything is against him. Every inch screams danger. Suddenly, Tim slips and falls face first into a mud puddle. He's covered in filth. Exhausted. And weak. The world is just beating him down. His courage is fading by the minute. He claws at the ground in rage. His hands start to shake. His fear knows no bounds. Failure after failure haunts him. Like lightning is about to strike him down any second. But Tim won't let himself be humiliated like this. But that's just talk. He's weak. Compared to John and the others, all he can do is run. And they're definitely not going to let him get away. And escape. No chance. Clint caught up to him at the worst possible moment. He knew Tim had heard every word, which meant Tim was already in his grave. He just needed to be buried and left there forever. Is there any point in Tim fighting back? Does he even have a chance to escape? Will he ever see a bright future? Tim tried to grab Clint's leg. But Clint was too fast and pulled away instantly. Still, Clint was shocked by Tim's resilience. Even now, he was clawing his way up from the abyss. No matter how steep the climb, he kept pushing higher and higher. He'd overcome every obstacle fate threw at him with ease. But now, he's finally hit a dead end. He bared his teeth at every enemy. Didn't matter how strong they were. Didn't matter how dangerous they were. He always showed his fangs and claws just to survive. He keeps rising higher. No matter what bumps are in the road, he'll get back up. Tim lunged right at Clint. His strength never failed him. His adrenaline was pumping nonstop. Clint thinks he's an idiot. Even if he's the bravest guy around. He's really stupid. Tim's charge gets stopped by a wretched umbrella, which turned out to be just another obstacle. That smile never leaves Clint's face. He's ready to handle it at any moment. And he'll always find a solution. Clearly, he didn't expect a move like that. He struck first. So he'll fall first. His fighting style is useless. He got run through again. Just like back then. And now he's been skewered by an umbrella. He's not fighting with strategy anymore. He's fighting without thinking. Just throwing himself at the enemy, turning into cannon fodder all over again. He fell. And every single enemy brought him to his knees. He was never strong enough, no matter how hard he tried. Clint didn't feel that same rage toward him anymore. All he wanted was to punish him. He never enjoyed it. He stomps hard on Tim's head and shows him his place. Since he can't take his side to stop John, not even Clint can convince John. He actually feels sorry for Tim, but he can't help him. He can only hurt John. And he brings up people who eat zombie meat, intending to use them against John. Tim is already empty inside. But now Clint is just humiliating him. Even fate, which used to be on his side, it's turned its back on him. Clint is going to use him to stop John. Even Tim's crew will be part of his plan. He hints that he'd better find a good way to say goodbye to his people, since soon, he won't be the boss anymore. And his 6 people won't be human anymore. Raindrops were falling on him. He'd already fallen face first into the mud. There was no way to help him. The situation was as bad as it gets for him. The rain kept pouring down, spilling tents. Hundreds, thousands of drops of pure water onto the treetops. Tim doesn't let people's words get to him. He always finds the positive side of things. A true optimist you can only envy. Because of his willpower, even now, he got back on his feet and showed all his massive strength. Even now, he spits in Clint and John's faces. Even now, he laughs at every word they say. Even if he's already won, he's laughing like a madman determined to win. Even if he's not meant to survive, he'll take a dozen guys like John down with him. He'll die, and everyone will die after him. He's a suicide bomber who'll take the guardian of the scales with him, and he's the one who'll decide who goes where. The rain stopped along with Tim's madness. The sky turned completely clear, and it showed that things were looking up a bit. John is trying hard to help his loved one, whether it's to leave without any regrets or out of genuine concern. The prosthetic is getting better and better. Now the bones will turn into a strong support. The prosthetic has become just like a real leg. Clint taps him with his umbrella and points out that he's so interested in that prosthetic, like a kid with a new toy, and he spends all day with it. He asks him to fix the umbrella, since it's been broken for ages, and he's just busy doing other things. Clint opened the umbrella and showed him the state of it. Now it's like a sieve, and it lets the moisture in way better than before. The umbrella has become totally useless. You can see right through it. It's pointless. John came up with something brilliant right at that moment. He wouldn't just restore its old features. He'd add new ones. Simple and genius. Just like that, he took a specific bone and attached it, right on the tip of the umbrella. Clint is a warrior with an umbrella. He really liked his work. A new weapon in this day and age was an irreplaceable gift. John interrupted him and grabbed his hand. Since his stupidity could lead to bad consequences, he warns him never to let himself get cut by this bone, since it could turn into the last weapon he ever uses. Still, Clint got distracted by shouting from the side. Someone was seriously pissed off. It was about someone else. A kind old lady was sharing food with a kid, and a man behind her was screaming at her while she was handing out food. Clint finally realized that these people are also capable of helping a friend and comrade. John points out that people tend to express their feelings more intensely when they're going through hard times, when they should have given them a chance. He's just glad they're still human, and their humanity makes them much stronger than all the dead. Even Clint was curious about where all this would lead. John ran a good experiment and showed Clint exactly what kind of people all these survivors could become. When Clint gets interested, he twirls his silky white hair and starts wondering if he's actually wrong sometimes. His eyes fill with interest, as if every burden is starting to fade away, replaced by useful people who are actually capable of something. But the thought of what he was afraid of, it didn't exactly put his mind at ease about how far this whole thing might go. It's a bright, sunny morning. Birds are soaring up there. Looking at that sky, you'd never guess the walking dead are roaming the trails down here. The rain left a whole lot of dew on the grass. The ground was damp, forming little puddles that looked like oceans to the tiny bugs living there. And then, out of nowhere, a zombie attacks right in the middle of the woods. Someone's hand is past saving. That thing already sank its sharp fangs deep under the skin. The shaved guy ended up being the victim. But someone's ready to jump in and chop that hand off before it's too late. The shovel sliced right through skin, flesh, and bone. Part of his arm just landed on the other side. They didn't ignore the zombie. Either smashed its head in with a big rock so it wouldn't get up a second time. Its head hit the dirt, creating a huge puddle of crimson blood. Finally, the thing was dead for good. The young guy was just grateful his buddies managed to save him by chopping his hand off in time. He turned around with a weird, questioning look, like someone was walking right behind him. That stranger turned out to be Big Tim. He came back with them, and suddenly, everything around them seemed to light up. Tim was stoked to see them. They're the only brothers he's got. The only ones he can say whatever he wants to. They're always down to cook up a new escape plan. You gotta admit, they're optimistic. Tim grabs the chubby guy by the cheeks and tells his brothers to chill out. His plan isn't just about surviving, it's about taking all those scumbags down with him. Once they got there, they wouldn't have to be scared of John anymore. He sounded totally confident about that. The reason he was so confident, his plan involved getting 100 times stronger than that rotten creature. Someone capable of fighting like a total maniac. To Tim, John is just a toy. Something to be decapitated the first chance he gets. The others didn't get what Tim was trying to do. It looked like he'd gone completely nuts, and that freaked them out. He let out this terrifying laugh, like a real villain, before hatching a new evil scheme. Meanwhile, John was eating some delicious meat, which was actually pretty surprising. Clint caught him in the act and was just as shocked. Whether he was happy or disappointed, who knows? But he was definitely stunned. He was really enjoying that food, licking his fingers like he was eating a 5-star meal. Even with food running low, they're gonna keep moving forward. Just as everyone gathered up to leave, Michael yelled out that someone was coming back. Looks like John had already warned him to keep an eye out for arrivals. Silhouettes were making their way through the thick woods, moving like shadows. It looked like everything was set for us to go. They were dragging raw meat that was gonna get eaten real soon. Since a lot of the survivors were starving, Tim and his whole gang were the last ones back to camp, holding everyone else up. Nobody was happy to see them. Honestly, they were kinda hoping those guys had died and left this world a long time ago. That same shameless guy was showing his greedy side again. Even now, he wants to snatch the last piece of meat. But he's gonna be in for a big surprise when he finds out whose meat that actually is. Everyone sided with the guy, insisting they give up the meat, basically telling them to just quietly die. Since there wasn't anything to eat anyway, Tim didn't give a damn what any of these people said. His only goal was to end it all, even if it cost him his life. The guy thought Tim's attitude was totally disrespectful, so he immediately lunged forward to fight for that piece of dead meat. Tim grabbed him by the throat and made it crystal clear, get lost before it's too late. He didn't have a single drop of fear in him. Just this crazy thirst to kill everyone here. End their lives. And gnaw on their bones. The guy learned his lesson fast like a straight-A student and stopped mouthing off to everyone. John noticed what was happening and decided to step in. But Clint was faster and held John back. Clint pointed out a much bigger issue lurking in that part of the woods. There was a ton of zombie activity over there, and it was about to become a major problem. Still, that's exactly where we need to go, so we'd better deal with it. Meanwhile, Tim and his whole gang hopped into the truck with the zombie meat. His plan was starting to kick in. Tim looked around. He probably suspected something was up with Clint. He pointed right at the problem, signaling for him to use his eye. John turned down the help. He decided to go alone and scout the whole thing himself. John ordered everyone to wait there until he got back. And then they'd head to the city. Clint was confused. He thought his eye was starting to fail him. What did he mean by that? Everyone was already gearing up and taking their places. While John went off to scout the woods and deal with the problem, the others were already heading back to camp. Judging by how they were running, it looked like they'd hauled in a lot of loot. They brought a lot of meat back to camp. And for Clint, this meant only one thing. He could finally put his plan into motion. The ones who came back said something was wrong with their condition, and that they needed to hurry and take their seats on the bus. The voices of the 6 of them could be heard from the van, giving them away. Tim peeked through the crack in the doors and stood guard so no one would come in or see what they were doing. 6 touched Tim's shoulder. Apparently, they'd already agreed on what they had to do for the sake of their boss. They didn't want to suffer anymore, and they only saw one way out of this situation. They decided to eat raw zombie meat to help Tim get his revenge through their sacrifice. Hoping to take a few of those criminals down with them, Tim couldn't even fathom that his comrades would die so resolutely for him. He hadn't even dared to mention such a thing. Such devotion really got to him. And he managed to say that they didn't have to eat this meat for his sake. But Shaved Head was more determined than ever. Nothing was going to stop him. He grabbed his boss's shoulder, giving him the chance to trust them completely. It meant the world to him. This is exactly how he wanted to go out. Dying for his boss. For his senior. Even if they looked like a gang of student hooligans from the outside, they were the most loyal and honest people to each other. He clenched his fist so hard that his whole hand started to shake. Because every word that came out of his mouth was the truth. A dogma that had to be believed. They understood why Tim had become such a cruel and vicious person. Shaved Head's tears pierced right through Tim. He was in shock, never expecting such strength from any of them. Tim got so angry because he wanted to save them. To save his reliable people. He couldn't bear to lose them. Since no family could ever replace the devotion they showed, everyone in the car started crying like children. But they had all made a manly, adult decision, arriving at it the very moment they thought of it. Suddenly, even now, Tim was plunged into memories of that winter. Of a cold, white blanket, of heavy storms, and the terrible beginning of the apocalypse. To get food in that freezing weather, you had to work incredibly hard. You even had to climb icy slopes just to get over a fence. Back then, Tim's hair wasn't that long. He was shivering from the cold, surviving on blood and sweat. Even so, one wrong move, and all that effort would be in vain. It felt like he'd lost more strength than he'd gained. That was when that scar appeared across his face. After taking such an unexpected hit on a frozen slope, he put his life on the line just to get some supplies so he and the others could survive. He fell back onto the cold snow. The attempt had been in vain. The hope of survival burned away like a smoker's last cigarette. He had no choice but to die there in the ice and become a frozen statue. They were so hungry they couldn't even move. But Tim didn't give up. He fought against fate. Even now, he wouldn't let the others give up. But the hunger was completely overwhelming them. The eternal frost left them no chance to get up and get warm. He couldn't believe they'd escaped the hordes of the dead, only to die of starvation. His voice was filled with pain. But his only wish was to save his brothers. He was at a dead end. There was no food nearby. The freezing cold was everywhere, and hordes of zombies were roaming around. There was no mercy in this world. Even the fat guy had lost weight. But he was craving meat. Any meat. He'd savor even the most disgusting meat. They wanted meat, even if it was impossible to find. Tim was always looking for a loophole. He searched high and low, but all he found were fresh zombie carcasses. But he never stopped trying. For the sake of his crew, the dead were everywhere. Like an anthill had just spilled them out onto the ground. And now, their lifeless bodies just lay there with empty eyes. Tim figured this was the solution. Using the dead as a meat substitute to fill his brother's empty stomachs, he started a fire and got ready to cook dinner for everyone. This would temporarily put off the inevitable death of his comrades. They all wolfed down the meat greedily, and they couldn't believe Tim actually managed to find their only salvation. Meat used to be everywhere, but now they have to fight just to get a single bite. Jared, in total disbelief, decided to ask Tim about the meat he hadn't even tasted yet. Tim felt the guilt weighing on him, but there was simply nothing else he could do, because he would have lost his comrades that very same day. Right now, survival is the only thing that matters. We can talk about this meat later. They cried like babies, but they showed their devotion. They really are Tim's one and only true friends. Warm feelings started to well up inside him. He was moved to his core. It was like a ray of sunshine piercing through the deepest darkness. They let Tim go, and they decided not to bug him about eating the meat. After all, in that moment, he gave them life and let them see a brighter future. That first bite of fresh dead meat is going to cause a lot of problems. There's no going back now. Everyone thanked Tim all at once, and then they started tearing into the meat. Since it was the last thing they'd ever eat before turning, he felt a massive amount of guilt for what he'd done. He didn't know how to make up for it. Even his own death wouldn't be enough of a price to pay. Then, he just pretended to eat the meat. Zombie meat. Just to convince them it was safe. He obviously wanted to say something. It was right on the tip of his tongue. But the lump in his throat wouldn't let him get a word out. He couldn't tell them about the meat back then, or they would have starved to death and never even lived to see this day. He's a total liar. He lied to them constantly while they were always honest with him. And this is just the beginning of Clint's plan. He locks everyone inside with Tim so they can eat him alive. He locks them in so their last ticket to the city dies among the dead. Tim heard a strange click from the outside. Now, not even he has any hope of surviving. Before leaving them to die, Clint even laughed at them, calling their actions cute. These dogs are willing to give their lives for their stupid owner. That's exactly how Clint talked about them. One last click, a wave of his hand, and everything in this van stays in this van. The house has already become a favorite spot for survivors. But hunting John means killing hundreds of monsters drawn by the sound of his screams. Another dead one attacks again and again, not even thinking about who's standing in front of it. With just a flick of a finger, the crazy creature is decapitated and sent straight to hell. The monster fell. But Clint wasn't lying. This place really isn't safe. Everyone was defeated. The forest was filled with silence. Only the rustling leaves gave any life to this place. But still, there were way fewer zombies here than John expected. That's exactly what surprised him. He remembered everything Clint told him before sending him out here to scout. He was confused about why Clint sent him here, since there wasn't much activity at all. Plus, that strange smile on his face. It all haunted John, because everything Clint did was unusual, and usually for a reason. Suddenly, it all became clear. His eyes went wide. He finally understood everything, and he had to hurry. Still, Clint's plan went exactly how he wanted. Like he knew every move beforehand. He was steps ahead. Screams were coming from the car, begging to be let out. But Clint just stood there and pretended like nothing was happening. They tried to figure out what he was thinking, but all they got was silence. There were plenty of witnesses around, but Clint didn't care. He just walked away calmly, like his conscience was clear. He grabbed his mom by the hand and dragged her toward the bus, ordering everyone to take a seat. As they were leaving, his mom decided to ask him, her beloved son, where they were going. He told her not to ask unnecessary questions and just move. People screamed at them, but it's unlikely anyone heard, since they're definitely beyond saving now. Clint called out to Alice, and she instantly responded. Looking surprised, he ordered her to grab May and take a seat so they could get out of there. She's clearly following Clint's plan. She grabs her sister's hand, and she obeys. They heard the noise and the rumble of the truck, but they weren't going to do a thing about it. They just had to go and follow Clint's instructions, since it worked out in their favor. Screams, roars, and shouts were coming from the car, but everyone just had to hurry up and get on the bus. The engine's roar freaked everyone out. They were all wondering what was inside and what secrets it was hiding. No one understood what was happening. They kept asking where they were going, and you could tell they were starting to get pissed off. They made some good points about waiting for John, but none of that was part of Clint's plan. So, nobody's gonna listen to this guy. Clint made it crystal clear they better leave fast. Otherwise, their trip ends right here, and they aren't going anywhere. The guy was furious, but he couldn't talk back. If he did, he'd lose his spot. But that truck was haunting him too, with all its screaming and roaring. Questions about what was inside kept spinning in his head. Still, they decided to follow him since they didn't have any other choice. He'll ditch them the first chance he gets. They just need to get everyone inside first. Then they can talk about all the stuff worrying them later. Clint kept glancing at the truck. It was making him uneasy. The screaming just wouldn't stop. Nobody inside could keep quiet. But what was really scary was thinking about what might eventually come crawling out of there. Clint eyed the ignition button. He made up his mind to hit the road so John couldn't catch up. He slammed that button way too hard. Now he's got to take full responsibility for whatever happens next. Old men and women were left outside. There just wasn't any room for them. They were too late. And Clint, he isn't going to feel sorry for anyone. You need a ticket to get on the bus. They didn't have one. So those passengers aren't even allowed in the luggage area. He gave a cheeky smile and made an arrogant face, just to show off how cruel he really is. Clint ordered Sam to steer clear of John. He definitely didn't want to go into the city. And he basically killed Tim to make that happen. Everyone who got left behind ran after him. But the bus turned out to be way faster than they were. Soon, they'd disappear over the horizon. They fell down, screamed, and begged to come back. But Clint, sitting in the driver's seat, he didn't hear a thing on purpose. Of course, their last hope just vanished. He left nothing behind but a cloud of dust. Clint is way too cruel of a ruler to show any mercy. The truck was just too dangerous for them. Since it was holding the biggest danger was the zombies waiting to eat them alive. Tim kicked the door with everything he had. But it was too strong for him. He was surrounded. The guys were about to turn into mindless monsters. And the door was locked from the outside. He tried to get out, using every last bit of strength he had left. He fought against that damn door like a beast. He just wanted a chance to survive. The boss was desperate, but he tried to find a way out of this mess. He was like a lab rat trapped in four walls with predators. He pounded on the door over and over. But it was all for nothing. He had no chance of getting out. He just had to accept his fate. Nobody heard his screams or his calls for help. Nobody cared that there was still a living person among the dead, or that he was about to get eaten or worse, infected. Even though they could hear him, no one was going to save him from such a hopeless situation. He's just one guy among the brothers. Is it all over for him? Only his determination can help him now, since that's the only thing that'll give him the strength and energy to fight back. Tim was shaking with fear, but he knew he couldn't die here, and he was definitely going to prove it. At the same time, the boys had already turned. Their eyes were glowing like candles in a temple, with smiles like the devil himself. They were ready to kill Tim. Fear pumped Tim full of adrenaline, but his body froze up. Behind him were incredibly dangerous creatures, and there was no telling what they'd do. But he couldn't die today. He had to get revenge. He gripped the handle of his knife, ready to finish off his own boys. They'd already gone feral, so he just had to kill them. It was him or them. That's natural selection. But Tim wasn't ready to face death yet. He still needs to get revenge on a lot of people, and it is way too soon to die. Someone was rushing past the tree trunks, moving so fast they made a whistling sound. Turns out, John was already sprinting toward the camp. He was sure Clint was up to something, and he turned out to be totally right. He smashed through trees and bushes, knocking down everything in his path to stop Clint. Since the guy had been acting weird lately, he was anxious to find out what his friend Clint was doing, the guy who decided to distract him and head his way. The bus was speeding away. At that speed, it'd be hard to catch, especially since it kept moving. Alice grabbed Clint's hand and tried to force him to turn back so they could take those people with them before it was too late. He couldn't just do this to them. This plan was tough for Clint to pull off, and there was no way he was going to risk it just for the sake of a few people. She thinks Clint is taking on too much, since he had to distract John just to get rid of them. He was definitely furious at her words. If she wasn't John's girl, she'd definitely be in deep trouble. He was so sick of hearing John's nonsense. That guy is always sticking his nose where it doesn't belong, lecturing him on morals like he's some little kid. He threw her onto the seat, which really freaked Meg out. She was terrified for Alice. He doesn't get that John wants him to be the bigger person. All generous and fair. That just really pissed him off. The passengers are totally baffled by what's going on. But they'll just sit there in silence, watching it all, with empty eyes, until the bitter end. Clint was furious. He grabbed his head and gritted his teeth, almost like he actually felt guilty. He'd been alone his whole life. And then suddenly this John guy shows up out of nowhere and starts teaching him everything. It was a blessing and a curse for Clint. You could see clear dark circles under his eyes. He was constantly mentally tormented, and his eyes were swollen from crying. John was the first person Clint just couldn't say no to, even if he didn't agree with him. Time and again, he just took it and shared the burden. And even then, Clint went along with him. He always wanted to avoid fighting with him. And that's where his silence got him. But that doesn't mean he always agrees or is totally on his side. He's his own person with his own opinions. Even if they aren't always right, Clint does all this to fix John's mistakes, since they're all they have, which is just messed up. Clint is going to fix every mistake. And in the end, it'll just be the two of them. That is exactly what Clint wants. That's what he wants. But still, Alice told him the truth. John isn't alone at all. Besides him, there's Meg. And her. Clint didn't like that kind of sass from her. He stared at her in silence, looking like he was about to grab her throat and make her beg for mercy any second. John has human feelings too, and he shouldn't just be giving them. He needs to receive them as well. Clint was already at his limit. She was totally right. But he couldn't just hand John over. Since he was the only one who could sympathize with him, he grabbed her by the neck and started explaining that she couldn't be a comrade. She was a burden. Nothing but a burden. She was calm. There wasn't even any fear in her. She was truly strong like that she should be a comrade in arms. Suddenly, the truck slammed into them, right into the bus. But Clint couldn't think. At every step, at the most unexpected moment, his plan started to collapse. The whole bus shook, and everyone went flying, out of their seats, as if an earthquake had started in the middle of a calm day. Clint was confused. His surprise knew no bounds, since anyone could have come for him. Behind the bus was a truck, the one Tim and his gang were riding in, the ones who were supposed to eat him alive. But something didn't go to plan. It was Tim driving. It's incredible he managed to survive, to escape and catch up to everyone in such a short time. Tim had already reached them, and he was furious, all wounded, and wondering how he could survive. After a beating like that, the brothers, they were lying in the back compartment of the pickup, and apparently, they were killed by Tim. That's the strength of the man. He escaped through broken glass, as shown by a piece of fabric from his clothes, and a lot of spilled blood. He almost died himself. He was breathing hard, and he was ready for revenge. Tim bared his teeth and promised that Clint was going to hell, after everything he'd done, and that he'd take him there himself. He's not leaving them any chance to escape while he's hot on their heels. Again and again, the plan of Clint started crumbling before his eyes, but he didn't account for one single point, and everything started falling like a house of cards. Tim can't be stopped anymore. He makes the firm decision that Clint, John, and the others are going with him to the afterlife. Another violent collision with the bus. This is a battle of life or death. The whole bus shakes again. All the passengers grab on, struggling to hold the handrails, and panic reigns everywhere. Clint orders Sam to take the wheel and keep running, but it's all useless. According to Sam, Clint doesn't like this turn of events. He has no choice but to curse and show his teeth. Suddenly, Tim's hand smashes through the glass. Now Clint is cornered. Now Tim is on top, stomping Clint into the ground again and again. Everything looks bad for him. Everything he did turned against him. All the mistakes he wanted to fix turned into full-scale problems. In this context, Tim was already ready for death. He survived with all his might, just to get revenge and take a couple more people with him. Meg and Alice are terrified. They're hugging each other like something huge is about to tear them apart any second. Clint didn't have a backup plan just in case. Now his plan is ruined. John is already heading towards them, and Tim is right on their heels to kill everyone. The atmosphere got super tense for him. All his actions only caused him harm. He turned out to be a total coward the moment everything started crumbling because of him. He leaves everyone to the mercy of fate. His mother grabs his leg and begs him to save her. Not to abandon her under any circumstances, and to keep her under his wing until the end of time. In her opinion, Clint is obligated to save her since she is his mother. He has to protect her from all evil. All the time. There is total bewilderment in his eyes. Such nerve from his mother. Daring to ask him for something when she acted worse and worse. Again and again. She kept crawling at his feet and begging for salvation. She was already distressed for her life. Her son meant nothing to her before. But now he is a savior to her. For a long time, Clint used to scream and complain in the same way. He begged to be saved. But his mother stood behind everyone and watched all this in silence. Even if they put a knife to his throat. She could have stopped this pervert. She could have stopped the vile father, who was already destined for a place in the flames of hell. Clint, of course, will save her. He'll save her and sacrifice his most valuable things for it. Except it was she who taught him one thing he had to do in the first place. She taught him to save himself first, then he can think about his family. But she's right. Even if he abandons all these survivors, only her upbringing is to blame for his character. He runs from his mother's arms. Now she has the same face Clint had 15 years ago. When he was tortured and cut, Clint can't be stopped anymore. He's already walked away from his mother, since he needed to make contact first before asking for help. He jumps out the window, leaving all the passengers alone without a leader, like it was her biggest mistake in years. She hasn't even changed a bit. She only cares about herself. She doesn't care what happens to her son. Only how she feels. Nothing else. She'll be out of his life soon enough. But his mother keeps telling him he can't survive a single minute without her. And then, the memory came flooding back. He was just a little kid running away from his mom. Back then, it wasn't too late to reach out. He tried screaming at her. Had he ever wanted to run away with her far, far away? To leave all their problems behind. Just the two of them. Going on a trip to forget everything forever. What kind of life was waiting for him here, at the same time? His smile faded away. His mother rejected him. She couldn't grant even one of her son's most precious wishes. Only now did she start to realize her guilt. So many years had passed. And it finally clicked in her head that she might be responsible for everything that happened to her son. But it's already too late for sobbing and tears. Tim is already storming the bus, ready to take a lot of lives before he dies himself. Tim isn't trash anymore. Every offender is going to get cut down by his hand. He didn't decide to do this for nothing. The survivors were terrified. They couldn't do anything against the zombies, especially now that Tim had turned into one. They begged for mercy. But Tim's eyes burned with a different kind of desire. They burned like candles in a temple. His smile scared everyone around him like the devil himself. He was definitely ready to crush everyone's hopes in his sharp claws. Clint had made the biggest mistake of his life. He left John's girls in Tim's hands. And if even a single hair on their heads was harmed, John would destroy everyone. Alice protected May with all her strength. She covered her with her whole body so he definitely wouldn't touch her. Tim was already way too close. He looked into her scared eyes. John had to hurry before it was too late. He started breaking out in a cold sweat. His fear knew no bounds. No one could have guessed what was going through Tim's head. Turns out, Tim was finally happy for the first time in a long time, even knowing he's gonna die. He's just happy to get revenge on everyone who ever messed with him. Clint was already running as fast as he could. He didn't think about where to run, or how far. He just ran wherever his legs took him. But suddenly, someone's dead hand stops him. One thing might not matter anymore. Everyone with that skin color, they want to kill Clint. It turned out to be John. If he finds out everything that happened during this time, Clint is going to be in big trouble. He was so mad at him. John looked ready to drill a hole right through Clint with that angry stare, to finally pierce his lying heart. He was still wondering what had happened during all this time, and how such a plan had even popped into his head. To distract John and run away for so long. Tim didn't care about the hits he was taking anymore. They were useless. All they did was irritate him and piss him off. Alice threw herself at him. Even if she was a fragile beauty, she could easily defend herself against a crowd of men in the back alleys. But Tim definitely isn't going to fall for such naive attacks. He easily catches her leg, intending to deprive her of the other one, so she can't kick like before. He squeezed her leg harder. He grabbed it with so much force. It felt like it would snap at any moment. It won't be easy for Alice to escape his grip, and she understands that well. Tim isn't the same guy as before. Now he's a dead man who doesn't care about dying. It's pretty unlikely now. that a normal person could take him down. Tim is a total lunatic. He survived even after everything that happened to him. Anyone else would have easily accepted death and moved on to the afterlife. But not him. He laughs in the face of death and dodges the swing of her braid every now and then. But Tim totally forgot that John gave her a nice little upgrade. She didn't just get stronger. Now that she's got 2 legs, she can land some serious kicks. Still, for Tim, those hits are going to be nothing. Just like a mosquito bite. Now, not even a pistol bullet will kill him. She was amazed by his strength. No matter what strike he tried to throw, she always deflected it. Tim thinks the only way to teach Alice a lesson is through force. And it's all because she's trying to fight him on equal footing. Her willpower is something everyone would envy, even when her neck is being squeezed. She bares her teeth at her opponent. Even if her legs get cut off, she won't stop kicking. Tim is truly cruel. It wasn't for nothing that he made it out of that truck alive. It's not for nothing that he's trying to get revenge. Her last breaths of air were gone. She couldn't even say a word. John was too far away. It was unlikely anyone was going to help her. Her hands were shaking. But never out of fear. She was shaking from a lack of air. She wasn't afraid of death. Tim wanted to turn her into a corpse. That was the only way they could be together. The only way he could reach her, but she defied him. Tim was stunned by such nerve. Alice grabbed his cheek while he was choking her and boldly told him no. He wouldn't dare do this. The big guy didn't understand why he couldn't do it. Why did she think that? Why was she so sure of him? She smiled back at him. Even in such a tough situation, she didn't despair, but only because she knew him well. No matter how cruel he is, he has a weakness she'll tell him right to his face. The mask slips away from her kind and naive gaze, and now she's the most furious warrior, pressuring her enemies with just her charisma. He's a weakling. Tim let his guard down again, his head in a completely different place, and he lost his eye, fragile as glass and strong as steel. It was her. She's the one who embodies the phrase that beauty will save the world. The one who remains strong and beautiful, smart and reasonable, the best woman for the Godfather. Tim cracked a joke again. Alice mocked him, and he keeps kneeling, showing his helplessness. The beauty isn't just saving her sister for the first time. Even now, she achieves the impossible. Even now, she doesn't fail at the worst possible moment. She orders Meg to save herself and get out of here, while her little sister holds back this madman. But the most important thing is that Jonna's youngest runs away as fast as possible. Meg didn't want to leave her friend alone with this monster, but she was categorically against it. She tells her to forget about her and run without looking back. The little sister wiped the tears from her cheeks and ran as fast as she could, to follow her commander's orders so she wouldn't let her down at the worst possible moment. Alice watched her to make sure that she had already disappeared over the horizon, so she was already so far away that no one could track her down. The battle isn't over yet. She turns her gaze back to Tim and braces herself for another blow. This monster tells her to stop, but now it's unlikely that she'll find a new weak spot for him. One move of his hand, and Tim can chop off an elephant's head, leaving hope in his claws. The movement of Tim's claw was so powerful that it sent Alice flying. And right out of the bus, Tim was already about to explode with rage. He was breathing out steam like a steam engine. The impact with the ground wasn't soft. Her back took the full force of it. This image is so tragic. A young girl lying in front of the bus. An incredible tragedy. A driver's mistake running over. The sweet beauty. She fought to the very end. But now she doesn't even have that fire in her eyes. She didn't have that life. She doesn't even have the strength to get up and defend herself from Tim. Once upon a time, it was exactly the same. When the end of the world had just arrived, when the whole world suddenly filled with the dead and left humanity no chance to develop, that time, Tim was really scared. His whole face was stained with blood. But who knows what would have happened to Alice if he hadn't cut off her leg before it was too late. From the shock of the pain, she didn't even have the strength to scream. She whispered that she was in pain, didn't complain, and didn't get in the way of her rescue. All this suggests she's incredibly strong. Tim was so scared for Alice. She could have died in his arms. But he certainly couldn't survive the death of his beloved. Tim ordered his men to take off their shirts to help stop the beauty's bleeding. He instantly snatched the shirt from his guy's hands. His hands were shaking from the fear of losing her. He bandaged her bleeding leg. Only one thing is known: whether that first aid will save her, or if it was all in vain. He sincerely hoped she could recover. He looked after her like she was the rarest jewel. He touched her face and said her leg had finally stopped bleeding. This was true luck. Even a miracle. He promised her that she'd always be safe with him, no matter who was standing in front of him now. Tim was completely crazy. His mind was clouded. He couldn't speak reasonable words. But it was clear he wanted to kill her. He grabbed her artificial leg and squeezed harder and harder. Tim tears and destroys everything to pieces. Even Alice's prosthesis is smashed into the tiniest bits, like a wild beast. He rushes at Alice. He's ready to die with her on the same day and take her with him to the afterlife. Her strength has dried up. Now she's lost the strength to survive. All hope remains with the Savior, who shows up from time to time. She's already said goodbye to her lover, her chosen one, whom fate has already brought her to twice. But now she's ready to meet him only in another world. How hard this world is, even that beauty is taken away by this cruel fate, which initially gave everything most valuable and then took it away for no reason. Her whole face was stained with blood. It wasn't clear if she would live and delight everyone with her beauty and strength. Incredibly, she opened her eyes. She survived. But fate was kind to her. John. Just like always. He shows up right on time. He always arrives right when things are on the brink. Right when hope is fading away. But his silhouette calls out again. He drove right through Tim's gut. He was bleeding out. But he didn't scream in pain, like a madman. Tim, even turning into a zombie, didn't become immortal. He's just as mortal as he was before. Only the power to fight like a warrior, with multiple lives, intoxicates his mind. He doesn't see the danger right in front of him. Seeing a target, he goes to kill John. Now, he doesn't care who he is. He doesn't care that he's a ruler's son. John can deal with him however he wants. Tim can't escape an angry John anymore, since he's madder than ever. His intentions, they have no mercy left. Just the murder of his longtime tormentor. The long-haired guy wants to say his enemy's name, but the virus that's already enslaved his mind has filled his head with fog, and his tongue gets tied over and over again. Everyone was already gathered. They stood behind John and watched Tim's execution. Clint was with everyone, and it wasn't clear what John would do to him for his little initiative. An ideal warrior, with no fear of death, feeling no pain. He doesn't care about enemy attacks. He'll always attack the enemy until he turns them into a corpse. Tim runs toward John again, not a single hit. He's going to teach him that John is way stronger than any dead guy. Every dead thing can only fight with its raw strength. John was well aware of his strength, and he grunted at every one of Tim's arrogant attacks. Just to mock him, he starts his showy speech again, which honestly will never mean anything to him. Everything is decided. Tim would have taken his own life anyway, even if he hadn't turned into a dead man. Tim's rage knew no bounds. He'd experienced too much in such a short time. Too much to leave this world without taking any of his aggressors with him. Even here, John tries to humiliate Tim. He can't just send him to the other world simply. Like a righteous warrior who didn't die for revenge against his brothers. John's words plunged Tim back into memories. He sees the old silhouette of his main enemy again. Back then, it was the golden moment for Tim. He could do whatever he wanted with John. Tim did all this to prove his superiority. He beat John so he could show off his power and strength, as if everything was under his control. If he said it, he'd do it in the near future. John fell over and over again, but he got up and kept mocking Tim's strength, since he understood what motivates Tim when he does things like that. If Tim was angry, he hit John. If he was happy, he hit John. No matter the mood, the main thing is that John was ready to take a few more hits. All this so John would independently recognize his strength, to assert himself in front of others and rise above John. But John is no fool. He grabs his insolent hand and squeezes it pretty weakly. But his intentions to break it were way too strong. He called Tim a weakling, and the scumbag's face changed immediately. He literally froze at such cheek, since almost no one had dared to say such a thing to him before. The hero recognized his strength. He believed Tim was strong, and his health was excellent. But just one nuance kept him from having unlimited power. The nuance is his cowardice, which he wants to compensate for by humiliating the weak. Even if John has the same health, he can become hundreds of times stronger than Tim. And this astonished the bully. He was surprised that his willpower was so strong. Tim was already tired of hearing every one of his cheeky words. He wanted to clench them between his teeth and crush them. John's self-confidence infuriated Tim. He readied his fist for another hit, but a more powerful one. Since that moment, both of them have changed a lot. Like John said, he became hundreds of times stronger than Tim. Tim turned into a dead man, but he stayed on the same level as before. The main character doesn't even give Tim a chance to win. He can take hits like a punching bag that can't hit back. Tim was sure he'd easily defeat everyone with his new form, but he was disappointed, because he understood he'd die at the hands of the one he'd always dominated. John didn't even give him a chance to rest. Tim had no salvation left. He'd lost his last hope of victory. Since you had to be lucky to become a rival for John, one more hit, which won't be the last. But eventually, one of the next ones will send Tim to the other world and drive nails into his coffin lid. John, even before Tim's death, tries to teach him something, as if his words meant something. Tim was already completely destroyed. His whole face was beaten. His teeth were flying out, and blood was flowing like a fountain. John believes that here, only Tim is full of himself. Only he fights at the expense of his willpower, at the expense of his pride. He's too strong for Tim. Just one hit sent Tim flying into clouds of dust. You can still see Tim's face, which seems to be begging John to hit him. Who actually wants to take a couple of hits? The character can't resist his desire, and with every step, he gets closer to Tim to finish him off. Tim spat blood. He didn't have the strength to get up and defend himself from John anymore. There was nothing but despair in this world. Fate was punishing him for everything he'd done. Now, he's destined to die at the hands of his arch-rival. He was shaking, growling like a monster. But John wasn't fazed by his pitiful appearance. It certainly wouldn't make him show any mercy. Tim, even looking like a zombie, started to realize the danger right in front of him. His eyes spoke volumes. John said Tim was exhausted, just dead tired, because it was just too hard to bear. But he'd already taken a life. Tim just couldn't accept any of this. John understood perfectly, but he spoke with a mocking tone. He wanted to crush whatever will to fight he had left. John slammed Tim hard against the hood of the car. He was already trying to get back up, trying to defend himself. He growled back at John. He was furious at him, but it was more like an animal fighting for territory. John wouldn't even let Tim get to his feet. It was too much for Tim to even stand. John remembered everything that happened to him, how all the survivors treated him. As he struck him, John remembered it all, and he made sure to tear Tim's heart apart with those memories. John explained to Tim that despite having so many good friends he loved, and kind parents, he received nothing but hate. The girl he loved always rejected him. She called him arrogant, said that's why she didn't love him. Meg always hid behind her pretty face. And her friend, well, she didn't see herself as a criminal. And for good reason. He never got any warmth from the people who praised him. Not from his loyal friends. Not from his loving parents. None of them. Tim told John to shut the hell up. He was ready to kill him, but John's leg pinned him hard against the car. Tim thought John didn't understand a damn thing. Everything he was saying sounded like total nonsense to him. But he was right. John didn't know his whole life story. He didn't know what kind of life fate had dealt Tim. Yeah. Sir. He had a loving mother. One who played with him all the time when he was a kid. He got that warmth John was talking about. And Tim had sunny days in his life. He could feel it all, and her smile shone brighter than the sun in the sky. But no matter how hard Tim tried to hold on to those feelings, they just faded away, and the door slammed shut with a roar. All those good memories shattered like a framed photo hitting the floor. For Tim, all those memories just meant pain. Like those shards of glass were stuck deep inside his skull. Well, in the end, everything he tried to protect, everything he tried to hold on to. He squeezed the boy's neck, making him groan. He gave up on everything. It was all pointless. A piece of paper fell out. An important document that could have meant a lot. But it held nothing but bad news. Tim's mom was crying. That paper brought so much pain into her life. Tim understood that clearly. He walked over to his mom and wiped away her tears with his finger. He tried to calm her down, holding her close so she wouldn't completely fall apart. She hugged him, and everything seemed okay. He tried to comfort her, and she hugged him back. Her tears ran down her cheeks onto his shoulders. But what she said next completely destroyed Tim. She said she regretted that he was ever born into this world. Those words hurt more than anything. That's why Tim became so cruel. John will never understand the pain of betrayal. He's nothing like Tim. Even if his family was powerful, there was nothing good about it. Tim made it clear that John could never relate to him, because he'd never been betrayed like that. Even the pain of loss is weaker than the pain of betrayal. But in a way, even John could envy Tim. But John was missing something too, and he had to resort to envy. Tim was shocked by his words. He couldn't believe John didn't have what he had. As unbearable as life was, Tim actually had best friends who became real brothers to him. Listening to John, Tim didn't feel any better about dying. He had to remember the silhouettes of his brothers. They were shining against a bright background. Their smiles were warmer than anything Tim had ever felt in his entire life. Will, who was the first to give his life for his big brother, his little brother, who promised they'd be brothers forever. Tim was about to. Tim trembled at such warm memories. He'd lost everyone and everything. A cruel fate had taken so much from him, things valuable to so many people. To millions, John kept reminding Tim about his friends. He wanted to teach him a lesson right before he died, but John was trying to tell him that he was the one who killed his friends, that all his brothers died because of him, but it was also his fault they survived this long. He destroyed his brothers, and now his brothers were going to destroy him. He was destined to die with them eventually, and apparently, he couldn't stop it. They attacked him without hesitation, ready to kill him, even if he was their best friend, their big brother, and their boss. The whole gang attacked Tim, screaming. None of them saw their own brother standing there. They only saw prey that had to be killed immediately. Tim tried to push them away, but the three of them easily overpowered him. They overwhelmed his exhausted body. And once again, his mind drifted back to warm memories, to carefree times, back when we felt like we could create anything, until our youth came to an end. One of the six of us just didn't move forward. He'd get teased by his friends, but it was all love. Their smiles shone so bright, brighter than the lights on a Christmas tree. That warmth, it kept Tim going, gave him hope. They were always smiling at him. They were always happy to see him. Even when he was mad at them, his bros would try to cheer him up, but Tim didn't hesitate to smile back. He was happy to return the favor, smiling right back at his gang of hooligans. They promised each other they'd get stronger, better at their hobby. But one thing worried Tim. He thought they hated him. Every single one of them smiled. But those smiles showed fangs. There was so much unhappiness around Tim. Too. Even the rich and wealthy can be miserable. That's just how harsh this world is. Tim's mom was sobbing, bowing down to something. She complained that only the poor and weak suffer. But it turned out to be completely different. While she bowed before that majestic statue, Tim just watched it all in silence. Everyone around him betrayed Tim. His loyal friends. They're eating him now. He used to hide behind their backs. And now they're devouring him from behind. Pain clouded Tim's eyes. He couldn't do anything about his emotions. Nothing at all. Everyone around him abandoned him. No matter how hard he tried to protect everything, the girl he loved, he compared her to a spring field. That beauty drew him in. But she turned away too. His eyes closed. But all he got from Alice was coldness. Even a freezing winter never burned him with that kind of cold. Tim admired her. He was always trying to get her attention. Even during their shared hobby, he craved her response. He reached out, asking for help to stand up. And she did offer him her hand. Clearly, he lost more than once. He remembered how she tried to humiliate him, telling him she wouldn't train with him anymore, just so she could avoid spending time with him. He wanted a rematch. He wanted to beat her and prove he was capable of something. That conversation really messed him up, because she was the true love of his life. He named her after the cherry blossom. It meant her infinite beauty should be preserved forever. Tim asked Alice to just be his friend until he could beat her. And all because he'd given his heart completely to the one he loved. His heart was captivated by her beauty. But also her. Thorns wouldn't let him get close. Alice was indignant. She didn't like Tim's proposal. And she definitely didn't agree with him. Tim was so embarrassed, waiting for her answer. But clearly, his chances were very, very slim. As expected from such an unreachable beauty, she told him to smarten up and stop asking such stupid questions. He was scared of rejection, but he tried to find a way to get close to her. over and over again. But it was all in vain, but she was just too cruel to him. Her glare tore deep holes right into his soul. Her next rejection hit him right in the heart. Like lightning struck him and sent millions of volts coursing through his body. Alice left him and didn't even say goodbye. That's how hard love can be. A loved one can heal any wound, but they can also rip it open even wider. She watched as Tim was devoured. Who knows if she felt guilty about it? Her eyes were empty. Maybe the cruelty of how they ate him caught her attention. But she couldn't get close enough to help. Tim's pain knew no bounds. His mother betrayed him. His friends ate him. And his beloved didn't even give him a chance to prove himself. Tim was cornered from the start. He was always alone, losing all the loved ones he dedicated his soul to. Now he had fallen. Too, blood dripped from his hands. He was to blame for what he'd done. But he couldn't do anything else. Everything around him was against him. Everyone watched the spectacle. They all froze in place after Tim was torn apart by a crowd of his own brothers. A true tragedy. Everything in the world seemed proportional on the surface. He is a true villain. But what led him to this? Did he want it? Or was fate just cruel enough to do this to him? John grabbed Alice. He wanted to calm her down. She was probably feeling anxious. He suggested she get out of there and get ready to leave this godforsaken place. He was faceless, like he was hiding something. And then, she just nodded in agreement. Clint was about to get on the bus, but he decided to look back in their direction. As he watched them, someone growled from the entrance. That couldn't mean anything good. Clint turned toward the sound. Something was really bothering him. Some of the passengers had already turned. His fears were confirmed. The kid who suffered the most from the virus had already turned into a zombie. He was ready to eat his first victim. Clint started to realize the situation was looking really bad for him, and nobody knew if anyone could save him. John immediately turned his gaze in her direction, whether he was ready to help Clint after everything he'd done, or if there was no mercy left for him. A couple more centimeters, and Clint is destined to be torn apart by a zombie. The monster baby is already flying toward Clint, and he can only fall. His gaze reflected nothing but fear, sweat dripping from his face, and a terrifying atmosphere of hopelessness surrounding Clint. Unbelievably, the mother still decides to help her son. After all this time, her maternal instinct and conscience finally woke up. She grabs the kid by the shirt, and his short flight toward Clint ended in failure. Clint fell down. His mother managed to save him. For once, she actually helped her son, got him out of trouble, and put herself in mortal danger. A shiver ran through him, opening his eyes heavily. He turned his attention to his mother, who had just saved his life. Clint was shocked by the fact that no one, except his mother, ran to help him. Even John, who took the arrow, stepped aside. Mother held on to this little demon with all her strength. It's unknown what would have happened to Clint if his mother hadn't done that. Even the kid was amazed that someone could actually stop him. He opened his mouth wide and drooled, while his mind clouded over, a true nightmare in a child's body. He turned his head the other way, and with his smile, he struck horror into his mother. His eyes burned with the flames of death and nightmares. This isn't the baby from before anymore. Now he's a crazy machine for killing and spreading the virus. There's no humanity left in him. She finally realized it. She saved him at the cost of her own life. She was able to prove her love to her son. She tried to reach him with her bloody hand. To get his approval, she said Clint's name. Her hand got closer to him, but the shock paralyzed Clint, and it wouldn't let him go or leave him in peace. Contradictions started playing out in his head. He couldn't believe his mother would save him. But right before his eyes, everything was completely different. His mother was reaching out to him, but the child hanging from her neck stopped her and Clint from getting close to each other. Blood flew in every direction. John ripped the child off her neck, but it was unlikely he could save her. She fell straight onto the cold ground, and she didn't even have time to say goodbye to her son, or apologize for everything she didn't have time to do. John grabbed hold and staggered, but nothing stood in his way. John started trying harder to stop this little monster from infecting even bigger people. Clint helped his mother, but it's unlikely anyone can help her now. Sending her off to the next world with full honors is the only real help left. She tried to say something to Clint, but he didn't understand a word, and he stood silently in front of his mother's future corpse. And now he was terrified by her death. His mother apologized to him. It took her a long time to show him her love and affection. It wasn't easy for her when her son was hurt right before her eyes. When they tried to strip away his dignity, Clint wasn't cold or afraid, but his trembling came from sheer confusion. How did his mother save him? When did she become so kind? All these questions made his head spin. Clint made the biggest mistake, but he wanted to fix John's errors. But now, he has to carry the weight of guilt on his irresponsible shoulders until the end of time. His hands were shaking, but he still tried to close the bleeding wound, but he couldn't save her. All his hope was for nothing. He presses down hard on the wound. Is it gonna help? Of course not. The virus is gonna spread through her body any second now and take total control. Otherwise, she's dead. A mother's death. Finally paying off her debt. Protecting her son from an inevitable end. She said goodbye for a reason. Saying goodbye to Clint once and for all. But he didn't want this anymore. Her soul was already leaving her body. The tears drying on her cheeks. But now she could finally settle the debt that had been piling up for way too long. Clint was ordering her to stop acting like she'd already turned. Like she just wanted to leave him again, leaving him all alone. She was bleeding out. Death was staring her right in the eyes. All that was left was to cut off her head with one swing of the scythe. 15 years ago, Clint reached out his hand the exact same way, back when he begged for help. But nobody threw him a rope to climb out of that abyss. The pain was insane. But his mother, she didn't even touch her son back then. But both parents were guilty for what they did. She weakly whispered his name, like she didn't want that trash father to hear. Nothing unnecessary. Just trying to save her son. While he wasn't looking, their hands almost touched, but that scum of the earth. He decided to step in. Even then, right when his son needed help, the trash wanted a drink. After everything that monster had done, and he pushed his mother too, forcing her to take him to get another bottle. He didn't like it. He's a total psychopath. Because even now, he doesn't blame innocent Clint for anything. He was just a victim of that twisted torture. From that perverted tyrant. His mother had no voice. No say in that house, stopping her from kicking that scum out. That waste of space. Why couldn't she just help her only son? So she left him again. He was left alone again. While the blood dried on his clothes, his mother ran off to get a drink. He remembered she didn't even touch him back then. He was so angry with her. But today, he can finally forgive her. She had completely changed, and she kept apologizing to him. But still, she died with pride, proud that she could atone for her sins. Back then, she didn't understand what it felt like, when you needed help, and a loved one ran away in fear just to survive. Now her son abandoned her, left her to the mercy of fate, gave her over to the dead to die. But now, she reached out her hand to him, waiting for help. Her hands were shaking and bleeding. She tried to reach her son, but it was already too late for apologies. Too late for everything. Only death was waiting for her. Clint screamed at the top of his lungs. Nobody would have wanted to die in his place. In that moment, no one would have defended him or watched his back. She was still sobbing. Then her pupils vanished, leaving only terrifying bloody streaks and an empty stare. Even her mind was leaving her. Back then, Clint just needed a warm hand. Something to hold on to. Just to give him the warmth they stole from him. But he didn't even get that. Clint's tears flowed like a river. Is it even possible to describe the emptiness in his soul? How many oceans of tears had he held back? He could have cried for days and nights just to let every single drop out. He just wanted her to learn from other moms. To be like them. So he could brag to his friends about what a good mother he had. Now he can't let her die. His heart won't let him. He can't lose the one person he finally connected with. He can't say goodbye to the woman who saved his life in exchange for hers. John sees how much Clint is suffering. His parents are the only ones to blame for how he turned out. Not only did they give him nothing, they spilled their blood right in front of his eyes. They left him with the image of his parents as maniacs. That kid was really pissing John off. Even John's size didn't scare the boy. He attacked without thinking. It was all the virus. Pure aggression and insane rage. The virus was to blame. John had already decided to kill him. There was no coming back from this. No way to save him. Finally, he crushed the kid's neck. The boy is dead now. His soul can go peacefully to that kindergarten in the sky. It can't be. That dead kid wasn't alone on the bus. Looks like all the passengers had already turned into zombies. Slaves to the virus. John threw the little brat at another zombie. He had to do something before this got totally ridiculous. He ordered everyone to stay back and keep away from the bus. John was furious about the whole situation. And he was ready to take his anger out on everyone. He ripped the bumper right off the bus, probably getting ready to give those Walking Dead a serious beating. The others screamed behind him. But John was too pissed off to hear a single word. John came up with a plan to wipe them all out at once, so those dead freaks wouldn't have a chance to get off that bus alive. Fuel and a short circuit. Everything set for a massive fire. A genocide of a bus full of the dead. Ready for action. The flames roared. Now, all those sinners who sold their souls for a hunk of dead meat, they're burning in the fires of hell. Everyone stared at the fire, grieving. They had family in there, friends they really cared about. You gotta envy John's quick thinking. But still, they lost 2 vehicles, and they've still gotta make it to the city. Some watched their mothers burn right in front of their eyes. Others watched their wives, their friends. It's a horrific sight. Watching your own mother burn alive in agony. They screamed the names of the dead. But in the fire, you could only see ashen silhouettes, burning right in front of their loved ones, beloved family, cherished friends. People started accusing John of burning their kin. The survivors looked at him like he was a total lunatic, like he just decided to commit genocide. But they didn't get it. They were the ones to blame for all this. John pointed it out. They were the crazy ones. They're the ones who don't understand what they've done. That whole bus was full of the dead. John's only choice was to burn it all down. It looks like he finally understood what John was saying. He realized his guilt. The guilt hiding right inside him. His and only his guilt weighed on their souls like a stone. It's the living who are guilty of destroying each other. Everyone here. They killed their own families. He understood his crime. He knew you couldn't eat zombies. He knew he shouldn't have fed that to anyone. He saw Tim and his gang collecting zombie meat, and he couldn't resist the temptation. The kid said he only gave his mom a little bit, just a tiny piece, because he thought she was going to starve to death. John just listened with a sad look on his face. And then, they started to realize what they'd done. They held their heads and started sobbing. No one could hold back the tears. Some of them, they'd lost too many family members. Many lost children, mothers, wives, so many relatives. No one could believe they were really gone. Everyone apologized to their families for their mistake. The bus blazed with orange flames, burning all the dead down to the bone, burning in the wind like a cigarette. Their loved ones were burning. And with every second, the despair got worse. It tore them apart inside, left them empty. John and the girls were already walking away. They didn't have a vehicle anymore. They didn't have anything. They only had each other. John walked over to Clint. That guy. He was completely wrecked. He'd made so many mistakes. Even though he wanted to fix things, he ended up getting half the crew killed. He even killed his own mother just to save his own skin. The zombie friend looked at Clint with pity. He just stood there silently, watching Clint's mother choke on her own blood. While Clint shed tear after tear, he finished her off with an umbrella, sent her to the next world, where she was destined to meet her beloved husband. Clint looked totally numb to everything. There was just nothing in his eyes. He knew John could easily abandon him, just leave him there to fend for himself. But he still asked the question. Clint clearly wanted to stay with John. He asked if John would keep him around, if they were going to continue the journey together. John was furious with Clint. He didn't intend to kill him, but the guy definitely deserved to be punished. John grabbed Clint by the neck, but he stayed quiet. He didn't say a word for a long time. He didn't have words to describe what Clint did, to explain the what and how to this idiot. Clint couldn't stand the silence. He froze when John shoved him. Everything he did was just to get an answer. Would he leave him behind or take him along? Would he hold him accountable for all his mistakes? The questions were spinning in his head. He was desperate. John stayed silent, and Clint just made the situation worse and worse with his annoying questions. But he still tried to force an answer out of him. John was at his breaking point. He bared his teeth, ready to growl and swallow him whole just to shut him up. He didn't want any more trouble from that childish brain of his. Our zombie friend yelled at Clint to finally get up and stop acting like a child. to stop thinking he was so special that everyone should bow down to him. Clint just kept being stupid while he cried. He tried to force an answer out of John, refusing to move. Clint had hit rock bottom. He couldn't let John go. He got on his knees, begging and whining for forgiveness. He pressed his head against John, pouring out endless tears. His begging just wouldn't stop. All of this just so John would take him along. Clint killed his own mother, even if he blamed himself. That didn't change a thing. So many people died because of him. If he hadn't distracted John, if he hadn't taken things so far, they might still be alive. He blamed his behavior on fear. The fear that made him run away from his mother. The fear that made him take those people's lives. One day, John's gonna get tired of this. One day, he'll send Clint packing, somewhere he won't have to babysit or lead anyone. Meanwhile, the fire on the bus died down. Ash and smoke rose into the sky, mixing with the ashes of the victims of this Viking funeral. You could still see terrifying silhouettes peeking out through the windows. It left a chill crawling down your skin, like a nightmare had broken loose into the real world. People stopped crying, stopped sobbing. His tears couldn't put out the fire. They wouldn't bring anything back. And worst of all, those tears wouldn't even reach his family. John was already sick of listening to Clint's crap. He understood his motives. Sure, but he'd already helped people become useful before. They stopped being a burden. But Clint was anxious about something. John. His face was unreadable. He had no reason to be happy. It was the most painful thing for him. Losing so many people, since he'd sacrificed way too much to save them. He swatted Clint's hand away. Today, he had become a real burden to him. All of John's efforts were in vain. And it was all because of a mistake Clint made. The zombie's friend explains to Clint that no matter how hard he tries to understand, they are completely different. No matter how much effort John puts in, Clint doesn't care about them. He was furious. He understood that Clint didn't trust him. But he didn't get why. Why couldn't he just trust him? Why couldn't he have some patience now? John's patience has run out. He's at his limit. Since Clint only talks about his own problems, that's all he worried about. He didn't give a damn about anyone around him. He didn't understand why Clint was doing all this. John made a promise that he'd protect everyone. He promised he'd get them to the city. But why did everything have to be ruined after coming such a long way? And then Alice joined the conversation. Now it's clear why she stayed silent when Clint came up with this plan. It was all because the city didn't exist in the first place. Alice's words completely destroyed Clint. She clearly said too much. She started revealing Clint's true intentions. She started showing the dark side of Clint's coin. Alice told John everything. All his hidden agendas. He came up with it all beforehand. That he'd take everyone to the city. But it was all misinformation. John was shocked by Alice's words. He never expected this from Clint, since he trusted him with all his heart, and he'd already let it slide twice. For everyone's sake. From his reaction, everything was clear. She said it straight to the point, but he trusted her himself, and he told her all his intentions, and planned all this to take everyone, not to the city, but to the enemy's lair, just so more people would gather around him to use as cover. Alice made him so mad that he told her exactly what he thought of her. He mocked her, talked about her mother, and even brought up her family, which John definitely wouldn't tolerate. Clint isn't going to stay quiet either. He pointed out that Alice acted the exact same way. She stayed silent just to be around John more often. Even her beloved accepted this offer. Even her greed took over her mind and forced her to accept it. To accept the lies and carry out Clint's plan. She started feeling guilty too. Clint revealed his intentions, and everyone around him turned out to be liars. Clint didn't expect such betrayal, since they were both in a bad spot to talk about their intentions. But Alice was still faster than him. He's crossing the line now. And soon John will join the conversation and toss a few affectionate words at Clint to keep his mouth shut. Still, John couldn't take it anymore. And now Clint's gonna get his benefits too, of which he's already had enough. Honestly, the zombie brother was able to give Clint an easy answer. One punch and silence. What could be better? John's punch hit Clint with a force he'd never felt from his only friend. But still, without force, he doesn't understand anything. John's slap was so hard it sent Clint flying and gave him a rough landing. John realized that in his anger, he used extra strength. It seemed like he didn't even want to start a conflict. But Clint forced his hand. The brother didn't stay on the sidelines. He felt guilty and decided to help Clint. But since he was truly wrong, Clint slapped his helping hand away. Now, after this, he doesn't need anyone. John means nothing to him anymore. The slap was really strong. Blood was flowing from his mouth and there was a noticeable dent in his cheek. Who is this guy? The nerve Clint can brag about his bravery to anyone. Since no one else dared to spit in the face of John. The guy disguised as a dead man. Clint is talking completely differently now. He hates him more than anyone. What's the parallel in his attitude toward people when he complains and asks to stay, versus when he spits in their face and hates with all his heart? He cried. But he laughed in response to John. From the outside, Clint is two-faced. All his actions are unpredictable. He constantly does whatever he wants. In Clint's opinion, John hadn't achieved anything other than a loving woman and a kid to take care of. To piss John off, he says he has nothing to talk about with him. He thinks no one would want to deal with John. Clint thinks he's right. But skeptically, he believes everyone in this world is trying to get ahead of everyone else in the zombie hunt. You just need to be faster than your friend. John didn't like Clint's thoughts. But he stayed silent. He didn't cut Clint off, figuring the guy probably already had his answer ready. But still, Clint just couldn't get it. Why hang around with weaklings when you've got so much power? Why not just leave them all to fend for themselves? John's answer was short and clear. Everything he does. It's because his parents were just ordinary, everyday people. Clint was thrown off by that. He didn't fully grasp what John meant, what kind of family he was talking about, or what it really meant to him. John's parents were just regular, ordinary folks. Simple as that. It sounds like something a little kid would say. But the meaning behind it, that's where the real value is. Clint will never understand what John's telling him about his family. Ordinary people filled with sincere love, real warmth, and joy. Alice. She felt a sting hearing those words. For John, his parents' death was the turning point of his life. And she understood that perfectly. And yet, John's parents turned into zombies right before his eyes. They were devoured while he felt every bit of the pain. But once upon a time, they smiled brighter than the sun. And he could feel their warmth. And his little sister. She's normal too. How could he abandon a girl like that? Even if she is just normal, how could his conscience ever let him ignore her, Alice? The woman he loves. She's just an ordinary person too. What could possibly make John leave her behind? All those people he's protected up until now. They're all just ordinary folks. Every single one of them is ordinary. And now, how is he supposed to accept the fact that they might just cease to exist? Just like with his parents' death, they'd regret it for the rest of their lives. That includes Clint himself, the guy who made John feel special. Aren't they all just simple people? Every one of them is normal. But John, his conscience won't let him leave them behind. He's the only one like that. Everyone else gets it if you want to live comfortably. You have to get stronger. But even so, the strongest ones carry the heaviest responsibility. In the first half of his life, back when everything was normal, before the world ended, John used to get beaten until he bled by Tim and his gang. Constantly, he could never fight back. Not even against one of them. He never stood a chance against the whole crowd. While they were beating him, he couldn't do a thing. The only way to win was to pull some kind of trick. It was insidious. His eyelids felt heavy, peeling open. His strength was leaving him. And at any moment, he could drift off into the dream world. Tim and his goons were truly cruel. They beat him until their own knuckles bled. It was obvious that this gave them an incomparable pleasure. Tim's smile was twisted, sinister. But John couldn't do a thing to him. It was all because of his connections and his father. Even Tim himself told John he better not get any funny ideas, and to keep his mouth shut. Otherwise, his family would be in serious trouble. John understood exactly where he stood. He couldn't say a word back. Because his parents were just ordinary people. They had no way to defend themselves. Zombie brother points it out to Clint, that he can't even entertain the idea of leaving anyone behind. It's not about living in total peace, or being destined for an easy, measured life. It's just that throughout John's life, there were bright moments. There was happiness, and there was joy. But pain, despair, and tragedy, they found their place too. John suppresses his anger. But not for nothing. His whole character has a method to it. He endures all of this for a reason. He has a goal. The reason for all of it is incredibly simple. It's not hard to understand. John is doing everything he possibly can for a bright future. After another beating, the interrogations at home awaited him. His parents were anxious, desperate for an answer. His little sister kept staring at all his wounds. They were worried about him, but he couldn't tell them the truth. He had to lie constantly and avoid answering so Tim wouldn't touch them. He always stayed silent in front of them. But eventually, that day would come where they suspected something, and they definitely would have gone out to investigate. Still, they decided to go to the school to find out if he was getting beaten up there. Which was exactly the truth. His parents smiled again and wished John all the best, even offering him dinner like true parents do. He always wanted to protect them. His lies were a way to protect them. He always did everything for their sake. John wanted to protect their warm smiles, their joy and happiness, to watch and even admire their sincere kindness and humanity. All John needs is to protect ordinary people who, when put together like a puzzle, form a harmonious picture. His words took everyone by surprise. Everyone was moved by those words. The survivors couldn't have heard anything better. They all expected John to demand benefits from them. These are the values that drive John. This is what John tried to hammer into Clint's head, the guy who always wants to be alone. For that zombie human, these bright images were the most valuable things in his life. And they really are beautiful. Every smile warmed him more than the scorching sun. John, he just has to see all of this again. These bright smiles need to shine before him again, smiles that warm you to the very depths of your soul, even if he can't go back to the past. Even if things can never be the same. He wants to see happy people walking the streets, gifting their sunny smiles to this world. All the survivors broke down, sobbing at John's words. No matter how simple those words were, they truly touched and comforted everyone around him. John still holds on to the hope that someone like him can actually find true happiness in this world. People survive just so the world isn't ruled by the dead, but by ordinary folks. For John, there's no choice wandering. This world all alone isn't on his mind at all. John points out that Clint's mother's death was terrifying for him, especially since they had only just managed to make peace. That kind of thing kills you on the inside. Clint won't be able to accept his mom's death after what she did. Finally, Clint's memories started to bring him a sense of warmth, and his mother's smile was no exception. He couldn't hold back his tears anymore, realizing he'd been wrong from the very beginning, but John should have explained it way earlier. The brother stayed silent. He was finally able to convey the real values to Clint. Clint rejected his words, but his face told a completely different story. He was sobbing his heart out, fully aware of the guilt he bore in front of everyone. Even if John's words are true, to Clint, nothing matters once you're dead. My mom never thought she'd live to regret everything she'd done. What's the point of being saved if you just die right after paying off the debt you owe your son? John was listening now, hearing Clint say he'd been alone the whole time, never feeling warmth from anyone on this thorny journey. Clint had never felt such precious happiness before. He wiped his tears and said it wouldn't be hard to go back to being alone, without any happiness at all. John grabbed the back of Clint's head, tangling his fingers in his hair, pulling him in so a real man's hug could soothe his soul. A manly move on John's part. Even after everything he'd done, he accepted him and forgave his mistakes. Even the men were moved to tears. Everyone was crying streams, rivers, whole oceans of salty water. And yet, there was just one serious conversation. Avon Leo, a grown doctor, couldn't stay on the sidelines. He couldn't help shedding a tear at such warm words for everyone, coming from an intelligent zombie with way more humanity than most. But suddenly, something distracted him from all the misery, everything that had happened, and all those warm words. Unbelievably, a military helicopter flew over the mountain peaks. Does this mean the city is close? Leo's expression changed instantly. He was totally shocked by the sudden appearance of a chopper on the horizon. Clint and John noticed it too. It looked like salvation had finally found them. Finally, they could escape the coming storm. No zombie could fly a military chopper. Only a human could save them. The chopper pilot reported to HQ that no survivors had been found within a 10-kilometer radius. Is it really a real person who can pull everyone out of this abyss of failure? He asked HQ for permission to fly back to the city. John watched him, trying to figure out which direction the city and salvation lay. Likewise, you couldn't see any joy in the brother, like he was already prepared for this. He just calmly dragged his loved one toward the helicopter. The survivors dropped everything immediately and rushed toward the city to finally escape. They'd traveled so far to get here. They'd lost so many people. But they finally made it. This is exactly what happiness looks like for apocalypse survivors. An oasis in the middle of the desert. Actual civilization. All roads led there, especially the helicopter's flight path. And now, they could breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone hit the road, running headlong to get under the city's protection as fast as possible. Everyone rejoiced. They'd all managed to get through this hard journey with blood and sweat. Many had left the lives of family and loved ones behind. But they still managed to get close to salvation. They decided to set up in a clearing before heading into the city, and started getting ready to enter. Sam pointed at something that shocked him so much he literally started beaming. Because right in front of him was something that brought him pure joy. He saw survivors entering the city through crowds of military personnel. And everyone was being let in. The military examined them before they entered, just to make sure they weren't infected. Everything around him sparkled. All the misery was behind them, which meant they could celebrate and rejoice with all their hearts. Except for Clint. He wasn't happy about their arrival, and there was just one thing bothering him. The city's ruler was a total freak. You couldn't expect anything good from him. For some unknown reason, they lit a torch. Their logic was that even when night falls, you can always find a better light source. Now it all makes sense. A torch is different from a dead man. Turns out, the stranger had known Tim for a long time. Zombies are afraid of fire, which makes it easier for the military to tell who's dead and who's human. The connection started working immediately. You could tell they weren't far from civilization, which meant salvation was close. The phone picked up a signal. It wasn't just a happy moment. A smartphone is basically irreplaceable in this world. Nothing in this world is just a coincidence. It wasn't just that he found a phone, which helped a lot. The guy swapped the SIM card, and it started working like a Swiss watch again. Since the kid didn't save anything and even deleted the pictures, he didn't have a single photo or memory left. This really upset him, since he'd lost everyone and couldn't remember a thing. The zombie brother could understand the survivor. Family and memories are the most valuable things we have. Joy gave way to sadness. The line between these states is so thin, and the pain of missing memories is just unbearable. John doesn't even know why he needed this guy's phone. It's not like anyone's gonna call him. His whole family is right there within reach. The kid didn't expect a request like that from him, but his conscience wouldn't let him say no. John felt kinda embarrassed asking him for something. Even though he could have asked anyone here, his sense of justice just wouldn't let him. But the young guy isn't exactly a bleeding heart. Still, without pity or greed, this is a sincere thank you. John didn't expect him to be so nice about it. He was sure begging for a smartphone would be way harder. But still, that smile showed he understood it wasn't over for these people yet. That future generations might actually be safe. After trips like that, people really start to value their own lives, and the one who saved them becomes like a god. The stars were shining for them, through the trees. And John, who knows why, he needed Clint, who probably wasn't expecting him. Finally, Clint noticed he was there and actually paid attention. Clint signaled that he was heading to the city, and John knew that better than anyone. He also knows exactly what kind of person was really hiding behind that mask. Clint's true nature, and who he's been from the very start. John was right. He was almost always right. In any situation, every single word he said was the truth. Truth that you have to believe without proof. Clint made it clear to John that he realized they were completely different. From the start, they had nothing in common, and he didn't like that one bit. But John doesn't need boring conversations anymore. Not at all. Right in the middle of talking, he dialed Clint's number. That's exactly why he needed that guy's phone. Clint was shocked by how sudden it was. Maybe he just didn't expect that John would actually know his number. He told him to save it, since he's got a phone now and can call him anytime, or if there's danger. John was worried about something in the city. He told him to reach out if anything happened, and that city, it was the main enemy's real lair. If Clint ever forgets his number, he can just ask the person he was traveling with. Clint kept screaming at John's back, but there was no way he was going to answer, not even to a scream. Clint wasn't even sure the city existed, and he couldn't be sure about the safety of all the survivors while they were there. He told John to leave him alone and never show his face again, but all his emotions were saying the exact opposite. He was thinking something completely different. He realized John wouldn't want to see a guy like him anymore. that he wouldn't want to deal with Clint, no matter what. Alice and Meg were waiting for John. They wanted to get out of there as fast as possible so they wouldn't have to deal with that pathetic child in a grown man's body again. Alice felt kinda guilty. Like she was partly to blame for them splitting up. She knew it would be hard for John to bounce back from a betrayal like that. Clint kept screaming and screaming, but John just ignored him, like a disappointed father giving the silent treatment. Letting him figure out what he did wrong on his own, John was about to leave without saying a word to Clint. He picked Alice up to get her out of there. Clint kept yelling for attention, but he just couldn't get it. He took his sister by the arm, carried Alice, and silently walked off into the horizon. What if the city didn't exist? Clint begged John to take him along. On a big journey where they could all finally be friends, he stood there for a long time, waiting for an answer from the zombie brother. But he got nothing. With every step, they got closer to the horizon and further from Clint. Without saying a word, Alice looked back at him. He was so curious about what she was looking at. Suddenly, John stopped. Did he actually find the strength to return Clint's feelings? That means only one thing. They can have tons of new adventures. Unbelievable. John swallowed his pride and decided to give Clint a chance. But will it be as bad as they think? Alice looked scared. She turned to him. But who knows what was bothering her so much? John gave her a sweet smile and said they were going to find a new home. For their little family. That meant a happy future. Those words really touched Alice. Salty tears ran down her cheeks. They kept falling like a waterfall. The most beautiful waterfall of happy tears. She wiped her tears and sweetly accepted the decision. She'd been so scared he was going to leave her behind at the end of the road. Meg's joy knew no bounds. And Alice didn't even know where to look after such a sweet confession. The beautiful moon casts its pale light over everyone. But a full moon. That suggests unexpected events are waiting for our heroes. It's the same drifter John is still bound to run into. And the one who's somehow connected to the city. And more importantly, to the ruler. To Tim's father. That creature was truly terrifying. It was exactly what Tim referred to as a man. According to the stranger, this monster was exhausted. It took some serious damage after doing a job for a certain family. The drifter was looking for someone. This search brought him a ton of trouble. And he was going to be furious if he didn't find his target. That creature had human faces. That's what scared Tim so much. So, was this the monster hiding in that mysterious truck? The stranger could actually talk to this monster. And even react to its aggression by laughing. If this creature is a side effect of the city's experiments, then what in the world could be waiting for our heroes at the inner entrance? The drifter noticed the dead were greedily devouring someone nearby. But it took him a long time to realize what was happening right under his nose. He decided to pay close attention. He even got out of his car and ran straight toward the zombies. It couldn't be just luck that he ran into a gang. And even Tim himself. The one they were devouring. The Wanderer showed off his massive strength again. He surprised everyone by kicking two of them away, sending them flying like there was zero gravity. He finally found what he'd been looking for all this time. Everything was written right before his eyes. Like an open book, you could read everything about him. They say the eyes are the window to the soul for a reason. It seems some signs of intelligence managed to remain in Tim. His eyes weren't empty like the dead ones. He could still think. The stranger looked right at him, examining him from head to toe. The chains and handcuffs held him back. But the bandages wrapped around his whole body were even worse. Then, he started pulling a photo out of his cloak. That family had to be Tim's family. He took out the photo and compared the dead man's body with the picture of the person he was hunting for. And it would be really bad news if Tim was actually the one he was looking for. All fears were confirmed. The drifter is directly connected to the ruler. And he works for that family. He found him anyway. That means Tim still won this battle against John, since he managed to get out of it alive. And yet, it had been so long since they'd seen each other. He almost didn't recognize him. They were supposed to have met for the last time, before his birthday. It can't be. The drifter called Tim his big brother. But Will was killed a long time ago, and that's exactly what Tim couldn't believe. The younger one told him to shut up. And not to make him angry, he told him his brother had been dead for a long time, and that he didn't have any brothers left. He didn't want to ruin his good mood. That's why he shut Tim up beforehand. He didn't want him saying too much. You still have to earn good treatment, from the drifter. So, Tim's gonna have to be a good boy to earn his love. He put gloves on his tied hands and confirmed everything, saying they were still family. You can't fight right from the start. First, you need to make friends. Then, you can fight like a kid. Initially, he needs to cut ties with Tim. But what for, and why does he need that needle? Tim is really going to become part of this stitched-together creature. Suddenly, the monster started talking to the drifter, and he immediately noticed the interruption. They said something incomprehensible. Something only this mysterious stranger could understand. It was unusually strong, with a character like no other. The faces all became too chatty. They seemed to be humming something, like an orchestra. The stranger pulled out a needle and thread, as if he hadn't just prepared them for stitching. Tim was about to become his new material. He threaded the needle, which couldn't mean anything good for Tim, since he was going to be the next product. He was terrified for his life. He couldn't even save himself. His father is a true psychopath, allowing things like this to happen to his own son. The survivors were already approaching the gates. Each one held a torch, and together, they shone way brighter than any flashlight. The soldier noticed a crowd of people in the darkness ahead. The torches really helped spot them in that gloom. Leo was responsible for everyone. He was leading from the front, keeping track of every single person. The soldier didn't let his guard down. He took a stance, ready to react to any attack or enemy. The people here are unusual, each equipped with different tech to analyze enemies or allies. It looks like they passed the selection, so the way will be open for them. However, doctors are extremely valuable in times like these. Everything in this city is deadly serious. In moments like this, you always have to be on alert. Just like the city's military, the guy transmits all the data he got and asks for permission to let these people in. He looks dead tired. Could this mean something bad is going down in the city? Finally, the gates are opening for them, and they can escape the horde of the dead. Everyone froze in front of the gates, like they just stepped into the afterlife, and the keeper of the scales let them pass. The keeper of the scales let them pass. Finally, the watchman let them in. It should have been pure happiness, but something was hunting them. That creature, the one working for the city's ruler. The survivors didn't expect getting into the city to be this simple. They froze up a bit. It was a shock, considering everything they'd been through. On their way here, the watchman got tense seeing their reaction, but Leo calmly decided to finally head into the city. Some were cheering, others were happy, and some were just grateful for the warm welcome. But Clint felt uneasy entering the city of someone who mocked him 15 years ago. Someone who turned everything into a twisted joke. No matter how hard he pushed his legs to move, every step brought him closer and closer to the entrance. Still, he couldn't just walk in without his zombie friend, and he kept constantly turning back to look for him. Suddenly, the others called out to Clint to hurry up and get through the gate faster. Otherwise, it might be too late. Still, he hoped that he and John could still meet again. But would everything really be so bright and colorful in a civilization like this? It was really hard for Clint to step into that place, and every step got harder, like he was chained to a car and dragging it on his back. The full moon was a bad omen. There was total distrust toward the city, because of those weird incidents with the Wanderer and the ruler. Switching over to John and the girls, John still can't forget Clint, and he thought about him every now and then, and everyone else. Alice made the right call. If Clint isn't writing, it means everything is okay for now. Meg understood that John was lonely, without Clint around, so she just asked him a question. About it, there wasn't a drop of selfishness visible in her eyes, and her smile was always the most sincere thing. She hit the nail on the head with her question. John missed Clint so much. His complaining, and everything about him, even if the question was tricky. John wasn't mad at Meg. If anyone else had been in her shoes, they would have reacted the same way. He pointed out that Clint had already chosen his own path for the future, which meant just one thing: everything would be okay. Our zombie brother was worried he'd dragged his girls along for nothing, since the city might have been a much better option. And suddenly, John turned his attention to Alice and realized that she had no choice but to lie so John wouldn't leave them behind in the city. Alice won't let John leave them, even if he's not thrilled about taking them along. They don't care about his decision or who the idiot is. John was still conflicted about this, and it really bugged him. Alice is way stronger than all of John's enemies, since she can stop John with just a flick of her finger, which she uses often to keep John from running his mouth. In her opinion, people crave a new life to lose and forget the old suffering that haunts them right now. Alice's words took John by surprise. Now they're both capable of saying beautiful things. After losing a loved one, people start looking for a replacement to numb the pain of that loss. But they haven't lost John yet, so they aren't going to look for a replacement. His sincere smile is way better than him not being there, and until that moment, John might not have even realized it. To her, looks don't matter. What matters to her is that, even after becoming so strong and powerful, John stayed true to himself without changing his priorities. She pointed out that he couldn't forget the past. So, why should they have to forget it? They need to keep cherishing the happy moments, accept the bad ones, and clear them from their heads so they don't mess with their life now. Our brother couldn't say a word. He was blown away by Alice's kindness. He froze up like a rock, and she stroked him to calm him down. Being who she is, she trusted his abilities, and she could definitely protect him from any danger. John was safe behind a stone wall. Together, they made plans to raise Meg like she was their own daughter, which made her really happy, even if they can't have kids because of John's body. Our beauty doesn't see anything wrong with that. John trusted his skills, and everything would have worked out for him. And everyone believed in him, just like that. She'd laugh with all her heart like a little girl at any moment. As expected, John was back to being himself. She's great at calming him down and distracting him from unnecessary thoughts. After so much embarrassment, John felt shy for a long time, and the girls just added fuel to the fire with their laughter. Still, they were transported to a majestic city with an unfortunate ruler. The survivors stepped inside, and nothing seemed wrong. Everything was actually going pretty smoothly. Still, someone was watching them. Turns out, 2 people were missing from the crowd, Alice and Meg. Can you believe it? The ruler and his lackey are discussing all this, mentioning that those people are just going to be cattle feed. It was all just awful. Tim's dad was a total lunatic, and the apple didn't fall far from the tree with his son. Even a businessman like him felt compelled to get up from his chair and get close to the monitors to stare at a handsome man he hadn't seen in ages. Even after all this time, he hadn't forgotten him. He'd waited so long to admire his beloved boy again. Even now, he thought he was handsome. His twisted obsession with boys was just sickening. It's no wonder he did things just as vile as his son. The ruler saw so much energy and sensitivity in his eyes. It woke up his primal instincts. Clint is like he wanted to see something that would interest him even more as time went on. He wanted to see the reaction of the weak animal that had lived in the dark for so long, and he was going to plunge it right back in. The guard opens the door for the survivors, and it looks like the feeding has already begun. The worst part is the dessert. A harsh light beams through the crack in the door. This was the light Tim's dad was talking about. The gap grew wider and wider. The light became blinding. Whatever was stored behind those doors, everyone was blinded, their eyes burning, unable to see a single thing in the glare of that radiance. Smoke scattered all across the room. According to the ruler, the people's reaction would be darker than he could have imagined. They had shattered all his twisted expectations. Leo was in shock for a reason. He was terrified. He didn't understand what he was looking at through that door. It was a total nightmare, unlike anything they'd ever seen, one that could crush any hope for civilization to rebuild. This is the real horror of our lives. That white chalk circle on the ground won't save you from this. Those evil spirits locked away inside. They're going to reap every single survivor, any second now. Clint froze, totally petrified. He really didn't expect to see something like this. Then again, he'd never seen anything like it. It's pure horror for him. His reaction was just grim. This is the kind of livestock our ruler keeps. Turns out this psycho is an experimenter. Just like Tim, this is exactly what he wanted to see. That reaction, priceless to him. He was laughing wickedly, like some main villain, but the city turned out to be the lair of humanity's enemy. Someone craving immense power through twisted experiments. Millions had already fallen into his trap. Every single one was fed to the dead, and he thought of them all as just naive friends. Meanwhile, John was tucking Meg in. She finally went to bed. Clint didn't call them. Everything was calm on their end. But that creature reaching its hand through the door, it gave no rest. While their friends and people they know are dying, they just want to have fun. With his little sister lying right there, their lips almost touched. Finally, everything's okay for them. They're together, and everyone's happy. But suddenly, they get interrupted for the second time. Still, John calls Clint, inviting them over to his place. The brother pulls the smartphone closer and realizes his worst fears are confirmed. No way. Clint is in total danger and needs help. Fast, John's gotta hurry up. They were thrown in a cage. Maybe the experiments are about to start. Or they were just sent to feed the dead. They walked right into a trap. John himself put everyone's lives at risk. And he almost dragged his girls down with him. The dead were already hungrily eyeing their future meal. The sheer number of them was staggering. Obviously, they've been collecting them here for a long time. He's completely satisfied with what he's done. A true villain who made everyone understand just how harsh the world is in the apocalypse, and how you can't trust anyone. But it's already too late to say anything. John and Alice were getting ready to bail without helping their teammates, even though they promised to get them out of any jam. The city's shadow. A cruel father, a tyrant, a twisted pervert, and a total lunatic. When he was appointed as the city's ruler, no one suspected a thing. The city's saviors have arrived, and they're ready to dish out some justice.